Hey up guys, hope you've all had a great new year. Welcome back to the channel. We're going to start off 2026 with Epic Mickey Rebrushed. Yeah, I never thought I'd be starting a new year with a Disney game, but I guess crazy things have happened, right? But it's released on PS Plus Essential, one of the first games this year, January, and the game's not too bad. The whole Platinum guide is going to take about 6 hours, give or take. I've optimised it all. All we're doing is going for Platinum requirements. We are not getting 100% collectibles. We're getting 100% trophies or achievements, so just keep that in mind. There's going to be a text version of this, linked in the description. If you want to follow the text or the video, either will work. You can either follow the text by itself, or if you want to push ahead, because I'm going to be updating the text guide as the kind of videos go up. I have been through this quite a lot of times, I know what I'm doing, but I'm just writing that text guide now as I go through recording the videos and optimising just a little bit more. We need to do 2 playthroughs altogether, and there are quite a few missable, so just be careful, but as long as you follow me, you shouldn't have any problems at all, guys. So as I always say, if you follow me, you will have no problems, but if you deter from the route slightly, just try keeping an eye on what you're doing, that you don't mess anything up. But the main thing is you need to make sure you paint all the bosses. There's 2 ways to beat the bosses. You can either paint them or thin them. Paint is R2, thin is L2. And by the way, complete steps on the right first, once you get control, and break any breakables along the way. And this first kind of light generator you come to, you're going to break it. Yeah, sorry, back to bosses. Yeah, you got to paint them before one playthrough and thin them on the second. We're going to paint them on the first, which means you've got to kill every boss with basically R2, or the kind of route which takes you along the paint defeat in a way. But I'll explain all that when we come to each boss. So destroy that first generator, and as you're making way towards the next objective, just mash any breakables along the way like I'm doing. So this is the second generator next. Just make sure you jump across some gaps to make maximum distance when you're jumping, by the way. You don't always need to do it, but when there's a long jump coming up, you want to dash off a ledge with circle. Then at the end of the dash, you want to press jump. Then you want to press double jump, which is basically jump again. And then press spin in the air, which is square. So you dash, jump, double jump, spin. And that's how you get maximise your jump. So just keep that in mind. When you bounce on swamp water, by the way, you can only bounce 4 times and the 4th jump will kill you. Sorry, bounce 3 times, I guess you could call it. You'll bounce 3 times and the 4th jump will normally kill you. Keep that in mind, because sometimes I bounce on the swamp water, just like skip a bit. And here, so you painted that first cog after going through that door. This one you have to thin the wall, the door frame around the door to make the door fall down. And here you have to thin this floor to make the rocks fall down. Then paint the floor back, come in here, smash these 2 breakables, head on forward for a cutscene. If you haven't realised already, this is kind of how the game is. So you have a paint mechanic and a thin mechanic. Thin basically lets you can't do it for everything, but it's mainly like colourful scenery or objects you can normally paint or thin. And when you thin somebody, when you thin something, it normally disappears or goes basically transparent, so you can fall through it. But if you paint, it becomes solid. So keep that in mind. So break these breakables, come along here guys, and go up the slope on the left. You do have to paint 50 enemies and thin 50 enemies, but don't worry about them. We will be doing this along the way. Remember, we've got to play through the game 2 times. The first time is going to be a bit longer, and the second time is going to be more of a speed run. Smash these breakables, carrying it up here. Remember to paint any transparent platforms so you don't fall through them, and attack that first gear. There's 2 gears you have to activate in this room. That's gear number 1. Drop down this ledge slightly, make sure you do a little jump to reach that ledge just below you. Smash these breakables, of course, paint this platform to make it solid and make way across. Thin that floor to make the rocks fall down, then paint it again and jump across there. Thin that platform, hit that breakable, you can either paint or just jump across there, because you can only make that jump. And then hit the second gear. That should unlock the exit door. Now you're going to jump over the fence, drop all the way down, get that breakable, and then go into the projector screen. If you think I'm skipping anything, I'm not. I know about that gremlin in there. We're going to get gremlins later, don't worry. So this is the first kind of like side level, or side scroll level, I think they're called. In here, there are collectibles we have to collect. So you see this film reel, that's film reel number 1. Make sure you collect that. You have to get 56 film reels to obtain a heart capacity upgrade, and you have to fully upgrade your heart for a trophy. Your heart. So whenever you come across these side scrolling levels, you always want to make sure you grab the 2 film reels on every single one. We don't have to do every single side-scrolling level. I mean every one I show you and we go into, we have to collect. But there will be ones we'll be leaving. You have to get 56 in total, and there's about 70 or 72 altogether, I believe. And there's your first trophy, Fort of Beans. Complete the third side-scrolling level. So keep that in mind. When we go into a projector level, basically a side-scrolling ones, you always need to grab the 2 film reels. There's always 2 film reels in every side level, and if you do miss any, you can replay them once you get to Mean Street, but I'll bring that up when we get there. So in this room, paint the 2 cogs to unlock the door. Now your quest is to paint the pipes here to stop the leaks, but you don't have to, as you see me. Just run past them. Yes, I did fall down. I think you might see me die twice in this. Well, not die twice, but you might see me just fall down 2 times. So I'm breaking all these breakables I pass. I'm going to thin that cog to get through it. Like I say, you can paint the pipes if you want to, but as you can see, you don't need to. You can skip past it a bit quicker. Breakable there. Now in this room, you're supposed to go around the platforms, but if you double jump and dash onto this middle-like rod, and then jump onto the side of it, and then jump up to this ledge, and that's basically where you need to go. So you can either go on the rotating platforms, get up here, or do that little jump like I did. Now in this room, this tunnel, paint that first enemy and then paint the second enemy that appears. Painting enemies basically makes them your ally, and thinning them will kill them outright. But because there's a trophy for painting 50 enemies and thinning 50, we're going to do painting first, and then we'll start thinning enemies once we've got that trophy out of the way. But remember, for this first playthrough, we always have to paint bosses or defeat bosses in the painting route. It's not always obvious that you just have to paint them. Sometimes there's other little things you have to do, like little gimmicks. But I'll walk you through all that when we get to each boss, like I was saying earlier. Now in this room, do not thin any of these. There's 5 enemies here, 5 blotlings, and you want to paint all 5 at once for a trophy. You will have more opportunities for this later, but this is a very easy place to get it. So 5 enemies here, paint them all. You know once you've painted one, because they'll be kind of like blue, and a heart will appear above them, and they'll start attacking other enemies. There you go, you get a trophy, Feisty Friends. Have a total of 5 blotlings helping you. And once you've done that, trigger a little cutscene, that's open the bike ride. We can actually progress past this area now, but something we want to do first. So once you get control back, talk to Timmy. Timmy, the guy in yellow. Yeah, chat with him. So once you chat to Timmy and he's moved near that machine, you want to come over here next. Of course, I'm still smashing breakables along the way. And see the red teacup? You need to thin it and grab the wrench inside it. You can have a ride on the teacups if you want to, but all you want to do, like I say, thin the red cup, grab the wrench inside it, then come over here to Timmy and give him the wrench. He's going to repair that ride. There's a trophy for repairing 3 rides, and I have probably tried to pop this about 6 times to find out exactly what's needed. And if you don't do this one, then you won't get a trophy when I pop it. So make sure you do this ride, the elephant ride. That's it. Once you give him the wrench, that's all we're going to do. We're not going to repair the teacup ride. The elephant ride is enough. Once that's repaired, come over here, guys, to the boat ride and follow it to the next area. You are going to see me die here, because you can do like a little skip here, but I did it a bit too early. So you can only bounce on the water 4 times, and then you'll die, like so. And I probably had about 2 more steps to go, and there would have been a cutscene. I would have been okay, but like I say, I jumped a bit too early. But you see me do it again here. So that's bounce 1, bounce 2. There we go. So once you get through that door, trigger another cutscene. Now as you make your way along here, paint the hippo heads, spitting out the poison gas. Yeah, paint them. That's 1. That's hippo number 2. I'm just going to get this barrel and then paint hippo number 3. Because once you paint hippo number 3, it spawns you past this barrel slightly. There you go. So now that door is open. Going to get his breakables along the way. There's a trophy for smashing 100 breakables, but we're going to keep doing it until we get a certain amount of the tickets, which I'll let you know later. So I'm not quite calculated exactly how many we need yet. Basically, later on, you can buy sparks. You have to buy some heart upgrades, and we need enough in order to buy all the heart upgrades, buy the sparks, and also enough to do on the second playthrough, because your tickets will carry it across to New Game Plus. Now, paint that enemy. Yeah, paint that enemy, come in here, after painting the enemy, getting the breakables. Yeah, go through that wall, thin it if you need to, and rescue gremlin number 1. So that's gremlin number 1. Once he's been rescued, carry on to the end of this side of the room. That's it, you're going to avoid that chest. That chest leads you to a pin, I believe it is. And we don't need pins for trophies. Yeah, it's quite nice finally that we don't have to 100% a game, because a lot of games I've played lately you always have to get 100%. But here you don't. So you're going to come back out here to the main river, go over to that chest on the secluded platform, and then dash, double jump, spin, and jump onto them bamboo sticks. Then jump onto the branch just slightly above, and then onto this platform, free gremlin number 2. Once you've freed gremlin number 2, come over here, paint that enemy. Then jump across here next, get the breakables. Paint this enemy. We don't necessarily have to paint these, but until we've got a trophy for defeating 50 enemies with paint and 50 with thinner, we are going to be just killing just some random enemies as we go along, or blotlings. Free that gremlin as well, that's gremlin number 3. So once gremlin number 3 has been freed, we're now going to bounce along here. So make sure you try to jump as far as possible. Remember, you can bounce 3 times in the water. And once you get to this platform behind the giraffe, yeah, free gremlin number 4. So that's 4 gremlins so far. There's about 35 or so gremlins in the game, and we have to free 12 of them for a trophy. Normally when you go through levels, there's many ways you can complete it, and you can free different gremlins so they will unlock certain things in levels, give you like a different way to complete it. For the most part, we're going to be going for the easiest and the fastest way to complete a level, but along the way we're also going to be trying to complete little trophy tasks as we go through. You want to paint that enemy up there, smash them breakables, and they drop down. So you normally have to activate its 4 valves yourself. That's one way you can complete this. But if you rescue the 4 gremlins, they repair the 4 valves for you, so you don't actually have to hit them. So all that would happen on New Game Plus when we come back through here, I'm probably not going to free them gremlins. Then when we get to this bit, we're going to have to just spin attack the 4 valves ourselves. So it's not really much difference in this particular area. But yeah, some areas, there will be some routes which are a lot quicker than some others. But of course I'll walk you through it all as we go through. It's quite nice, you know, that they've actually gave you different ways to get through areas. So through this door, in this room, there's going to be a pressure plate. We are still breaking all the breakables. Even when you've got a trophy, guys, remember, keep breaking breakables along the way. Don't go out of your way, just any along the path. Now when you step on the pressure plate, quickly hit these 3 valves to open the door above before the timer ticks down. I think this is quite a nice relaxing game to start a new year with. It's not too difficult. It's nice, kind of simple platinum when you're following a decent walkthrough, of course. But it's going to be a lot of Souls-likes coming up, ain't that? I mean, we've got Code Vein 2, Neo 3, Resident Evil 9. I'm not sure what I'm doing about Neo 3 yet. If you think I should cover it, you have to let me know, but I might do a poll about that later on. I just don't know if I have time to do Code Vein 2, Neo 3 and be ready for Resident Evil 9. Because when Resident Evil 9 drops, I want to have no games at all, so I can get straight onto that and crack on. Now in this room, when you first come in, get breakables, go left down to the swamp. Then you want to bounce over here, beyond the pink kind of walls. Paint them those 3 enemies, and then hit this crank to make the wall fall down in the middle. And then free that gremlin. That's gremlin number 5. We have to free 12 altogether for a trophy. But this one I wanted to do anyway, so it makes some magic carpets appear. So once you've painted 3 enemies, and then free that gremlin, and there you go, you've got a trophy there, fragile, destroy one of the breakables, but I'm still going to be breaking them. Yeah, you're going to get all the breakables and then make your way up here. Up here there will be 1 enemy, just going to paint him, get the breakables nearby. Then I'm going to jump on this magic carpet when they come across. Jump across that building in the middle, and get the gremlin on the top of it. Yeah, remember you can dash, jump, double jump, and then spin. Yeah, jump this like a little roof. Up here, get a breakable, and there it is. That's gremlin number 6. We do get the first kind of like 6 or 7 gremlins quite early, but the rest of the 6 which we need are going to be coming a lot slower. So once got that one, going to get back onto another magic carpet. And now going to make our way to the exit. In New Game Plus, we're probably going to take the same route, get the magic carpets, one of the quickest ways through this area. So you want to paint that float as you reach the clouds. Jump on the float. It's going to take you up to the clouds. Then from the clouds, you can jump on them 2 platforms above the door. the kind of like smaller square ones. That one, that's it, and the second one, and that will unlock the purple door below, which will take you to the exit. Before we head in, just going to get these nearby breakables, guys, and then head through the objective screen. Like I say, we're still breaking these because we need to build up a decent amount of e-tickets so we can buy the heart capacity upgrades and also buy power sparks later on. And we also want to get a bit extra in order to buy power sparks in New Game Plus. And then once got enough, I'll let you know. We'll just stop breaking breakables and we'll get through things a bit quicker. So get that film reel. Remember, we need to get 2 film reels in every projector level. That's film reel number 3. And to reach that, I just kind of like jumped, double jump, and then dash. And I just reached it. And then make way to the end of the level. Most of the time, the film reels, you've got 1 at the start of the level and 1 at the end. Most of the time. But that's not always the case. And there's film reel number 4 at the end. So that's the 2 film reels on this level. Like I say, if you do accidentally forget to get one or whatever reason, you can do these again later. But that would be in Mean Street. There's no speedrun trophy. So there's no need to go as quick as what I'm doing, guys. If you want to take time and have a look around, you can do. So like I say, just be careful. Now in this area, we're going to get a chest and get that barrel, just a breakable. Now you're going to go around this circular cog and paint all the pipes, all the thinned pipes. Yeah, paint them all to stop the leaks. There are some tiny breakables along the way. I don't know why they're so tiny. They're hard to see actually. That's it. Once you've painted the whole pipe around the cog, hit the valve in the middle, and that should also get you trophy. And there you go, mechanically gifted. Mechanically gifted. Yeah, it's not talking about Mickey, I think it's talking about something else. But yeah, once you've done that, come up here and paint this house. Yeah, I don't think anyone could say Disney game is a nightmare. Well, to be honest, I think this game does have some nasty missables. And some of these trophies can be a bit annoying if you don't know what you're doing. But yeah, you want to paint Gus's house, because after you paint all the pipes, you hit the valve, you can then paint Gus's house. And once you paint his house, it unlocks this elevator. We're going to come up here, in this windmill. We're going to paint these 3 enemies. So paint these 3 enemies, make sure you're painting and not thinning. And then free Gremlin number 7. He'll activate his projector screen. The reason I like to come this way is because it skips a bit of this next level. There's actually 2 projector screens in this area. This is one of them, and the other one will give you like a different route. Like I say, this route is a bit quicker because it takes you straight into the next area. Whereas the other projector screen, it kind of takes you back into that same area. And then I think you have to go through another projector screen. So I guess you might miss a projector screen coming this way, but like I say, it's not a big deal. There's more projector screens that you need, more film reels. Like I say, I think there's about 72 or 70 film reels, but you only have to get 56 for the trophy, for the platinum. So once I've got 56, I'm probably going to stop getting it anymore. But I think there's about 2 or 3 areas extra we do. So the first film reel in this room, you have to make way to the far right, go up to the middle, and then make way to the far left. And there you go, that's film reel number 1. I think on the original version of this, there's 1 film reel per level, but now there's 2. And the second film reel in this level, once you reach the exit, avoid it, come first door on the right, and then make way to the top, guys, and that'll be film reel number 2 on this area. Basically, film reel number 6 of 56 in total. There you go, 6 film reels. Right, and then complete level by going through the projector screen. Right, so in this area, see that big Colosseum? We need to make our way inside there. There is a way to skip the fight in there, but I want to do the fight for now because it allows you to paint about, I think it's 9, is it 9 enemies? Or it might be 10, I can't remember exactly. Yeah, it's about 9 or 10 enemies, so it gives you quite a lot to paint. So you're going to drop down slightly, jump across this rotating platform, and when you reach this platform with the chest beyond the cage, we're not going to collect the chest, no need, but we're going to paint this enemy, grab the breakables nearby, that's it. And we're actually going to dash off the left ear. So you want to dash, jump at the end of the dash, double jump and spin. There you go, you'll land on this ledge, make way along here and you'll get to the Colosseum entrance. But first, just going to grab these breakables outside it. Yes, nice breakables here. I know they don't give you much, but these are all going to add up And they're along our way anyway, so it's not like a big deal, just to break them as you go past. And you get heart containers as well anyway, and you know, more paint. Your paint does slowly refill when you empty, but I think it only refills to 1 or 2 bars or something like that. Right, so we're going to paint these enemies. Try not to thin. If you thin the floor, you'll just kill the enemies outright because they fall into the poison. So yeah, just paint them, guys. And as you're painting them, once you paint like the first 3, another 3 will spawn. And that's kind of how this fight works. That's it. And as I'm beating them, I'm just going to make my way around the room and grab any breakables. That's it. Just keep painting them, guys. Yeah, it's about 9 or 10 in total. I did count them. But I'm not completely confident that one didn't somehow get killed. But yeah, you know what's got them all, because Small Pete in his little maid outfit will go through there. Yeah, whatever floats your boat, right? So once you're done, you're going to come up here and you're going to go through the exit. And before you go through the projector screen, get the breakables on your left and then go inside it. Yeah, whatever he wants to do at the weekend, that's up to him. I'm not going to judge. Yeah, into Steamboat Willie. So in this one, you want to make your way right and drop down the first gap, and then we need to go left underneath the entrance. Yeah, go left underneath the entrance, guys, and it'll take you to film reel number 1. It's nice that you only got to get collectibles on these like easy levels, isn't it? Right, and film reel number 2, it's to the far right of the exit. And here you want to ground pound on that second suspended crate. To ground pound, you jump in the air and press triangle. That's it. Then you jump up here and make your way to the far right and grab that second film reel. That's it. I was going to say to ground pound, you need to jump in the air and lower the seat that you're sitting on. I don't think that'll work. Yes, so back up here and now go back through the exit. Right, I'm going to face a clock tower. So this is the first boss of the game, pretty much. I mean, we had that guy at the start, but you can't really call him boss, can you? All we did was smash a few generators and he was just like TKO'd already. A little bit like that fight between Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul. Went down very, very easy. We're just laughing at his face. So here, you're going to paint the 3 cogs. And when you come in here, yeah, so for this boss, you paint 3 cogs to open the door. You need to paint the clock face. So be very, very careful what you do. If you thin the boss, you're going to mess up one of the ending trophies. And we're going to do the thinning trophy, remember, on New Game Plus. Right now, we want to paint. So when you paint one arm, it'll kind of become weakened and it'll be out of action for about 30 seconds. But eventually it will recover. I need to have both arms kind of knocked out or knocked out the fight at the same time. And like I say, they will recover eventually. So you want to try to make sure you fully paint both arms at the same time. So what you want to do, you're going to paint one arm until it's almost finished. You see that one on the left? On its forearm, I left a little spot not painted. So once that one's almost painted, I've then gone and fully painted the other arm. And then once that one's painted, I've gone back to the other one, paint it a little bit more to fully paint that one. And you can jump on one of the arms, it will take you to the face, then you just paint the face, and that will complete the fight with a paint route. So if you complete that fight by thinning the face, it will lead you towards a different ending, as long as you always do the thinner route. And you should have got the paint upgrade. So if you've got the thin upgrade, you've messed up. Small will to get a trophy for beating the boss. So like I say, you want to beat that boss by painting, just paint the face. You get a paint upgrade to kind of like confirm it and jump through the projector screen. You'll be in Mean Street, and this is kind of where I'm going to end the video because this is a good spot to end it and to begin part 2 from. There's quite a few things you need to do in here. For example, there's a trophy for painting this whole area, which can be a bit annoying, but hopefully when we do that in the next video, it's not going to be too bad for you when I walk you through it. So when I end this video, I'm just going to come down to this grass in the middle, because that's where, when we quit and reload, it's going to spawn us here. And that's it. So that's part 1 done, guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on part 2 tomorrow. Hey, welcome back to Epic Mickey Repainted. This is part 2 of my Platinum Walkthrough, and in the middle of Main Street, all we're going to do first is spin around and come and talk to Big Bad Pete. When you chat to him, it's going to be a cutscene, and he's going to point out Gilda the MILF, just over there. So after the cutscene, you're going to come over here and talk to Gilda, and she's going to give you a quest, which we're probably not going to complete, but she'll also let you do a race. When she asks you if you want to do the race, choose yes. It's very easy. You have no excuse if you fail this. Just run through every checkpoint, guys. Like I say, you'll complete it easily. We have complete one of these in pretty much each of the regions here in Main Street, and it'll get you a trophy. And you can actually miss some of them. They are missable, so just be careful. But as long as you're following me, guys, we should be okay. The way the rest of the walkthrough is going to work, now we're in Main Street. It's Main Street, it's like the hub area, but it's divided into like 4 regions at the end, and you have to do each region one by one. Once you've done 4 regions, they each take about half hour each if you go and buy this video. We then got to come back here, and each of them regions kind of get like corrupted, and we have to go back through them quickly, get rid of the corruption, then come back, and then we can make our way to the end. But once you've done Gilda's race and beat it, come in here and talk to Horace in the detective agency. He's going to want you to find this missing book. It's got all the secrets inside it. So after that, you're going to come into the Emporium next and chat to Casey. Casey's going to tell you that he gave the book to the ice cream woman. Sorry for getting names. Oh, it's Paulie, that's the one. Yeah, so after talking to Horace, then Casey, you then want to come into the ice cream parlour. Talk to Paulie. Sorry, it's a guy, not a lady. Sorry, Paulie. Yeah, so once you chat to him and got the book, you then want to buy the ice cream. Don't worry, it's one of them ones which can't melt. So you get the book from Paulie, buy the ice cream for 50 tickets, and then come back into the detective agency and talk to Horace again. You're given the book and you'll get the second gear. By the way, Gilda gave us the first gear when we beat her race. Now Horace just gave us the second. Now we're going to come outside, come down here, and talk to Gremlin Marcus. He's going to be chuffed to see you, but fortunately he needs a power spark to get the machine running. So once you've spoken to him and you trigger that quest, come down here and thin this manhole cover, the orange one. Grab a key inside it and then paint it back. So thin it, grab the key inside, guys, and then paint it back. Then come into the Emporium again, talk to Casey. You'll give him the key and he'll give you a power spark. We only need one, but we're going to need more later. Yeah, we need one for now, but more later. Sorry if that didn't make sense. So now we're going to come to the museum. We're going to talk to, what's her name? Lorali or something. And she's going to give you the quest for finding her cutlass. So once we've got that quest from her, come back outside, talk to Gremlin Marcus again. Going to give him the power spark, and he's going to unlock the first projector screen. Then we're going to come and talk to the usher here outside the cinema. So cinema, by the way, you go inside them if you want to redo any of them projector levels. So you can go back in and find any reels you missed, but you should have them all. So chat with him, exhaust his dialogue. He'll give you some rewards for the film reels you found so far, but he'll also give you the Hook's cutlass, which we'll give to the museum woman later. Yeah, so you see there, museum power spark, Hook's cutlass. Should say 1 of 1. I was a bit too quick and he didn't see me get it, but he would have gave it to you as long as you've already got the quest from the museum woman. And now we're going to paint the whole of the Main Street. So I'm going to do this clockwise, but start from the ground level first. So just make way around ground level clockwise. Follow my lead if you want to. Smash any breakables along the way, and just paint everything you can see from ground level. We'll do the rooftops afterwards. If you try and do the rooftops and ground level at the same time, you're just going to get mixed up. So I like to do ground level first, end up back at cinema, and then do a loop, but on the rooftops. So anything which is transparent, guys, you need to paint it. Some things can be hard to see. For example, there might be like a small window or a small pillar, you know, above the canopy, above an entrance. There you go, so we're near the museum now. Some of the clouds as well on the wall, the 2D clouds can be difficult to see. Just make sure you pay attention to your surroundings, guys. Remember, look for anything which is transparent. Yeah, see these clouds on here? So these ones are painted. Some are very difficult to see. And then once you reach this part, make sure you paint this plant pot on the slope leading up to a train station. And of course, like I say, I'm breaking all the breakables along the way. So see this plant pot, don't miss that, it's quite easy to miss. Come up here to train station, and this is easy to miss, a 3D cloud. But I don't know why I have 3D cloud just sitting there. Right, now we're going to do the whole train station. Train station can do it all from ground level. You can thin them pictures if you want to. There's some items behind there, but of course we don't need all the collectibles. So we're going to make our way around the train station and get in all these patches, painting them all. Yeah, make sure you double check because these clouds can be easy to miss. Especially when you painted the actual blue bit behind the clouds can be difficult to see. We're at the back of the train station now. Yeah, I mean, I've probably done this about 5 times, but you see me looking around sometimes, just double checking. So I don't want to get to the end and realise I forgot something. So it's probably going to take another 5 minutes for me to find out what I missed, maybe longer. You see that cloud there? That's quite tricky to see. So that's the whole train station done. Got all the breakables, I think, except for that one just there. You're now going to drop down in this little alley. Get that breakable. Make sure you get that window there. On Big Bad Pete's house. So remember, I'm doing a clockwise route, so now I'm making my way back to the cinema. Again, some here. If they're too far away because it's too high up on the wall, don't worry, we'll get them when we do the rooftops. Just anything you can comfortably reach from the ground level. You know, from the streets of the mean people, whatever you want to call them. Right, so cinema. Just getting that bit there. Because when we do the rooftops, it's going to go anti-clockwise, and it's better to climb up here. Yeah, down this alley where we found the key earlier. The alley near the ice cream parlour. So make sure you get all these windows. Some can be easy to miss. And once got these, that should be ground level done. Like I say, this is a good spot to jump up to the rooftops. Make sure you get these houses at the end of the street as well. Yeah, it takes about 5-10 minutes, but unfortunately we have to do this as a trophy connected to it. Right, so I'm going to jump on this umbrella or parasol and then jump up to the sides. See that cloud? That's very hard to see, that one was. So now on the rooftops, again, you might find a few breakables, but another cloud there, quite difficult to see. So get all these breakables, make sure you get that spire on top of the ice cream parlour. So I am going anti-clockwise. The reason I'm going back on myself a little bit is because this is the end. Once got this bit, I'm now going to go anti-clockwise. That's it, so I got the end bit. So now I'm going to make way anti-clockwise around the street. And we should finish up on top of the cinema. That's where we should pop the trophy. So you can jump across here. Do not miss this cloud. Hide in just down that little gap. Carry on around here to Gilda's house on the top of hers. Paint these. That's it. I think that's all this side done. So now I'm going to make our way around to the top of the museum. I can already see that cloud above it, which is quite tricky to see. But I just know where I'm looking, you know. Like I said, I've done this about 5 times. So get that cloud, get this patch, get that cloud as well. All that's in that chest is probably a pin. You don't need pins for trophies, that's why I'm avoiding them all. So get top of this roof. This is the top of the detective agency. Get the breakables. Almost done, guys. Then we can make our way into the next level. That cloud almost missed that one. Yes, that one almost escaped me. Luckily, I've got eyes like a ninja. Right, I'm going to jump across these buildings to get across here. Yep, another hard to find cloud. And this should be the final patch, I think. In that cloud up there. Is this going to be it? I know it is. But I was very, very worried here. Yeah, I started shaking, so I was thinking that wasn't going to pop the trophy. But we've got it. So once you've got that trophy, guys, if you miss that trophy and it didn't pop, then you miss something. You're going to have to go back around again and check everywhere. Then you approach this area at the end of the street. You'll be a cutscene and then go in the only projector which is active, which is basically a third one. And you'll enter this area through the mirror. So, of course, got to get the film reels again. So the first one, excuse me. Yeah, it's just up here. Climb up them first pack of cards and make way left. And it's just hidden inside that vent. That should be film reel number 9. Now you're going to jump on top of this like cuckoo clock. Get that film reel there. That's it, that should be all the film reels now in this area. Now be careful jumping over this little basket. It's got some little prickly needles on there. And if you sit on one, it does sting just a little bit. So you might want to take the lower path below it if you want to. If you find it tricky jumping over the top. Yeah, just go below it, go right, and then jump back up. And go through this picture, and it'll take you to Mickey Junk. Ostown. Yeah, so the main street is the main hub, but you've got a few smaller hubs on the way to some of these sub-regions. So once you first get to Ostown, continue forward. There'll be a cutscene. You'll see Clarabelle watering her lovely flowers. After dialogue, we're going to chat to her. She's going to ask you about ice cream, but of course we've brought it already. And like I say, this ice cream does not melt. It's magical. You're going to give her the ice cream, and she's going to be mega chuffed. She's going to ask you to return later. Once done that, come over here and talk to Goofy. Once you talk to Goofy, there'll be another cutscene and you get a quest, find Goofy's parts, which you need to do for a trophy. And then we're going to thin this beam. Yes, it's going to squash the guy below it, but for purposes of platinum, it don't really matter. Like I said, just try and get through this fast. Right, so once you've knocked it down, the gremlin will come out. We'll use them later. But first of all, going to come up onto this building, the factory, thin the chimney, guys, and you'll find a power spark inside it. Like I said, we needed one to unlock this first sub-region, but we're going to need more power sparks later. So once we've got our power spark, you're going to come over here next. This yellow house, by the way, is Mickey's house, your house. And we're trying to get onto the top of it now. It can be a bit tricky, so what you might have to do, you might have to thin part of the house to make a ledge to jump onto. But you can get up, and you see this window on the right. We're going to thin the top part of it, and there'll be a power spark. You see that one there? So grab that power spark, then drop down, and go inside the yellow house, Mickey's house. Talk to the telephone. Yeah, you're not talking on the telephone, you're talking to it. Yes, and when you spoke to the telephone, you want to come outside. Prescott will stop you, and you want to let him go in and get the wrench. So when he asks, can I go and get the wrench, Mickey? Tell him, yes, of course you can, buddy. Because that will just speed things up a little bit. He'll go in, grab a wrench, he'll come back out. Then after that, you're going to come and talk to him near the bridge, and he will repair it for you. Once he repairs the bridge, we're going to head inside and go into the next projector screen. And you get a trophy there, collector. I think on the original version of this, you could actually platform across and squeeze beside the bridge before it came down. And you can get through this area really quick. But you can't do it on this one. This one you have to get Prescott to knock it down for you. So in this projector level, go on the train, guys, to trigger it to start rolling down the hill. Now the two film reels, the first one is about halfway through the level. You want that train to trigger, by the way, because you need it for later. Yeah, so there's the first film reel, just on an elevated platform, about halfway along the level. That's it, film reel number 1, Mickey Steamroller. Off this area, of course. And for the second film reel off this level, it's right at the end. But you have to wait for the train to smash through the far building. So that's why I'm taking my time. Because eventually you're going to get to the end, guys. You're going to have to wait for the train. So yeah, just grab all the tickets along the way. Why not? And we are going to get quite a lot of trophies in this video, by the way. We've got, what, 2 already? I think there's about 3 or 4 more to come. So I'm just waiting for the train to catch up now. And, sorry, the steamroller, not the train. What am I talking about? Yeah, steamroller, sorry. It's going to smash this building. Just try not to let the steamroller run over you, because you can get trapped beneath it, and when it stops, you'll just die. I know, because it's happened to me. I was distracted, okay? I was thinking about Gilda again, the MILF. Right, so once you come in here, there you go. It's going to smash that building, guys. And from a driver's seat, just jump out the front window and get that second film reel. Jump on top of the building and leave the projector screen. Now we're going into Mickey Junk Mountain. Right, so once we arrive, yeah, be a little cutscene, and we're just going to grab a few breakables around me. Now, there's a lot of rabbits down here, and rabbits do actually count as enemies, which is quite cool. You can't paint them or thin them, but you can knock them in the water, or sorry, in the thinner or green swamp. So I'm going to come across this guitar to the digger in the middle, Decker. After the little cutscene with Decker, come around the digger and see all these rabbits, guys. Wait until there's 3 or more around you, and spin attack them all at once. And once you spin attack 3 or more enemies at once, you get a trophy. Get off me. And once you got a trophy, we're now going to knock them all into the swamp. Like so. Just keep spinning, attacking them, guys. Knock them all in the swamp. This is a nice, easy spot to do this. And one more. And by the way, see that pipe where this enemy is below? That's actually an infinite spawner of these enemies. So these enemies will keep spawning. Once you kill one or thin one, another one will spawn. And we don't need it because I'm going to be getting all these trophies out of the way optimally, you know, as we go through the game. And there you go. Knock 10 enemies into thinner. I'm just going to paint one of those enemies. That's it. And like I say, if I thin him or kill him, another one will keep spawning in its place. So it could be a good spot to farm enemies. But of course, we're just going to do it as we go through the story. I just want to let you know, I think that's the only infinite spawner in the game. So now, we're making our way over here to that gremlin in the distance. I just painted them 2 blotlings. And this gremlin over here. So this will be gremlin number... I can't remember if it's gremlin number 8 or 9. But yeah, get a chest and a free gremlin kip. He's going to fit your digger for you. And that's going to pull down that cover on the lunchbox. And reveal the exit to the projector screen. Yeah, because a giant lunchbox requires a giant digger to solve the problem. There you go. I have no idea what fuel they put in it for them black fumes coming out. But yeah, there it is, projector screen. Right, so now we're going to make our way back, guys, and then enter the next area. So if you don't want to do these like little tricky jumps through the poison, remember, if you bounce 4 times it'll kill you. You can only bounce 3 times, then the 4th will normally kill you. So it's got to be careful. And in order to reach that projector screen a bit easier, you want to jump onto this little cube with the 1 on the side. Then jump up to the ledge above and you're pretty much at the lunchbox then. Smash a breakable inside it, guys, and enter the projector screen, Alpine Climbers. We're going to get a trophy in this video for getting 1,000 tickets. We're probably going to need about 1,500 in total, I think. I've still not quite calculated it. But yeah, it's going to be about 1,500, I think. Remember, we want to try and get enough for New Game Plus as well. So don't need to smash any breakables in that. So I'm going to continue upwards. The first film reel in this area. Yeah, we just got that one. So yes, I'm busy chatting away about all this stuff. But yeah, the first film reel. So we just got it a bit earlier. So when you reach that first slope, which you slide down, the film reel is just to the left of it, guys. You have to drop down to the left and it's just on the little ledge. So we've just got the first film reel on this area, just near the bottom. Now you're going to make your way to the top, above the exit, like so, and slide down this hidden passage on the right, and you'll find film reel number 2. So make sure you got 2 film reels. Yeah, apologies for that, I was chatting away, but I'm sure you saw what I was doing on the screen. Right, and then exit that projector level. You're going to find a new type of enemy here, and there's a trophy for killing every type of these enemies. This Beetleworks enemy. This first one is kind of unmissable as long as you don't do any skips. So yeah, you have to kill this one in order for the other 2 to come through and break the gate up ahead. So to kill the Beetleworks, you can't actually paint them. You have to thin them. So you have to thin the enemy, and then its green weak point will appear. And you spin attack its weak point. Sometimes it will take 2 hits. But yeah, that's basically how you kill them. So you kill that first hopper. The next 2 will bash through the gate. Then you can make your way past them. Make your way up here. I'm going to paint that guitar. It's quite a far jump to make without painting anything. Up here, make sure you paint that Mickey head to stop the gas. That's it. Carrying upwards, guys, into the square room. Inside here will be 4 fat enemies. We're going to paint all 4 of these. And see that paint machine in the middle? We're going to paint it. So I'm going to paint 2 of these, grab the breakables, paint the machine, and then we're going to paint the final 2 enemies. When you come across these machines, always paint them. And you have to paint that in order to open that door. That's it. So I've painted the 4 enemies, the door's open. So I'm now going to continue forward along this conveyor belt, part of the facility. Smash any breakables along the way, and watch out for the brown gas. If it's just coming out on the lower level, you can actually jump above it. If you jump at the top of your jumps, you know, do 1 jump and a double jump at the height, top height of that jump, and then spin attack again at the height of your double jump. Yeah, you can just get above the first one. But if there's 2 brown gases coming out, you know, one on top of the other. You just have to wait for the bottom one to stop in order to get past it, of course. Pretty obvious, really. But yeah, continue to the end here, and we're also going to get a missable trophy in a second. You have quite a big window when you can get this trophy, but once you kind of start making way to the end boss, you can't come back and get it. I mean, we could just get in New Game Plus, not like a big deal. So once you're outside the conveyor belt area and into this room here, get them 2 breakables, and these 4 enemies, we're going to paint them all. So paint these 4 enemies. So I've got them 3, then I'm going to paint the 4th fat one up there. And see that telephone? We're actually going to type in a number. So first, we're just going to type in hashtag 3 times. So 1, 2, 3. Do it 3 times. Hashtag. That's that hashtag trophy dial tone. Dial the wrong number 3 times. Now we're going to press 0, 3, 3. Yeah, so type in 0, 3, 3. Once you've got that trophy, it will lower the gremlin. And then we're going to free another one. I think this is number 9. That's it. Yeah, do not be prank calling anybody on that telephone. Especially not me asking me to share play Epic Mickey for you. Right, and once gremlin pulls down these claws, we're going to make our way across. There's other ways to bring these claws down, but of course that way it allows us to free a gremlin, which is needed for a trophy, and of course knock down the claws. 2 birds with 1 stone. So once we're down here, we're now going to paint these 4 blotlings. There's 1 bit of works enemies here, but they don't really matter. Just want to paint the blotlings, the big purple guys. And by the way, I did paint them once instantly, then first 3. It's because, yeah, and then when to enter this project level. Yeah, sorry, it's because, you know when you're painting an enemy or thinning them, you see them 2 gauges below your HP. As they build up, it fills up the 3 orbs above them. And when they're full, it allows you to press R1 to lob them orbs around you at an enemy. And when you lob that at an enemy, it normally paints or thins them instantly, depending on what colour it is. You know, blue for paint and green for thinner. And by the way, here's the first film reel on this level. So jump above the dog kennel, go right, jump up again, and get that first film reel. And there you go. It's over 1,000. That's for getting, 1,001 tickets. And then once got a film reel, guys, continue up to the top, and the second film reel is above the exit again. So make way to top left ledge. Now when you drop down after getting this film reel, the rocket's on is going to fall down. So once you slide down the slope, stick left so the rock doesn't hit you. Once it's falling down, guys, drop down, jump across the exit and go through it. Right, so in this area, once you go forward a few steps, Jack Trade is going to trigger some dialogue with you. So you can either kill the enemies or trigger the power yourself. We're going to actually kill the enemies because, of course, it will help us to count towards them kill related trophies, and it's also a bit quicker anyway than going for the power. So paint eight blotlings and thin and spin attack the beetleworks. That's it, like so. So paint the blotlings, and hopefully here you should get the trophy for painting 50 enemies. There you go, painter. Paint 50 enemies, which basically means you're going to befriend them. So now we've got that trophy. Going forward, we're now going to start thinning enemies. When it comes to bosses, we still need to make sure we paint them. So be very careful you don't thin the wrong type of enemy. But basically, any general or basic enemy, yeah, we're going to be thinning them from now on, guys, until we get a trophy for thinning 50. But like I say, we still need to make sure we paint the bosses, we paint the paint machines, things like that, because in this playthrough we're going for the paint route. New Game Plus will be the thinner route. So once you've defeated all the enemies, painting them, befriending them does count as defeating them. And like I say, you thinned the beetleworks, the door will open. So we're going to get the remaining breakables, then make our way through this passage. Get them breakables, enter the spiral staircase. There'll be a cutscene once you approach it. Oswald's office will be at the top. So we're going to get the breakables after the cutscene and make our way to the top. This next room is going to have 3 projector screens we need to do. So we're going to get 6 film reels in a second. And these projector screens are quite quick to do. So we've almost got half of the film reels we need already. Remember, we need 56 in order to get the health capacity upgrade which we need. And I think by the time we've done this, we're going to have about 22 or 24. So yes, approach this card in the middle. Ace of spades. And now we need to do the 3 projector levels behind him. So we'll just do them in order as they unlock. So first we'll do the projector screen on the left, then the one in the middle, and then the one on the right. So we're going to start this carriage. Just attack the lever, guys, to trigger it, because you need this in order to access the first film reel. There's no need to run it too far away, so you actually have to stay on it to get enough height. And you want to hit this first switch to make a cow move out of the way. Hit the first switch, then jump across it and quickly hit the second to move the track before the carriage goes past it. There you go. Now carriage is going to go up to where the first film reel is. I'm going to use it to jump up to it. So make sure you're on the roof, guys. And there it is, film reel number 1 of this area, and that should be 17 in total. Now you're going to make way to film reel 2. Now you've got to do a long jump here, guys. So remember, dash, jump, double jump, and spin attack. There you go. Get film reel number 18. If you miss it, you might be able to jump off that building on the right, but I always make it from that jump on the left. That's it, and then go through the exit. So now we're going to go in the projector screen, the middle one, number 2. Great guns. Another quick one to do. Some of these projector levels, the film reels can actually be kind of hidden, by the way. You might have to like hit a switch or do something else. There's one which you have to hit firework to make platforms appear on the screens, and that can be quite hard to miss. Quite easy to miss. So first film reel in this level, when you reach the hill, take the bottom hidden passage and you'll find it in the middle. Then carry on to the end here. We're going to hit that cannon to make it turn, and it will destroy this building for you to get to the exit. But before you take the exit, jump through the hole in the wall on the right, then continue to the right, guys, enter this tent, and you'll find the second film reel of this level. 20 in total. Come back to the exit, guys, and go back into the other place. Now we're going to do a third and final projector screen of this video. Yeah, so the final one on the right here. I was hoping to see the name of it then. I can't remember the name of this one. But yes, you want to make a way across the first film reel. You see that drawbridge above us, which is closed. You've got to make a way up to it and hit the switch to lower the drawbridge. You hit that switch there, guys, then come outside onto the bridge, jump up, and there's film reel number 1. 21 in total. Going to carry on through the level, and when you make way up here to this knight, you can either jump up them platforms on the left, which are a bit annoying, or just wait, jump on this knight, then jump on these heart platforms when the princess throws them down to you. Then jump above the exit, jump again to make way out the top right window, and jump down to this film reel number 2. 22 in total. Once got that one, jump back, guys, drop down here, get the green ticket, open the door, and exit the side scrolling level. And that's it, pretty much ready to go back to Ostown. That's his first area complete. So like I say, there's 4 of these areas we have to complete. They're similar in length to this one. And then you can basically make your way towards the end boss. But the second playthrough is going to be a lot quicker because you don't have to do all the misc stuff. It's all going to be done already in this first playthrough. So New Game Plus, it's going to go a lot quicker. So once you've done 3 projector screens, you come in the top door. Once it's open, you'll meet Oswald. There'll be a cutscene. You'll get walked back to Ostown, guys, and that's where we're going to end the video. Ready for part 3 tomorrow. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Hey, welcome back to Epic Mickey Recoloured. This is part 3. A bit shorter, just because this area is quite quick. But tomorrow's video, the area takes a bit longer, so we should make up for it tomorrow, guys. So it'll be a bit longer. But yes, first, going to come and talk to the MILF, Gilda, on that bridge. Going to do her second race. As I said before, if you miss some of these races, they are highly missable. So you've got to make sure you do them when they become available. Otherwise, you'll move on to the next race and you'll miss it. So just make sure you do this one. Along the way, make sure you break any breakables. Just get some tickets, you know, as you're moving past them. You have to jump onto this factory roof near the end of it. Get the last 3 checkpoints. And when you complete this race, she'll give you a power spark. And by the time this video is completed, we should have about 1,500 tickets, guys, which should mean going forward we don't really need any more, which would be nice. I mean, you'll probably still break some breakables anyway, you know, to get some hearts or some containers, you know, for your paint. But other than that, you don't need any more tickets really. Now, we're going to come to this red house, talk to Clarabelle. She'll give you the birthday cake. Remember, we gave her the magical ice cream earlier. And in return, when you come back here, like I say, you just go back into a red house, talk to her, she'll give you the cake. Once you've got the cake, come over here to the first projector, talk to Gus at the side of it, and give him 10 tickets to skip to Main Street. You can go through the projector screen again if you want to, but it's no need, we already have the film reels. So let's give him 10 tickets and warp straight back here. When you come in, there'll be a brief scene with Oswald. And after that, we're going to make our way to the detective agency and talk to Horace. See if he's been doing any detecting lately. We're going to give him the birthday cake. We're not going to sing happy birthday to him. You can do that if you want. I'm going to opt out of that, so I don't think you guys would approve of my singing. But yes, so you give him the cake, he gives you a power spark, get the other quests from him, and once you've exhausted this dialogue, come outside and enter the museum. You can break any breakables you pass along the way. Talk to Laura Lee, is it? Yeah, talk to Laura Lee inside the museum. You give the Hook's cutlass and you get a power spark from her. Once you've got a power spark, come down here. We now want to climb up onto the cinema roof. If you come down this street here, it's a nice spot to get some more breakables and jump on this umbrella or parasol, jump onto the blue canopy and then hop onto the top of the roof. A few more breakables to break, and you want to talk to this dude. His name is Shifty. So talk with him, and we're going to buy Horace's book for 50 tickets. If I'm honest, we don't really need to do it, and we won't be doing this in New Game Plus, but just allow us to get a few more power sparks in case you need them. Right, so once you talk to Shifty, you bought the Horace's book for 50 tickets. Going to drop down, talk to the usher outside the cinema. He's going to give you the construction worker costume, which will pop you a trophy because it equips automatically, and it will also give you a power spark. That's basically for how many reels we've found so far. And then once you're done, come and talk to Marcus nearby. And as long as you've got 5 power sparks, it'll fix up the second projector screen for you, which will lead you to the Tomorrow City. And then make your way over here, guys, and enter that next projector you just repaired. Jump straight inside it. Yeah, this will be Plutopia, part 1. So the first film reel, go left. Very, very difficult to find this one. I know that one's very easy to miss, but luckily I'm here to guide you. Yeah, just go left and grab that, guys. Right, next up, make your way to the right. This next film reel, which will be in total, film reel number 24. Yes, this one will be directly above the exit. You'll need to jump across the floating bones to reach it. Yeah, I think we're probably going to finish the game at about part 6 or 7. And I did not say that on purpose, by the way. When I said it, I just think, what have I done? But no, that's roughly where we're going to finish the game. And the New Game Plus, it's going to go a lot quicker. New Game Plus is probably only going to be about 3 videos long. So we might even complete the game in less than 12 parts. Sorry, complete the platinum. So when you come here, guys, into Nautilus, we're going to come over to this cage on the left where the gremlin is locked inside, and for some reason it lets you grab onto the side of that framework. So if you jump up on the side of it, you can't latch onto any of the parts, but that side you can latch onto it and pull yourself up, and you can drop in the roof, free that gremlin, and he's going to lower the cranes, or sorry, use the cranes, activate them and bring up the boat, and that will be Gremlin Star, and that's gremlin number 10 of 12 that we need to rescue. Once he's lifted up the boat from the water, the projector screen in the middle, make way to the opposite side, thin the 2 Blot links, and you want to paint the transparent cogs on this like crane here, and that will get all the platforms working. That's it. Once all the platforms are spinning, you need to carefully jump up them, guys, to reach the top. I know we've already lifted the boat out of the water, but the reason we need to come up here is because we need to get the goofy parts. Because now there are some collectibles we have to get inside the normal levels, not just the side-scrolling. The 3D levels now have some collectibles. So in here is the first goofy part. So that will be his leg. Yeah, so grab his leg. Make sure you got that, guys. Very, very important. You need to make sure you get all the parts, by the way, on your paint playthrough. Yeah, because the trophies for completing the game with the thinner playthrough, you have to complete it with thinner and not collect any parts. And the one for completing it in paint, you have to complete it with paint and assemble all of the animatronics, which is basically Goofy, Daisy, and I think is it Donald? Right, so here, the first film reel, you have to jump on that car, by the way, to pip its horn to make him bash down the second pole. And this pole moving up and down this broken one, go on the top of it, guys, and jump up to that first film reel of this level. That's film reel number 25. So once got that, continue over to the right. And the last film reel of this level is above the exit. You'll enter this boxing ring. You need to jump on the robot, the mechanical man. And once the gorilla, I think it's a gorilla or something else, some abomination. Yeah, it's going to knock his head up into the air. And as long as you're standing on it, guys, you can get that film reel directly above the exit. Once got a second film reel of this level, the final one, come into the exit below. And now we are in Tomorrow City Lagoon. So here, there's going to be a new type of Beetleworks. There's a trophy for defeating every type of Beetleworks. Most of them are kind of related to completing the story. I guess it depends what route you take to unlock the exit, you know, of what particular area you're in. But yeah, a lot of them you can't kind of like miss them. But yes, this is the Tomorrow City Lagoon. So we need to attack 4 valves in order to unlock the exit, or the passage to the exit. And this is a new Beetleworks enemy. So first, hit this valve here. That's valve number 1. We need to hit 4, by the way. So valve number 1. Next up, come over to this spinner enemy. Yep, you need to thin him out and then spin attack his weak point. And then in that floor there, guys, is valve number 2. Just thin the floor and then spin that valve number 2. These normally take 2 or 3 hits, so I hit him 1 time. I went and got the valve, then you have to wait for him to recover, you know, get all the armor back before you can thin them again. And that's it. So I just kill that new Beetleworks, the spinner. Then you jump over to the side, guys, get that valve number 3. Again, it's in the floor, so thin the floor first. And valve number 4 is in this wall here, guys. So thin the wall and attack the valve. And as you see, we just unlocked the passage to the exit. Now I need to make way to the upper level. You can jump on this little arm here. Jump onto that platform. Hop across here. Get a spray ball. Thin this blotling. Remember, we've got the trophy already for paint and 50 blotlings. So now we're going to try to thin them. Now continue through here and this like a little mini boss. So this dude, make sure you defeat him with paint. Yeah, he's a slobber. So defeat him with paint. First of all, I'm going to get breakables on the left. And we get ones on the right a bit later. So get breakables on the left. Come over to him, guys. And just keep painting him. If you wait until he's trying to suck you in, you do more damage when you're painting. And got him. This area, by the way, when you come into it, it changes to the Great Big Tomorrow. So Tomorrow City Lagoon and the Great Big Tomorrow, they're kind of in the same region. But once you transition through the passage, it changes to the Great Big Tomorrow, where this mini boss is. And once you beat him, you'll get a new sketch. This is like an ability, so that's a TV sketch. You'll get a trophy as well, Cartoon Chaos. You're going to drop the TV on that power pad. If you place it in the wrong place, go and talk to that dude again, and he'll give you another one. And once you place it on that power pad, come down here, get all these breakables on the right side, grab that second goofy part, that's his torso. So yes, make sure you grab the second goofy part, his torso / body, and come and talk to Mr. Rover after placing that TV on the power pad, and he'll spin around the screen and allow you to get to the other side. Smash the breakables, make way along this passage, and enter the projector screen at the end. And this will be Plutopia Part 2. Okay, so the first film reel, you need to go to the far left to begin with. Now he's supposed to go right a bit and kind of like jump across the bones, but you can just get into that house if you jump right. Do not jump when you're too close to the house, you normally get caught in the corner then. But you can make it as you just saw me do it, with just your basic actions. and then get that first film reel on top of them floating bones. Once got that, you want to continue to the right. The next film reel in this level, just continue right until you pass a pile of bones in the background. That pile just there, guys, there's exactly 44 bones there. I have counted them all, just so I can accurately explain to you where we are. So once go past a pile of 43 bones, jump over here and get that second film reel. That's it, then make way right and go through the exit. I wonder if anyone's actually going to count them bones to see if I'm actually telling the truth. You can crack on, guys. I dare you to check if I've actually got a count right. You'll get no trophies for that though, unfortunately. Yeah, so got 2 film reels and head through the exit to enter the Tomorrow Square. Now there's a few different ways you can do this area, and there's a goofy pot up here. There's a way to get this a bit easier. So you want to paint this ledge on the left, and you see that little step here, it's kind of down slightly from the top of the ledge. You can just jump and reach it, and jump up here, guys, and grab that other goofy part. I call that one the red leg. So we've got a silver leg before, that's the red leg, so it's got like a red shoe. Then once got that goofy part, that's goofy part number 3. Come up here, free that gremlin. That's gremlin number 11 of 12. And I'm not putting my TV on them power pads, I'm just jumping up to get the breakables, because them breakables near the power pad always contain a TV sketch. But you want to make way over here, guys, and free this gremlin. That's gremlin number 12 of 12. And I also got a trophy, Mickey Uncaged. There is more to come, so don't worry if that one don't pop the trophy for you. I mean, it should have, if you follow me correctly. But we are going to get, like I say, we are going to get some extra. And that's Gremlin Spark. So when you free him, he's going to activate the rocket. Well, not quite, but you free him, it gives you some information. But when you hit this valve, that is what activates the rocket ride. And we can use that rocket ride to reach the next gremlin. And he's going to unlock the exit for us. So you're going to drop back down to the track. You're going to jump on the rocket ride and use it to reach this upper tower. That's it. We're going to free this gremlin. So this is actually gremlin number 13. So that previous one did not unlock the trophy. This one should do. And when you free him, it's going to unlock the exit for you. Right, then you want to come down here, guys, and make way to the end. Yeah, so there's another way to unlock this exit. You can also place a TV on all 3 of the power pads. That's another way to unlock it. And we're probably going to do it that way in New Game Plus. It's a bit quicker. But because we wanted to get some gremlins anyway, I just did it that way for this particular run through that level, that area. So in this level, Mickey's Mechanical Man Part 2. Once you're in the gym, you want to jump up on top of the safes, and you'll find the first film reel on the upper right platform in this first building. So once you've got that first film reel of this level, make way right, enter the boxing ring. Looks like Mechanical Man got a bite of him. We missed that fight. Right, you're going to jump on these heads to reach the exit, but do not go through the exit yet. First of all, make way upwards, jump across these swinging lampshades. You don't have to go to the very top. I mean, if you want to get some tickets, you can, but just for the film reel, just jump across the swinging lampshades, and there it is. Film reel number 2 of this level. So now we can return to the exit, guys, and make our way to Space Voyage. This is the last area before the boss, Petronic. This boss actually takes about 5 minutes to beat. It's actually one of the longer bosses of the game, if I'm honest. So once you enter the Space Voyage, I'm not going to bother getting any gremlins. We don't really need to get any more. But it's going to be the last goofy part in here. So you should have 3 goofy parts at this point, and this will be goofy part number 4. So I'm going to get these breakables nearby. Like I say, after this video, you shouldn't have to get any more breakables. So you're going to come to this like little capsule, this pod. You're going to thin the side and step on this plate and it will move. Do not jump, because the plate will lift up and it will start to move back to its original location. Just stay on this plate, guys, and once it gets up here, you want to jump out. Like so. That's it. There's a few different ways to get to the upper ledges. Like I say, you can free some gremlins, but this way is just a bit quicker. Right, going to get some breakables to make way to the roof. I like to come up here anyway because there's a golden ticket which gives you 100 tickets. So once on the top, get the last few breakables and get that golden ticket. Once got that, you're going to drop down and go to the base of the rocket in the middle. there's going to be a new Beetleworks enemies here, and there's also quite a lot of breakables. So this Beetlework, I think this one's called a tanker. So this one you have to hit him about 2 or 3 times, and when you do kind of like thin him out, try not to get stunned by his projectiles, because if you do, it's going to knock you back, and you're probably not going to get a chance to hit its weak point again before he recovers. So when you thin him, avoid his projectiles, and then try to attack him when he starts rotating like this. So as you see, it takes about 3 hits to kill him. It'll be easier later when we get the watch sketch, because you can just freeze him with the watch and just attack him 3 times before they get a chance to recover. And there we go. So that's the 3rd type of Beetleworks. Next up, you want to come over here, get its breakables, yes, to the 2nd pod. Going to thin the side, get inside it, and this is going to spin you around to a slope, which leads up to the final part of Goofy. Here's Peen. No, not that. I mean, I think this is his head or something. Oh no, it's his other arm. That's the one. Forgot what it was. So yeah, once got the final part. There you go. I'm just showing you there. So you should have every single part. If you've missed one, you're just going to have to come back here, guys, and get one which you missed on whichever area it was. But Tomorrow City has all 4 Goofy parts, basically one on each area. And then once you've got it, you're going to drop down to this elevator. You're going to paint the switch on the side to activate it. Then go inside, talk to Gus, and tell him that you're ready to use the elevator and confront Petronic. He is the boss. There'll be a few cutscenes, and like I say, this boss just take a bit longer because you can't actually reach him. You have to wait for his attacks and then deflect his spinning disc back at him, and that's how you damage him. You'll stun him after so many hits, and you can run up to him and paint him. Remember, you want to paint this boss. All the bosses in the game, you have to paint them on this first playthrough we're doing. So it's going to take 3 stages. The first stage, you only have to hit him with a spinning disc once. Second stage, you have to hit him with twice. And I guess you can see where I'm going with this. The third stage, you have to hit him with a disc 5 times. No, 3 times, of course. So that's the spinning disc. So avoid his attacks. And when he lobs that spinning disc at you, just spin attack to deflect it back at him. Then run up to him and paint him. There you go. So that's the first stage. Like I say, 3 stages. Got to paint him 3 times. Make sure you get off this floor before it disappears. Yeah, that floor only appears when he's staggered. And then you run up to him, of course. There are some health points on these like little platforms. 2 of the platforms have a ticket on, by the way, and 2 of heart. And I made that mistake for a while. I was thinking, why am I not getting any health? And I realised it's because I was actually grabbing a ticket. And you can actually die quite easily on this, so be very careful. And the reason you might see me jumping over the pit sometimes and then jumping back is because sometimes when you do that, he lobs his projectiles to go down the bottom then, and they don't hit the floor which you're walking on. Yep, and that's the second time. So as you can see, he'll get a barrier around him at some point, and the disc will keep bouncing back to you. But I had to hit him with the disc 2 times on that stage. And the final stage, so I got to him with the disc 16 times, minus 13, and that should do the trick. So again, watch your health, and by the way, if you do die on this fight, you got to go all the way back to the start of it. Yeah, start all over again. It's not like you just resume control where you are, you know, on stage 3, you'll be back on stage 1. It's not like I know from experience, you know, I just read about it somewhere. Yeah, they're the things what get you. It's them projectiles, they're what get you. And by the way, when you just ground pound, you can jump up. That's it, to avoid getting stunned. So here comes the disc again. Is that the second time or the third time? I'll be honest, I've not even put down the TV. I wonder if the TV can kind of like distract him or something. I doubt it. Some I've never tried. Maybe we'll give it a go on New Game Plus, guys, see if it does anything. Yeah, put his favourite cartoon on. Or show him Gilda in her prime. In one of her dirty movies. Right, here we go. So I'm going to paint him again, and that should be it. his paint gauge is completely full, and that's going to beat him and make him my ally. So I was kind enough to paint him. And now I can collect the spinning disc. That's the first rocket part. We need to get 2 more pieces. And you'll also get a paint capacity upgrade. There you go. Paint capacity upgrade number 2. We've now got 5 bars of paint. And spin to win. That's a trophy you'll get for beating him. Grab the spinning disc, guys, and go through the projector screen. Like I say, a bit of a shorter video, just because that area was quite quick. But the next area, Venturland or Tortuga, I forget the name, is it Tortuga or something? But yeah, that place takes a bit longer. So that's be it. Once you go through the portal, guys, that'll be it, and I'll see you on part 4 tomorrow. Hey up guys, welcome back to part 4. As you can see, this one's a bit longer than yesterday, so hopefully that makes up for it. So we're in Main Street. When you first come in, we need to go over to the garden and paint these 3 enemies. Make sure you paint them. The reason being is because if you thin them, Oswald will not give you a power spark. So paint all 3 of them. That's it. And I'm going to free Marcus. And then he'll be back at the power station thingy, ready for later. So once you've done so, we're going to come into the detective agency next and talk to Horace. We should automatically give him this book and get a power spark ×1 in return. This book, if you remember, we got it from, I think his name was Shifty, on top of Cinema Roof. So he gave him this book, you got a power spark, we took his other quest, but we're not going to be doing them anyway. We're going to come to the ice cream parlour next. We're going to talk to Paulie, and we're going to buy the extra health capacity. It'll cost 250 tickets. So yes, buy that guys, the extra health capacity. That'll give you 1 extra heart. You need to fully max your health for a trophy. And once you bought that, also buy the ice cream for 50 tickets as well. Ice cream 50 tickets and the extra health capacity for 250. Next up, come back outside, go and talk to Oswald. Because you painted those 3 enemies which captured Marcus, he'll give you 1 power spark as a reward. Come and talk to Marcus next, he'll give you a power spark as well for freeing him. And now you've got 10 power sparks, he'll fix the 3rd projector screen. And get out trophy guys, oh the cleverness of me. And if you did need a few more power sparks, by the way, you can actually go and buy them now from Casey in the Emporium. The first one costs 50, then 100, then 150, and then you get unlimited for 200 afterwards. We should have enough. So once done, come into Ostown next. And come over to Goofy. And interact with him guys, and now you've found all 4 parts. He'll be assembled and you'll get a trophy. Once done that, talk to him again, and he'll open his house for you. Come into the pink house and grab a locket. Very, very important. Yeah, make sure you grab a locket. Then once you've got a locket, you're going to go back to Main Street. Now, by the way, if you've missed any Goofy parts, I mean, try not to miss any parts, guys, because they're very, very important. You have to complete the paint playthrough and get all the parts, and you have to complete the thinner playthrough in New Game Plus and don't collect any. So you'll be very careful. So try not to miss any. But I know it can be easy to miss things even when you're following a walkthrough. But if you do miss any, you can actually buy them from a shop for 1,000 tickets each. And by the way, come over to Oswald, give him the locket you just got, and he'll give you another extra health capacity. So you get the locket after giving Goofy all his parts back, you bring the locket back to Oswald, and he gives you extra health capacity. Once you've done so, you're going to come into this projector level next. This will be Jungle Rhythm Part 1. Now first, film reel. Make way to the right while jumping above the trees. And you'll eventually find this at the top of this tree here. This hollow tree. So grab that film reel number 1. And then film reel, the second one in this area. You have to jump on the branch above the exit. And that's where you'll find this. So the second one, guys, is directly above the exit. Or kind of to the right. There you go. So get that, guys, and go through the exit. Sorry, just coming back to the parts for a moment. So any parts you miss, you can buy them normally from the shop within that area next. Once you finish that area, you can buy them for 1,000 tickets. I think Goofy's, you buy them from a shop in Main Street. I can't remember exactly. And Daisy's parts will be from a shop in here, likely, Venturland. And Donald's parts later will likely be from a shop in Bog Easy. So if you do miss any, don't panic, you can buy them from a shop. It just means you're going to have to farm some money, guys. They do cost quite a lot, 1,000 each. And Goofies, you need to do them as soon as possible, because you need Oswald to be in Main Street, so you can give him lucky afterwards, and of course get that extra health capacity which we've got. So at the moment you should now have 7 heart containers. So we've got 2 health capacity so far. Like I say, you need to max save your health for an upgrade. So once you get to Venturland and you get control back, you're going to spin around and grab a power spark behind you. That's it. Once you've got a power spark, you're going to come over here and talk to Smee next. He's the crime pirate. Yeah, you get a cutscene when you talk to him, and he'll let you know what you need to do next. So once you've got through that cutscene, grab a power spark behind the big tree behind Smee. Yeah, grab a power spark, and then climb to the top of this big tree behind Smee. The tree behind Smee, climb up it, and at the top, find a Tiki Mask. So that's Tiki Mask number 1. Once you've got Tiki Mask number 1, drop down to the sledge, kind of making a way anti-clockwise around the area. Grab Tiki Mask number 2 in the top of that building, like I just got, and Tiki Mask number 3 is above this water wheel on this ledge. Once you've got all 3 Tiki Masks, drop down to where you collected the second one, drop down to the base of that building and talk to the Daisy machine. You get a quest for finding all the parts, which will basically be in like the next set of areas. Come and talk to Scurfy Pat nearby. He should be walking around. He'll have a compass in his hand and a weapon normally on his shoulder. Just chat with him, get through this dialogue, and they can buy the compass afterwards for 25 tickets. So buy the compass from Scurvy Pat for 25 tickets, just be quicker. And come and talk to Damien Salt next, over here. Yeah, it's a big guy standing beside this building, or the chest. Yeah, so keep talking to him, guys, and give him the ice cream mask when he the ice cream when he asks for it. Then after giving him the ice cream, getting past cutscene, buy the figurehead for 50 tickets. Once you bought the figurehead, come into the tiki shop next. Talk to the tiki shop owner, Sam. And because you found all 3 tiki masks, you know, around the town area, he'll give you the ship's wheel. Now you've got all 3 parts, come back and talk to Smee, and he'll unlock the exit for you. So 3 parts you need in total. The figurehead, you buy that from Damien Salt after giving him the ice cream. The ship's wheel, you buy that from you get that from the tiki shop owner as a reward for finding all 3 tiki masks scattered around the village. And what's the other one? I'm trying to think what the other one was now. It's escaped me. Oh yeah, the compass from Scurvy Pat for 25 tickets. So once you've given all them to me, guys, got everything else, we've got of course the power sparks and started the Daisy quest. Coming to the exit. Now in this area, make way left, and that'll be the first film reel. Yeah, to the far left, grab that first one, and now make way to the right. The second film reel will be halfway through this level. You'll come across a tree with a green ticket above it. That's one we need to jump onto. And from that tree, you can jump up to the left onto the birds, and that's where you find the second film reel. So there's the tree with the green ticket above it. Jump on it, jump to the birds on the left, and there it is, guys. Film reel number 2 of this level. Nice, super nice. Continue right, and there'll be a massive wave, and of course this little raft to sail over to the right. Continue to the right. Going to jump on this big guy and go through the exit. Yeah, into Tortuga. That's the name. Yeah, I couldn't remember what the name was on the previous video, but yeah, Tortuga. So there'll be a cutscene once you come in. So we're going to get a first Daisy part almost immediately upon gaining entry to this next area. We're just going to spin around after talking to Billy. You're going to jump into this building via the roof, the hole in the roof, and there's the first Daisy part. So I call that one Daisy's bottom. Yeah, because of course it's got like her bottom part of her body and her leg. So yeah, grab Daisy's bottom, and once she's got a bum, you're going to come up here next, and you see this building. This is the jail. We're going to jump to the top of it, thin this window with a flag above it, and grab a key from inside. Once you've got the key, drop down to the door, thin the frame to make the door fall down, and then come inside the jail. Give the key to the first prisoner, Ruffian Branderson. Give a key to him, that'll unlock his cell, and he'll unlock this little passage for you. Once you've done so, come up here. We're going to go down that passage. And I'm going to get the cutlass at the bottom. So first I'm going to thin these 2 blot links, then you need to hit all 4 cogs quite quick. Because you see what happened to me, I hit 2, then I kill the blot links, and the other 2 logs are kind of deactivated. So either do one and then the other. Don't try to do both at once like I'm doing, so you won't do it in time. So kill the 2 blot links by thinning them, and hit all 4 cogs within a quick time frame. Got him. I thought I was going to be running around there for about 5 minutes. Right, so once you spun around the little cage, grab the cutlass. That's one of the quest items we need. Then exit this passage, thin these 2 enemies outside. That's it. Once you've done so, you want to come over to this secluded building over here, and you want to grab the bag on the balcony. So grab Billy's bag, guys, on that balcony. So now we've got Billy's bag and his sword. I'm going to head back over to him. He's going to give us a new ability. It'll be the Watch Sketch. This sketch can be quite useful for defeating certain enemies. You know the Beetleworks enemies, where normally you have to thin them, then attack them, and then they run away and you have to wait for them to recover before you can hit them again. Yeah, you get a trophy as well, Time is an Illusion. Yeah, for obtaining the Watch Sketch. Yeah, if you freeze the enemy using the Watch Sketch after thinning them, you can actually kill them quickly, and it works quite well. So whereas they normally, like I say, run away and recover, they don't get a chance to, because you freeze them, they just quickly spam attack and hit their weak point a few times, and they're dead quite quick. And I'll put that into action actually in one of the areas coming up. So once you've got a Watch Sketch, next up, he's actually unlocked the projector for us. So you can come up here now, guys, and enter the jungle. And the first reel, by the way, is directly above the entrance. You can't miss it. There you go. I think it's supposed to come above them trees at the top. We can make it from that log. So once got our first film reel, make way to the right, and you see these kind of like big animals, birds, ducks, whatever they're supposed to be. The third one, jump on it, and it eventually moves down. To make it move down a bit quicker, you can just ground pound it. And there you go, get our second film reel. And now you should have 36, and you'll get a trophy, guys, movie goer. Yeah, so 36, and if you have missed any film reels, don't worry too much. We do get a few extra. We need 56 in total, so that trophy's going to come naturally anyway for 36. The reason you need to get 56 is because it gives you a health upgrade. And I think I end up getting about, I think I get about 60 or something like that. I think it's about 60, something like this. But anyway, once done so, and you've entered the jungle, so them totems, keep that in mind, we need to make our way over to them later. So we need to defeat every enemy in this room. So first of all, we're going to defeat these 2 hopper enemies. Just thin them both and then attack their weak points. That's it, like so. Then you want to thin this wall near where we came in. You'll reach a passage, make your way to the top, and thin this fat enemy at the top of it. Try not to stand too close, because as you can see, it's got quite a large explosion radius when he pops. Now grab that first gem, that's gem number 1. Once got gem number 1 off 5, jump onto this kind of like middle raised hill, and now jump across these trees and over to this platform. Paint that platform there so you've got something to stand on, and then jump behind this wall, guys, and get gem number 2. Thin the wall to get back out after getting gem number 2, and then drop down here to meet Starkey. Once you meet Starkey, he'll give you a few quests. There's 2 ways, I think, to unlock the exit in this room, but the way we're doing it, we'll get some kills and some other things. So gem number 3 is behind the wall, just in front of Starkey. So grab gem number 3 in front of Starkey, behind the wall. Then come over here next to this big tree and kill the 4 enemies around it by thinning them. Yes, so thin the 4 enemies. Once they're all thinned, gem number 4 can be found in this little hole here. Thin the floor to see it. So that's gem number 4. Now make way to the middle part of the area. Yeah, that's a new Beetle Works enemy, by the way. Now, thin that fat enemy, and the final enemy in this area will be that Beetle Works. We're going to kill him. So I'm going to thin him. Then when he starts spinning around, after he gets close to you, I'm going to freeze time with the watch, run behind him, and attack his weak point quickly to kill him quickly. There you go, get a trophy there. Faulty Machinery. That's for killing every type of Beetle Works. And then the fifth and final gem is on that boat down the bottom. So grab that gem from that boat in the swamp. Now come to totems, paint any eyes on them, which are thinned, and then interact with them guys to plant all the gems. Like I say, you have to paint the eyes and plant the gems, all 5. Now, if you did not get that trophy for killing that final Beetle Works enemy, don't worry too much, because as you go through the end of the game, you're going to come across a lot of the previous Beetle Works enemies anyway. Just keep in mind which one you need, because I might be running past them if we don't particularly need them, but I try to point them out. So there's 4 remember in total. You got the hopper ones, you got the spinner, the tanker, and I think that one we just killed is called the basher. Right, so once you place all 5 gems, you've opened the well at the top. So come to the ledge above the totems, jump onto the platform to head inside the well, then grab Daisy's arm inside. Once got Daisy's arm, come back up the top, and now we'll chat to Starkey, and because we've killed all the enemies in this area, he's going to open the exit for us. Yeah, later on when we come back here, we might do this a different way on New Game Plus, just because right now it was quite helpful because we had to go and collect all the gems anyway in order to get Daisy's part, so I just killed all the enemies along the way. But yeah, when we do this on New Game Plus, we might do that area in a slightly different manner, which might be a bit better for us, you know, when we just try and speedrun the game. So the door that Starkey opens up for you, enter Treehouse and then make way to the top guys and enter this projector screen. This will take us to the Whalers. So when you first come in, attack the golden harpoon on the left. Well, sorry, it's the anchor, it's not the harpoon gun. Never mind, I did call that the harpoon launcher in my text guide, but I only just now realised it shoots out the anchor. But yes, on the far left, it's a film reel. So grab that first film reel, then make way to the far right. And now you're going to make way past this big iceberg. Once you go below it, you need to make way to the top of it, and that's where you find the second film reel. So you kind of need to try to jump onto these, they magpies? Yeah, use them to reach the top of the iceberg, and that's where you find the second film reel of this level. So in total, at the moment, we should have 38 film reels. So all we have to do now really is get, what's that, 18 more? Not many. I think by the time we finish this video, we only need about 8 more or something. So make way to the far right. You will need to wait for this whale to come up, and it will open this jaw, and you can hop inside and go through the exit. So now you're back in Tortuga. All we need to do is make way to the top. Talk to Starkey, who's standing outside the door. He's going to unlock it for you, and you can head inside and go through the next exit. You can also talk to the pirate on the roof to the right, just here. I think you can pay him and he opens the door as well. But if you've done Starkey's quest in the jungle area, he's normally waiting there for you, and you can open this door for free. And yes, and then you want to enter this next side-scrolling level. Once in here, we're going to make our way right until we reach the piano. When you reach the piano, you want to jump on the tree to the right, because it's just easier to reach this one from the spider. Yeah, stand on the spider, jump to the top of that tree, then jump to the tree on the left and grab that first film reel. Once you've got that first one, now you want to continue to the right, and as you make way towards the exit, you want to try to get on top of the trees. So I like to normally stay on that spider, get on top of this tree, and now stay on the top of them. And then by the time you get to the exit, you should be able to jump above it and get the second film reel for this level. Yes, there you go. You need to jump over that rock, and it's to the far right. There we go. That should be film reel number 40. Now go back and go through the exit. Yeah, quite a few areas in this this region, the pirate region. So once you spawn in at the pirate voyage, there's not really much to do in this area. In this area, all you really need to do is get to the end of it and enter the fire projector screen. So we don't need to break any more breakables, of course. But sometimes I will break some, so I need to get more hearts, or, you know, I just want to get a bit more paint or thinner to refill my stock quicker. You just refill over time, but just a bit quicker if you get some from breakables. And like I say, sometimes you'll need to get hearts back anyway if your health's getting a bit low. So in this area, once you reach a river, make way to the first ledge on the left, thin that blotling enemy. Then you want to jump up to this this ledge, up again, thin this enemy next. Then once it's thinned, come to this paint machine and paint it. Yes, so paint that paint machine. That's it. Once painted that first one, drop down here where you jumped up, and drop in the ceiling to find another paint machine. Paint this one as well. That'll unlock the gate. So that's 2 paint machines painted so far. And then paint machine number 3 will be on the far right ledge. So thin the enemy outside it, thin the door frame to make the door fall down, and then paint this 3rd paint machine. That's it. Once done so, it will unlock this gate forward. You can jump on the boats next, just to go through that gate. So it's actually quite low. You try to go through by falling in the water and jumping. It might take you a while, because like I say, the hitbox for that gate is quite low. And to get through that far gate, the far right gate, just thin the actual cage, and you'll be able to get through it. And try not to get trapped in them spikes. As you can see, it does kill you instantly. Luckily, there's no trophy for completing the game without dying. Now I'm going to thin the 2 enemies here. Just jump through that spike trap when it opens, of course. As it thin those 2 enemies, and then carry on to the end of this area. I'm going to thin the far left gate, and then enter the projector screen. This will take us to the final area, by the way, of this region. Yes, Skull Island. And then we've got the boss, of course. So in this area, Shanghai, going to make way to the top deck. And then, do you remember earlier when I mentioned the fireworks hiding a film reel? This is the area with that particular film reel in. We'll see in a minute. So once on top deck, make way to the right by jumping on the masts, and then jumping to the right and get that first film reel. Once you've got our first one, make way to far left of the deck, and there'll be a storage of fireworks. Hit the fireworks and then make some clouds appear. Now you need to quickly climb up these clouds in order to get a film reel at the very top of the area. There you go. So be quick, so clouds do eventually disappear. And that's it. So we've got 42 film reels right now, and we're going to go through the exit. So there's quite a lot to do in this area, guys, so try to pay attention. There's 4 paint machines we need to paint, and make sure you paint them, otherwise you're going to miss a daisy part. Yes, very, very important. But remember, you can buy the parts from town if you do miss any, but they'll cost 1,000 tickets each. Right, so you're going to come up here first and paint this paint machine. It's quite difficult to give directions around this area, so just follow my lead. Paint that paint machine. Right, like I say, make sure you paint it. That's the first of the 4 paint machines in this area. Now I come over here to this island. I'm going to make way to the top of it. Yeah, this is the northeast island. You're going to thin the largest rock on the top. You'll find an anchor, and then thin the anchor inside. That's anchor number 1 of 3. Once you thin that anchor and raise the boat slightly, you now want to make way to the northern wrecked ship over here. And when you reach this northern wrecked ship, you're going to make way to the top of it and attack the wheel at the top. And that will unlock a shortcut elevator, which we'll use later. Yeah, so attack that wheel. There you go. It will enable this shortcut elevator. So then you want to come down it, jump onto this ledge around the middle wall, and there's paint machine number 2. So paint that second paint machine. Yeah, I was a bit worried if I actually did properly paint it or not, because the enemy was attacking me, so I just double checked. So once in the second paint machine, come over to a northwest island next, this one here. and you're going to make your way to the top of it, thin out the large bit of tune floor, drop inside, kill the enemy with thinner, hit this cog to open the gate, and then thin this second anchor off 3 to raise the boat a little bit more. Now we're going to make our way to that shortcut elevator we triggered earlier. Attack any breakables if you need to get some health back. Yes, once it comes down, jump on it. And now once it stops at the top, you're going to try to jump to the platform ahead of you. You can do so. Yeah, see that ledge? You can just make it. So dash, jump, double jump, and the spin attack. Stand on that pressure plate to unlock these 2 gates. This one and the far one. Paint this bridge. Paint that raft, then jump over it and hit that cog. Now see the opposite side of that bridge, the exit. That's another way to get to these next 2 paint machines coming up. But first of all, we're going to come out that gate, come up here, and at the top here will be another part of Daisy. That's Daisy's leg. That's just a leg, not a bottom. So grab Daisy's leg, and then come to this ledge, and you see that ledge down below, drop down to it, and you'll find 2 paint machines. And because I only mentioned it briefly, I'll just say again, make sure you've got that Daisy's leg, that Daisy's part on the top of this mountain, guys. And if you had trouble dropping down to these 2 paint machines, remember, if you go back into the mountain, go along that bridge, and it'll be outside through the hole, as you can see from here. So paint these 2 paint machines, and once you've painted all 4 paint machines, you'll get a cutscene, and then you know you've done them all. So make sure you've got that cutscene. That's it. So you've got all 4 paint machines done, painted them all, and you've got Daisy's leg. Now you're going to drop down here where all the blotlings are. We're going to put down a TV in front of them, and you get a trophy there for distracting 5 enemies at once. And then once they're all distracted, we're going to thin all these enemies. Should be 6 enemies in total. Yes, just make sure you put down the TV first, guys, to distract them, get that trophy. There will be other opportunities later. This is a really good spot to do so. So thin them out. That's it. You can always do it on New Game Plus anyway. So thin them out, then come over to this final island where the last anchor is. Thin this enemy on the top. Thin the 2 rocks. Attack the wheels behind him to take that little track. And then hit the cog to unlock the gate below. Drop down, enter the cave, thin the 2 enemies, guys, and then thin the 3rd and final anchor to finally raise Smee's boat. Right, there we go. Now we can go and engage a boss. We should be able to get the next area done in the next video as well, part 5. So yeah, you have to come over to Smee's boat, you have to paint the wheel, and then interact with it, guys, and tell them you're ready to head to the Jolly Roger. Yeah, and what I'm thinking to do for New Game Plus, by the way, I might put New Game Plus all in one video. I'll see, it depends how quick we can get it done. If I get it done in under 2 hours, yeah, I might just cram it all into one video. Let's get a series done. I'll see how I get on with that. So once you reach the Jolly Roger, head over to this wheel on the side, attack it to lower that first boat, then paint the second boat and use it to reach a deck, and there'll be a brief scene with the boss. Now to defeat this boss with the paint route, we have to make our way to the top of the ship, you know, on the top masts, and free the sprite. And that's how you beat him for the paint route. We'll beat him on the thinner route later, which you have to kind of defeat him more directly on the bottom deck here. Like I say, to defeat him on the paint route, we have to make our way to the top. Basically a bit of platforming and rescue the sprite. Right, so it's a bit awkward here because the game forces a specific camera angle on you. So paint that stairs, come to the top here, paint these items, then jump to the top onto this mast. On this mast you normally have to paint or thin the actual sail on them, and then they'll either spin around or they'll go up the further up the mast, the pole. So go across the first 2 masts. On the 3rd you want to paint the cog to raise that one. Then at the top here you want to thin the barrels in order to lower this platform. You start to reach this mast. On this one, Hook is going to knock down them weights. After doing so, we're going to paint this weight in front of us to raise a platform. And you can paint the sail on this mast as well to make it get a bit higher. Yeah, so paint that to weight, jump on this platform, then jump across that mast with the 2 weights on it. Try not to get knocked off, by the way, because it's a long way back up. Thin out them 2 weights and then paint the cog to raise this mast a bit higher. Then on the final mast, thin out the sail to lift it up and then attack the sprite cage, guys, and you'll rescue it. There'll be a long cutscene and you'll defeat Hook via the paint route. And then we're going to get back to Venturland. You get the Daisy part, her chest and her other arm, basically for painting all those 4 machines on Skull Island. It makes all the pirates leave as well. But you've got to be careful as well, because if you do not do some of these steps, then some of the health containers might not be available to buy. For example, there's a health container in the Tiki shop when we get back there. And I think if you don't paint them, those 4 paint machines in the area we just done, I don't think it sells a health container. I don't know exactly, but just something to bear in mind, guys. But as long as you follow me, it should be okay. But I know even when you follow me, it still can be quite easy to miss things sometimes. You'd be quite surprised actually how many people miss things, even when they like follow me to a T. So once you beat him, you get control back. Come and grab the second rocket part. That's it. Once you've got a second rocket part from chest, come back outside, then enter the projector screen in the room opposite. That's it. That'll take you straight back to Venturland. So back here, there's a few things we need to do first before we head back to Main Street. Like I say, when you first come in, there'll be a cutscene with Smee, and you'll be mega happy that we painted those 4 machines, and it's going to give you the final Daisy part. Like I say, you can buy these from the shop, but if you didn't paint the machines, you might not be able to get that last health container. So you've got to be very, very careful. So there you go. Final Daisy part. That's her, what did it say? A chest and her arm. So there you go. I'm just showing you the quest there. As you can see, I found all 4 parts. I'm going to talk to Daisy next. That should assemble her. And she'll also give us a power spark. Yes, you get a trophy for that. Oh, goody, goody. Yeah, she gives you a power spark for assembling her. So once you've done so, you're going to come into this shop next. You're going to talk to Travis. And you're going to buy the extra health capacity upgrade for 400 tickets. Yeah, 400 tickets that will cost. So buy that extra health capacity from Travis for 400. Next up, come over here, talk to William. That's this dude here. Chat with him, guys, and he will also give you a power spark. Once you chat to William, get a power spark, you're going to talk to Gilda next. Yeah, she's up here waiting for you. Yes, talk to Gilda and now complete her next race. Again, it's nothing too difficult, guys. Just go through every checkpoint. You're probably going to have about 20 seconds spare at the end of this. Yeah, after this there should be one more race we need to complete, and that'll be in Bog EC a bit later. So it's the finish line, just above the water wheel. So once you've done the final race in this area of course, like I say, there is actually one more to do, but it's going to be in the Bog EC a bit later. Yeah, so now you're going to come to this projector, and you can talk to Gus to skip back to Main Street for 10 tickets. Right, so once on Main Street, we're going to talk to Marcus, and provided you've got 15 power sparks, he'll unlock the final projector for you. Now, if you are short of power sparks, remember you can buy them from Casey here in the Emporium, and also, if you head over to 3 rabbits near the garden area, and paint or thin them, they'll also drop a power spark each, which can give you another 3 power sparks, but you should have plenty. And you'll get that trophy, Awaken the Spirits, for repairing the Lonesome Manor projector. We're going to talk to the Usher next. It will give you a bunch of rewards for our current amount of film reels. The main reason I'm talking to him now is in order to upgrade the TV sketch capacity, which can be helpful. Yes, talk to the Usher, talk to Marcus, repair this generator, which will fix the projector screen. Like I say, if you do need more power sparks, just attack them 3 rabbits near the garden or buy more from Casey. Right, so once near, So this first film reel can be quite easy to miss. So you need to jump up to this switch, hit that switch there, unlock the window above you and make that film reel come out. That's it. Once got that film reel, you then need to make your way through here. And the second film reel will be in the kind of like basement area. Just make your way to the right, guys, until you see a path leading down. Go down it, and there's the second film reel of this area. So now we've got 44. So all we need is 12 left. 12 remaining. Now climb back up and go right and go through the exit, guys. That'll take us to Bog Easy, where we're going to end this video, guys, and we'll resume here tomorrow. So hopefully tomorrow's video we should get this whole area done. Then all we've got to do is go back through all the areas, do kind of like the ending sequence, and then make our way to the final boss. Yeah, once we resume control, I'm just going to go over to the projector screen, because when we quit and reload, this is where it respawns you, and that'll be it. Yeah, so Mickey Mouse is actually over here to my PS5, can't believe that. But thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you on part 5 tomorrow. Hey, welcome back to part 5. So we're in Bog Easy. All we're going to do to begin with is make our way to the southwest corner of the swamp. Louis will be there waiting outside his house. We're going to thin his 3 lamps, and once you thin them, it'll allow Gilbert to creep up behind him and scare him out of his boots. And once Gilbert scares him, he goes and unlocks the manor gate for you. There's other ways to unlock the manor gate, but this is one of the quickest ways to do it. So yeah, over there it's Louis outside his house. Like I say, thin the 3 lamps, Gilbert will scare him, and then we'll open the fire gate, and then we'll start making our way towards it. So after this, we've got a part 6, of course. Part 6, we're going to complete the game. It is going to be about 40 minutes long. I did kind of try to contemplate how I'm going to do that, and we're going to divide it into 2 videos, but they'd be too short. So yeah, part 6 is going to be about 40 minutes long, probably about 45 minutes almost, because we're going to get the rest of the game done. Yes, the ending, as you go through all the ending quests, they do take quite a while. And then part 7 will be starting New Game Plus. You have to let me know in the comments when it comes to New Game Plus. And of course, by the way, come and talk to Donald, guys, to get his quest, to find his parts. You can still find him without the quest, but having a quest in your log just allows you to keep check on it if you need to. And talk to Gabriel before you go through the manor gate. He'll give you a quest, Pipe Organ Madness. You need to complete the Pipe Organ quest, because when you come back later, Gabriel actually gives you a part for Donald. And then once you're ready to move on, guys, come into the projector. Now in this room, this side-scrolling level, we're going to make our way up and hit that lever on the right near the bookcase. The bookcase will retract, and we can grab the film reel behind it. Then carry on to the top of the room, and once you get to the top left corner, jump left across the 2 swinging chandeliers, and you'll find the second film reel of this level on the top left, just to the left of the exit. Then you can just go through the door nearby and get straight to the exit that way. So make sure you hit these light switches on the way up to scare the ghosts away. And there you go, second film reel, guys, and then jump into the exit. Yeah, sorry, back to New Game Plus for a moment. So I'm trying to decide, do I do it all in one video, or do I separate it into 30-minute episodes again? It's still going to be a lot shorter, so it's just basically a speed run now. We've got all the other trophies out of the way. All that's going to be left at the end of part 6 is 2 trophies, Platinum, and the trophy for completing the game along the thinner route. So yeah, please let me know in the comments, guys. Do you want me to make New Game Plus one full video, which will probably be about 2 hours long, or do you want me to separate it into like 4 smaller vids? If I do put it into one, just bear in mind it might take an extra day or 2 for me to get it ready. So of course I've got to record a full video and not just 30-minute episodes like I usually do. But anyway, once in this area, make your way up here straight away, and you should encounter the Mad Doctor outside the manor. Once you encounter him, you're going to scare him away. Then you're going to jump on these pillars, thin them, and then use them to get to the balcony above. Once on the balcony, come to his chest, and in there you're going to find the anvil sketch. The anvil sketch ain't in here, by the way. You can actually thin the wall on the right, there'd be a gremlin, and that gremlin can actually give you the sketch as well. But you can get it from here if you scare the Mad Doctor away when you first approach the manor. So there you go, heavy hitter, trophy, unlock the anvil sketch. Now drop down, thin these 3 enemies. We're going to get the trophy, by the way, for thinning 50 enemies on part 6. And we've still probably got about 20 enemies left. so you get plenty of chance to get both of them thinner and painting enemies, trophies for defeating enemies in that way in one playthrough. So what I did, after I thinned the 3 enemies, I put the anchor, the anvil sketch on the pressure plate to open the door. Then I've come into this next projector screen. Now I want to come into the house. Yes, make your way along here. And when you reach the first saw blade, jump up to the platforms to the right of it, and you can jump across to the right, guys, and get that first film reel. Once you've got that first one, continue on to the right, and you want to hit the lever on the far right wall above the exit, that one there. Hit that lever, then you drop down, and that film reel will come out the door beside the exit. Drop down, grab a film reel, guys, and then go through the exit. So now we're in the foyer. There is actually a film reel you can find in a wall here. You don't really need it. You can actually use it for a quest later. I think you have to return it to, is it Big Bad Pete over in Mean Street? But we're not going to be doing it. I'm just going to show you where that film reel is. Like I said, I think it's related to a quest. I thought I remembered it counting one time when I collected it, but maybe that's after completing the quest. But it doesn't matter, so we're going to get like 2 extra film reels. We're going to end up with 58, but we actually need 56. So what you want to do, you're going to jump on these floating platforms, but we'll do that in a second. First of all, we're going to thin the 3 blotlings around the balconies, the sweepers. The reason I want to thin these is because when you jump in on the floating platforms, they can thin them, and you'll fall down. It's a bit of a nuisance. So thin the 3 blotlings, and once you've done so, drop down, kill 2 hoppers. These will just respawn, by the way, from the Beetleworks machine at the back. The reason I'm killing these 2 is to get some more anvil ammunition. There you go. Kill them 2, you get 2 anvil sketches. And then what you want to do is jump on one of the floating platforms, and you want to thin that big painting, and behind it will be a gremlin. Head inside there, free the gremlin, and he's going to fix this pressure plate for you. There are other ways you can do this. One of the ways you can do it is it will deactivate the floating platforms, but you can still reach this room, this alcove, if you jump on the sideless stairwells. And then once you rescue the gremlin, hit the pressure plate, stand on it, then quickly make your way to this room. I go along the balconies because it's a bit more consistent. If you try to jump on the floating platforms, they might be too far away, you might miss a jump. So as soon as you press the pressure plate, go around the balconies, guys, jump to the one which is just open briefly, and come through here. Kill the 2 blotlings with thinner, and then go into the next side-scrolling level. Now the first film reel, jump onto that platform above your spawn location, and then you'll find the first film reel over here to the far left. And the next one, once you get into the haunted house, you want to follow the bats down through the bottom left doorway. It'll lead you to like a hidden basement, and at the end of that path will be the second film reel. That should be film reel number 5050. There you go, and then once you've got that, to make your way to the exit. By the way, just an update on what I've been doing last few days. So I've been working on a game called Code Violet. I've pretty much got a text guide already done for it. So I've actually made some good ground last few days with Mickey and another game, which is, I thought it would take longer, Code Violet, but it's such a short game. I'm getting through it really quick. I platinumed about 3 times now. I'm just optimising my route a bit more, but I'm confident with one more playthrough, the route will be done how I want it. So I'm going to hope to get Code Violet guide up tomorrow. If not, it should be Monday, but we'll see how it goes. But that's going to be about a 2-hour platinum. Code Violet is a very short game, especially once you've optimised it all. But I actually think I don't find it too bad. I mean, yes, it's quite a buggy game, but I think I enjoy it more to speedrun. I've been speedrunning it, of course, to get platinum quick and optimising it. And maybe it's just more enjoyable as a speedrun type game, because you don't notice the bugs as much then. But anyway, guys, once here, so when you get control back, hit the cog in the middle to lower the paintings 1 time, and then come to TNT painting on the left, thin it, and then thin Mr. Underwear at the back there, and free this gremlin. That's Gremlin Sydney, and once you free him, he's going to basically complete the puzzle for you, which is nice, saves us quite a bit of time. Yeah, I'm glad that Code Violet's been done quick actually, because Mickey's pretty much almost done, Code Violet's almost done, and then I can get back on Silksong and get Silksong done before Code Vein 2 releases. I want Silksong done before Code Vein 2 releases, so anybody which is wondering when that's going to drop, guys, it should be before Code Vein 2, and I think that drops early access like 23rd January or something like that, so it shouldn't be long to go, guys, another week or so for Silksong. So when you've rescued that gremlin, he'll solve the puzzle. Then all you do, come outside, you hit the cog in the middle to completely finish the puzzle. That will unlock the exit door. Then you can jump through the projector, guys, and enter this next side-scrolling level. So the first film reel, you want to make way to the far right. It's actually just above us to the left there, but you can't reach it. You can if you do your higher jump, but I didn't want to do that just in case some of you guys can't quite do it properly. You have to kind of press jump and then press jump and spin attack almost the same time, and it allows you to do extra height. I've not been using that throughout the guide. I've just been using my normal jump, double jump, and then spin attack. I've not been trying to do the extra jump height technique. So once got our first frame rail, so it's below the conveyor belts. So when you get through that first doorway, guys, you drop through the electric, get on the conveyor belt, follow it to the right, and get the first film reel. The second one, keep going right until you reach the upper platform, which you can jump to. Once you can reach the upper platforms, follow the upper platforms back to the left above the entrance, and that's where you find the second film reel. And then once you've got them all, just make way to the exit now. There's probably about 6 film reels, which I leave, by the way, in some of the later side-scrolling levels in part 6, just because of course I've got the amount I need already. So even if you're very, very low on film reels, there's still plenty extra you could get that I don't get. Right, so once in the stretching room, sorry, not a stretching room, this is a library. The previous area was a stretching room. So this is going to be your first Donald part. Thin the wall on the right, the first wall, and there's your first Donald part. So that's Donald part, the leg. I'm going to emphasize this because some watchers have been missing them. So make sure you get that Donald part. That's Donald part number 1, the leg. Then come over here and paint the other half of that broken skull emblem on the floor. That'll complete it. Then come up here and talk to Madame Leona. She gives you various tasks to do, but all you have to do really to proceed is to paint the other 2 broken skull emblems. That's all you really need to do. You don't have to bother about the paintings on the books. So after the dialogue, come up this way first. Thin the wall at the end. Obviously try not to get pushed off. Yeah, thin the wall at the end, find a hidden passage. Then make way to the end of this hidden passage and you'll find the second broken skull on the wall there. Paint it to complete it. And then we're going to use that bookcase to rotate back to the main room. That's it, that's number 2. We've got one more to do now, and then we can move on from this area. That's it, so like I say, use this bookcase to rotate to the main room a bit quicker. Now just make way to the other side. The other one is on the same level, by the way, but it's on this side. So thin the wall at the end, stand on the pressure plate, like so, and you'll see the third one appear on the far bookshelf nearer Madame Leona. We're just going to run across and paint it. And then you can talk to Leona, she'll open the gate below you. We're going to kill the slobber, or sorry, paint the slobber, and then we'll go through the next side-scroll level. Just remember, make sure you've got that first Donald part, guys. We thinned a wall on the right when we first came into the library, and it's kind of in a hidden passage behind the bookshelves. There you go, she's mega chuffed. Yeah, this route's going to change very slightly for New Game Plus. Probably the biggest thing is the power sparks. I need to rework the power sparks a bit more, because a lot of power sparks, I know we've got 16 and you need 15 total, but a lot of them come from side quests, which we'll not need to do in New Game Plus. But we didn't actually buy any, and I remember we left 3 power sparks as well from the bunnies when we came back to Main Street. So that's 3, and of course we can buy some as well. So we'll see how that goes. Right, so I've got him. So door should open now. Right, so let's go. So this one will be the Haunted House Part 2. Now film reel number 53. Yes, we only need 4 more. And then we can get the heart extra health capacity when we get back to Mean Street. So first one, jump on this first elevated platform. Wait for the chandelier to come down. Jump on top of it. And jump to the right, guys, to get our first film reel. The second one, stay on the ground floor. Sorry, don't stay on the ground floor. You're going to stay on the upper platforms. I should have done that. I think I was getting this mixed up with the next room. The next side-scrolling level. So that one you do need to stay on the ground floor. Yeah, so when you reach the exit, drop down the hole just before it. And then follow this passage down below. And you'll find the bottom, the second film reel on the bottom left drawers. Once you've got that, make your way back up and go through the exit. So we're going to be in the ballroom next. This is where the pipe organ is. We need to complete the pipe organ in order to get that Donald part from Gabriel back in the town, in the village. Bog easy. So yeah, once you come in, there's the pipe organ. You can't miss it. So you're going to jump on the chair. When you jump on the chair, he's going to ask if you want to help him. We're going to say yes, of course. And then all you have to do is jump on the keypads as they light up. The keys in the indicated order. They should be in the same order as they are for me. Every time I've done this, they've always been the same order, so I think it's fixed. Just try not to touch any other ones. And if any are too far away to jump, just come off them like this, run across the ground and then jump back on. That's it. Obviously make sure you do them in time. And got it. That's all you got to do. You just got to do that quest, and now when we get back to the village, he's going to give us a Donald part just for standing on a few keys. Right, so once you've done so, what we're going to do next, make our way up the pipe organs. Not all the way up, just halfway. And you want to jump to the first balcony, because there's another Donald part in this room. Yeah, so go along this balcony and you want to go onto the balcony above the entrance. Yes, this one here. And that'd be a second Donald part. So that is Donald's... Whoever wrote it down. Oh yeah, that's his arm. So that's Donald part number 2 of 4. And that is his arm. So make sure you grab that Donald part, guys, in this room. It'll be the second Donald part so far. No excuse if you miss that. Well, you can't blame it on me anyway. I've mentioned it enough times. Right, and now you just want to climb up the pipe organs all the way to the top and go through this exit. Yeah, so the attic is where the boss is going to be. This boss is quite different to the rest. It's kind of like a puzzle. You don't fight the boss directly. So in this side-scrolling level, Haunted House Part 3, the first film reel, stay on the ground floor, go past the skeleton which is lobbing barrels, go down the steps on the right, you'll find a big hole, drop down the hole, go left beneath the stairs, and you'll find the first film reel. Climb back up, go back left towards that skeleton lobbing barrels, jump on the platform above him, and once on these upper platforms, now you want to jump to the far right. That's it, try not to fall down, because it's a long way to get back here. Yeah, jump out this far window, and the second film reel is high up in the sky above the exit, right near the moon. So once you've got a second film reel, drop down and go through the exit. So be very careful of this doctor, this boss. To kill him with a paint route, you have to kill him via arranging the tracks. And to kill him via the thinner route, I think you have to destroy all the Beetleworks machines. So make sure you do this the same way I do. But first of all, we're going to grab a part. That's a part for Donald in this boss room. So he's moving all the tracks, so currently don't work. But don't worry, it's not hard at all to get them all lined up. So first of all, jump on these crates here, and then jump onto this track. Go past this thing above you, and then jump on top of it, and then jump onto the upper platforms. Once on the upper platforms, jump over here, guys, and there's Donald part number 3. It's bum. So grab Donald's bottom. That's it. So that's Donald part number 3, his bottom. No way you can miss that. You can smell it when you first come in here. Right, and now what we're going to do. So there's a power pad and 2 pressure plates. We're going to put a TV on this power pad, like so, to activate the power to the minecart tracks. And then when you make our way over to this pressure plate here, I'm just going to use a watch to slow down time. I'm going to put an anvil on that pressure plate, like so. And then quickly step on the other one, and that will defeat the boss on the paint route. Yeah, so again, I'm putting down the watch to slow down time, because your TV and the anvil will eventually despawn, by the way. So what you do first, put a TV down to activate the power pad, then go and put down the anvil on the pressure plate, one of them, and then you want to stop time either afterwards or just before, and then quickly go and stand on the final pressure plate, guys. And once all that's done at once, the track will send a cart into that doorway there, and it will defeat the Mad Doctor, as I say, via the paint route. You know if you've done it correctly. By the way, you'll get a trophy kaboom for beating him, but you know when you've done it correctly because you'll get a paint capacity upgrade. If you get a thinner capacity upgrade, then you've done it the wrong way. So there you go, paint capacity increased. So now we're going to go through that projector and back to Main Street. Sorry, back to Bog Easy. Just make sure you got a Donald part in this room, guys, before you move on. Very important. Yeah, remember it's this bottom. Right, so come in here, and it's going to take us back to Bog Easy. So when you first spawn back, we're going to talk to Gabriel. He should be a second ghost nearby. Not that one on the right, just ignore him. This dude here. Yes, talk to Gabriel, he'll be mega happy. You got a pipe organ working again. And he's going to give you the final Donald piece. It'll be his torso. Yes, that's Donald piece number 4. His torso. Hopefully you got them all, guys. Remember, if you miss any of these parts, you can normally buy them from a local shop. This shop here, I think to get it working, it's actually in that building there. I think you have to go and get the coin behind Louis' house. Bring it back to the shop guy, and I think it opens it for you. We should have them all. And when you come and talk to Donald, you assemble him, guys, and you get a trophy. Arfui. Collect all parts of animatronic Donald. And we've got one more thing to do here. So we're going to make our way back to the main entrance. We're not going to go through it yet. We're going to talk to Gilda. She's waiting for us on the right over here. Yes, waiting for us on the street corner. So this will be a final race. As long as you've done the other races, this will pop a trophy. So tell her you're ready, do the time trial race, and let's beat her. So remember, there's 4 races altogether. You've got the one in Main Street. You've got the one in... I'm trying to think of their names now. So we've got Main Street. Oh, we've got Ostown race. We've got the Venturland race. And this one, Bog Easy. 4 races in total, but like I say, it can be tricky to make her go back to previous ones. Normally, if you've missed one, you kind of got to do them all again in New Game Plus. But it should be okay. But when we do New Game Plus, there is something you can't do. So the trophies for completing the game with paint and completing the game with thinner, there's actually other objectives. I have mentioned it briefly, but when you complete it with paint, you also have to assemble all of the animatronics. For example, Goofy, Donald and Daisy. And when you complete it with thinner, you can't assemble any of them. So you can't mix them up between playthroughs, unfortunately. And there we go. Gilded. Or Milfed. So once got that trophy, guys, Milfed, that should be all the races done. We're going to come and talk to Gus beside this projector. Going to take us back to Main Street. And it's going to get another extra heart capacity upgrade. So come over here, there'll be a little cutscene with Oswald. It's basically going to give us the final few quests now. But because we've got 56 film reels at this point, we're going to come and talk to the usher. He's going to give you a watch sketch capacity upgrade, anvil capacity upgrade, and he's going to give you a extra health capacity for getting 56. And we should only have one more to get, which is going to come in part 6. So you should have 9 hearts at the moment. If you've got less than that, guys, then you've missed one somewhere. And by the way, if you go into the cinema, there are going to be other side-scrolling levels you can do, new ones which we basically missed because you took alternate routes. So if you are just a few off, you can just go in there, guys, and do a few side-scrolling levels not quite done yet. But once you're ready, come into Ostown, of course, talk to Gus at the side of it. To skip here for 10 tickets. Make way across a bridge. Now this side-scrolling level, you do have to go through it again. Yeah, but it's not going to take you to the first area of Mickey Junk Mountain. It's going to take you straight up to the final one, Mount Osmore. So just make way through here, guys. Go through the exit, and that'll be it for this video. So once you've done Mickey Jump Mountain, it's going to be a boss at the end of this area. We've got to go through all the other areas again and clear all the vines. But it's only like 1 or 2 areas in each place you have to do it. You don't have to like go through every single area again in that particular region. Just like 1 or 2. So it's not too bad. But it does take quite a while because you've got to clear the vines, then you've got to make way up this tower, defeating the shadow blot again, and then you have to go into another place, get rid of the vines again. So the ending does take quite a while. So once there guys, Mount Osmore Caverns, that'll be it for part 5. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you on part 6 tomorrow guys when we finish the game. And like I say, try to let me know about New Game Plus in the comments, what you want me to do about it. And I'll see you on the next one. Hey up guys, welcome back to Epic Mickey Redrawn. So we're on part 6, we're in Mount Osmore Caverns. We're just going to come up these steps and go and say hello to Oswald. He'll be in here waiting for you. Yeah, chat with him and he'll open the objective screen next to you. Head in there next. This will take us to ye olden days. Yeah, back when I was a lad. So we're going to get 2 film reels in this one, then I believe I don't collect any more. If you need more, you can get some. If you want, it's up to you. But yeah, these are going to be the final 2 I collect. So first one, stay on the ground floor, just run to the right and you'll find that film reel in the bottom right corner. Once you've got that one, continue up to the top and film reel number 58 or 56 in total will be all the way at the top. We've already got the extra health capacity upgrade from getting 56, so it's not like I need any more. I'm just showing you 2 more just in case you did miss them. The problem is though, you have to hand these in a bit later. I think you do have one more time to hand in your film reels. That's before we head into Tomorrow City later. You get like a notification and it will inform you that now is kind of like a point of no return. Once you jump in, you cannot go back. And the second film reel, so you hit that lever near the exit to open the gate to the right, go through it, go up on the bird nest, and it's on the tower above you. And then go through the exit. So this is the boss, the Shadow Blot. We need to kill him with paint. So make sure you are painting him. Yeah, we're going to paint a lovely picture in this one. A nice colourful monster. You have to paint him at 3 different points. Normally you have to wait until he drops onto the arena itself in order to be able to paint him. And I believe... oh no, it's not here. I think on the count I was recording with, I popped a trophy here for thinning 50 enemies. But on this one I took a few longer. So I actually popped that trophy back in Mean Street shortly after this. So first you need to dodge all of his attacks, and then eventually he'll go above you and start dropping acid bombs. Shortly after that he'll drop down onto your arena, and that's when you can paint him. But do not get sucked in by him. Just paint and try to move away. You know, like I do with the slobbers, you can just jump when you're painting and you shouldn't stop painting that way. So here we go, this is the attack. So after this, yeah, just run around guys to avoid him. And when he tries to sit on you, just move out of the way and paint him afterwards. He will sometimes lob enemies on the arena. When he does so, I'm just going to thin them. Yes, just keep painting him guys and then jump back so you don't get sucked up. Get a trophy for beating him. Defeat the Shadow Blot atop Mickey Jump Mountain, Shadow of the Blot. Like I say, make sure you defeat him with R2, the blue stuff. So once we beat him, we need to go through Ostown, Mean Street, Venturland, Boggy Sea, Tomorrow Square, Space Voyage, Mad Doctor's Lab. Got to go back in the throne room. I guess that's a new place. But yeah, we basically have to go back through a lot of previous areas and thin out, or not thin, but paint all the vines there, get rid of them all. And then eventually you'll come across a big tower. You have to make your way to top that and destroy all the crystals. And you'll be inside the blot, and we have to get rid of the vines covering the heart, and that's pretty much game over, or the first playthrough at least. You see that nest, sorry, it's not nest, is it? It's oh, what do you call it? When I had a SNES, it was called the I think Super Nintendo in UK. It was called something else in America. I forget what its name was, But the carts were different as well. The carts were different. And that's what they looked like in America. And I remember that game, Mickey's Magical Quest. And I'd actually quite enjoyed it back then, in my early days. Ye olden days, back on the SNES. Yeah, good game that was. I think it was developed by Capcom as well, wasn't it? Capcom have been around for a long time, always making great games. Yeah, Capcom are very reliable and consistent. Always drop great games with very little bugs. Well, I wouldn't say always great games, but most games are quite good. I think the last stinker was that, I forget the name of it now. But it was supposed to be a live service type game. Is it that one where you kill in all the dinosaurs? I forget what the name of it is now. Came out a few years back. But anyway, yeah. So, Blot has been defeated. There we go. So I defeated him with paint. Got that trophy. I thinned out all the normal enemies while defeating him. There will be a lot more normal enemies you'll be defeating before the end of the game. So don't worry if you don't quite have the trophy yet. Yeah, I can't skip this cutscene, but I think you can skip the next one. There's one shortly after this, one of them storyboard scenes, which you can skip. So once we're back in Ostown, there's going to be 4 vines, and we have to destroy all the vines. The blotticles, they're like little green bulbs on the side of the vines, and you can only destroy the blotticle when they kind of like blow up. You can't destroy them when they're tiny. Normally you have to destroy them in order, and then they kind of all blow up as you go along the order. And make sure you paint them. I think for the painting and thinning trophies you only have to paint the bosses, but I'm not entirely sure. Some I've not really tested. So just always paint things on your paint routes, you know, to be safe, and thin on the thinner in New Game Plus. So yeah, these are the vines. That's vine 1. If you come across any enemies along the way, you can thin them. If you've already got the thinning and the painting trophy in regards to killing enemies, you can just paint them. Painting is a better option if you've got both trophies, because then they help you and they'll attack other enemies for you. You know, so you get some allies. So I think this is the last vine over here. I got it, Eraser. Thin 50 enemies. So now I'm going to probably stop thinning enemies, guys. Whenever any get him away or we have to kill him, I'm just going to cover them in my paint. Like I say, just so they help me, just give me some allies for the fight. Right, so once got rid of all the vines, head over to Gus, who will be in front of that projector, and he should give you the final extra health capacity upgrades. Yeah, so this should pop a trophy. There we go. Battle ready. Yeah, for the upgrade, Mickey's heart container. So that's actually quite a tricky one to get. So it's nice to have that one out of the way. You should have 10 hearts. You can still revisit a few areas, by the way. Oh, there's a cutscene there. Yeah, so we're going to clear out all the vines in Mean Street next. And then you can revisit any areas. But once you go into Tomorrow City, that's going to be a point of no return. So you probably can't visit Tomorrow City. So you need to make sure you do anything you need to do before we head inside. So all I'm doing is painting these vines, getting rid of the blotticles on the side of them. It's up to you if you want to kill the enemies or not. I'm just going to spin attack and knock them out of the way. Spinning them works quite well, so it knocks them back. So they all do kind of like swarm you can just spin attack them all. And it gives you a moment to kind of get away. There we go, all 3 vines in Main Street. Okay, so once you've done so we're going to go through the point of no return now. So if there's anything else you need to do, guys, go and do it now. Yeah, go and do it now. Sorry, it's not yet. I guess the point of no return is after thinning the vines. Sorry, I got a bit ahead of myself there. So we have to go through Venturland right now. It's Venturland and Bog Easy. We have to thin them 2 areas, get rid of the vines, and then we go back into Main Street. Then we have to go to Tomorrow Square, and that's the point of no return. So in Venturland, I'm just going to get rid of all the vines here, of course. There's a few more in this area. You're kind of going to have to jump up onto the buildings. Just follow the Blot course as they blow up. Yeah, and it kind of gives you like a linear path. They could have made it worse. Could have been like one Blot call on the north side of the map, one on the south side, one on the northeast side, one on the opposite side but hiding behind something very difficult to find. But you're probably going to be sick doing this fight by the time you finish the game. And the worst thing is you've got to do it all over again in New Game Plus. And this last bit probably can't be done any quicker. So coming up to here, up to part 6, all that gameplay will be quicker in New Game Plus because we don't have to do all that optional stuff. But yeah, what we're doing now in part 6 is probably not going to be any quicker, unfortunately, in New Game Plus. I mean, you'll know what you're doing, so you might be a bit quicker that way, in that respect. But the gameplay, yeah, it's probably going to take roughly the same amount of time. And I'll talk about New Game Plus in a second. So I think that's all 3. So we're going to go back to Main Street, and then Bog Easy will be next. Remember to sort of trick us to skip back there a bit quicker. 10 tickets is all he needs. Yep, so 10 e-tickets. Now we're going to go into Bog Easy next. Get rid of all the vines in there. Yeah, this one here. The next projector on your left. Right, yes, take me there. The Bog Easy one, you basically have to make your way to the, where is it, to Lewis's house. Just pop all the vines on the way to Louis' house. And basically, once you pop the vines behind Louis' house, that'll be the final one. Yes, this one's not too bad, because you're just kind of making your way around the swamp. Like I said, it could have been a lot worse if it kept making you move forward and back. Yeah, watch out for the vines coming out of the swamp water, or the thinner, so we'll keep knocking you back. So try to like dash and jump around him like so. Remember, if you have missed any parts, you can buy them from the shops. You know, in reference to like Donald or Goofy or Daisy. And just keep in mind, when you want to go for the ending trophy for completing the game with paint, you also have to assemble every animatronic for the same trophy. So if you complete the game with paint, but do not, for example, assemble Goofy, you will not get the trophy. So it's very important you do that as well. And of course, New Game Plus, when we're going the thinner route, we can't assemble any. Yeah, I am just reminding you about that, guys. I don't need to mess it up. You're probably going to kick yourself if you get to the end of the game and the trophy does not pop, and you've got to do a 3rd playthrough at the end of it all. Right, so that's it. Final vines. You'll get a trophy. Tentacular. Was there actually 10 altogether? There might have been, actually. Right, so once you're done, we're going to head back into Main Street, and now we're going to go into Tomorrow Square. I'm pretty sure I've got a correct time now, because I'm looking at my text guide. Yes, I've got it. Right, so this will be the point of no return once you try to go through that Tomorrow City projector. So anything else you want to do it before we head into the projector, guys. The Tomorrow City one. Right, I'm not going to bring it up again, I've said it enough times. Right, so here we are. Plutopia. We are going to have to run through the side-scrolling level again. So do not come in until you're ready. Right, let's do it. So the final push towards the boss. Well, we wouldn't really call it a boss, but final rush to the end of the game, I guess. And we are going to have a lot of side-scrolling levels to go through. So we've probably got about 3 or 4 to do. But I'm not going to collect the film reels on them. I believe film reels do carry across to New Game Plus. So any you do collect now, you can kind of use them for rewards in New Game Plus. But that's something we're going to come across when we get to there, guys. New Game Plus is something I've not really done yet. I have touched it briefly. I did see that I think tickets did carry over and a few other things. but I don't think I've got to Mean Street yet in New Game Plus. So yeah, it's going to take you straight to Tomorrow Square. So we're going to pop all the Blot cores inside of the vines. Once got rid of the vines, we're going to head through the end of the tunnel, which is at the end of the tram, and go into the projector screen at the end. So once doing this, I'm just going to talk about New Game Plus a bit. So I think with New Game Plus, we're going to see what happens. Tomorrow, I don't think it's going to be a video tomorrow for Mickey, guys, unfortunately. Hopefully you can hold on. I mean, we've got the first playthrough out of the way, which is the majority of the platinum. And all we've got to do is that quick New Game Plus. The reason being is I want to try and get a Code Violet video up tomorrow, and that's going to be a long one. I want to do that all in one video. And then we're going to come back onto Mickey on Tuesday, hopefully, if I've got time. Now, Mickey, I don't really know until Tuesday. It depends how much time I have. But I'm going to try to record the whole of New Game Plus all in one. I'm going to practice it on my other account, and then, you know, write the text guide as I do that, as I normally do, and then quickly go through it on my recording account. And then once I've got a full New Game Plus recorded, the text guide will be completed. Then I'm going to decide how much time I have. I'm going to split it into 4 videos, or am I going to just do it all at once? We'll see. You'll find out on Tuesday. Thanks for, by the way, as well, those that responded in the previous video about letting me know what you think I should do. You know, all in one video or segmented, like normal. At the moment, it looks like it's about 50-50. So, yeah, I thought there might be more which would want a full video. Yeah, but it seems to be about 50-50. So, yeah, I'm not too fussed about which we do take. So I think you guys would prefer either way. Like I say, we'll find out on Tuesday. It all depends on how much time I have. But the text guide should be completed when the first New Game Plus video goes up, whether that's going to be a full vid or a single one in segmented series. Yeah, the text guide should be completed. All you got to do in New Game Plus, we've got to make sure we defeat all the bosses within her. We cannot assemble any animatronics, cannot assemble them. And by the way, here in Space Voyage, so just like normal, guys, we're going to go through it. We're going to destroy all the vines, and then once you've destroyed all the vines, you'll go up the elevator and get a rocket ship. Yeah, and it's going to take you back to some early areas of the game. Yeah, still got quite a long way to go yet. 16 minutes off a 45-minute video. Still got 30 minutes left. Yeah, you get an extra 15 minutes on this one. Quite nice. I guess this video kind of ties you over for 2 days, because it's kind of like 1.5 videos in one. But yeah, sorry, back to New Game Plus. So what you need to do on New Game Plus, like I say, you need to thin all the bosses. I'm just letting you know in case you want to push forward, guys, and don't want to wait for my videos. So I know some players like to do that. Once you've got all the hard stuff out of the way, you know, which we've covered all the missable stuff. That's all out of the way now. All you got to do basically after this video is go through New Game Plus, like I say, thin all the enemies and do not assemble any animatronics. So yeah, you go through the game, thin the bosses. When we get to Mean Street, all you really need to do there is get power sparks and go through each area as it become unlocked. Which order is it? I think it's Ostown, Mickey Junk Mountain, then I think it's Tomorrow City, then it's Venturland, you know, the pirate area, Tortuga, and then it is Bog EC, the Lonesome Manor. So you go through them areas, and to unlock the first area, Ostown, you need 1 power spark. You can get that from either giving the key to Casey in the Emporium. I'm trying to tell you all this from memory. Yet in the Emporium, or you can also get the cutlass from the cinema guy, the usher, and give it to the museum, and she'll give you a power spark as well. That's to unlock Ostown. I'll come back to the ones in a second. Right, so here, so now what we need to do is attack the 4 valves or levers to lower the water, sorry, the thinner. So that's the first lever. That lower the water slightly. Some of these levers can actually be quite difficult to find, which I want to let you know about them. So that's lever number 1. Sorry, there's 5 I think, not 4. Yeah, 5 levers. So that's lever number 1. The second one is over here. So that's lever number 2. Lever number 3, it's below the stairs, just over here to the right. There you go. That's lever number 3. Now lever number 4 is in this small side room at the opposite end to where that 3rd lever was. Yeah, right over there, where the wall has been thinned. So hop in here, and there's lever 4 on the wall. And then lever 5 is around this part in the middle where the water's going around in a circle. There it is. Leave a 5. And once you've done this, we're going to defeat the slobber with paint, and we're going to go through the next projector level, make our way to the end. Like I say, I'm not collecting any film reels in the level, but if you want to, you can do. Right, and while we're doing that, I'll just go back to New Game Plus briefly. So it's 1 power spark to get into Ostown. Then when you come back, you need 5 power sparks to get into Tomorrow City. 5 power sparks, you can find 2 in Ostown. Remember, there's one on top of the Gag Factory. There's one on top of Mickey's house. You have to thin them to find them. That would be 3. If you gave the cutlass to a museum, that would be 4. And I think the 5th one, you know where you thin the safe and it drops down and Gremlin Prescott comes out in Ostown and he goes into telephones. You let him in, he goes to telephone and he breaks it. Well, if you go back in the house afterwards, I believe you can get a gear, and if you give that gear to the museum owner, she gives you another power spark, so that'd be 5. Yeah, that would be 5 power sparks. There are other ways to get them, but yeah, that's 5 I mentioned. You can also talk to Big Bad Pete. He gives you like a bunny quest. We have to suck all the bunnies up, and that'll give you a power spark. Yeah, going through this side-scrolling level, when the dragons appear, guys, wait for them to go away, because if you try to jump onto a block where the dragon's going to drop down too quickly, you likely won't make it, and it'll knock you off anyway, and you just have to wait. So I'll just wait for them. Yes, that's Tomorrow City. When you come back from Tomorrow City, you'll need 10 power sparks, so it means you've got 5 already, so you need 5 more. I think at that point you can buy them, so you could probably just buy 5 from the shop. Remember, it'll be 50 for 1, then 100, then 150, and then 200 for everyone afterwards. So yeah, when you get back from Tomorrow City, you could just buy 5. But when you get back from Tomorrow City, you have to go and rescue Marcus. Now, when you paint when you paint the 3 blotlings around Marcus and rescue him, you then go and talk to Oswald. He gives you 1 power spark, and then when you talk to Marcus, he gives you 1 as well, a power spark. And then next up would be Venturland, but I'll come back to that in a minute. So this level, guys, the throne room. So you have to paint that gargoyle's head, and then attack the bottom to rotate it. That's a little gimmick now going forward. You have to do that quite a lot on some gargoyles throughout the remainder of this ending. So when you come into the throne room, you want to turn left and thin this wall, and you want to thin that weight. This will still put the trophy, don't worry, for painting all the bosses. So thin that weight. I think it's supposed to be the thinner route, but like I say, the painting trophy still works doing this. So thin that weight, then come this far right wall, thin the wall on the left, up the slope, wait for the ball to roll down, go past it, and thin the second weight on the left there. That's weight number 2. Now here, be very careful when you're walking across the thinner parts of the balcony, because there's enemies which like to thin it when you're walking on it and you'll fall down. Yeah, so thin this purple painting and get that 3rd thinner back, and then the 4th and final one will be over here. You can also rotate gargoyle statues and destroy the crystal to unlock this door down here, but I think that way's a bit quicker. So just thin all the weights, that's it. The chandelier will drop down, guys, and break that wall and go through the next projector screen. So make your way through this side scrolling level, guys, and I'll come back, to the actual gameplay afterwards. So yeah, sorry, back to New Game Plus. So when you come back to Main Street after Venturland, the pirate area, you'll need 15 power sparks. 15. Now at that point, there'll be 3 bunnies running around the garden. And if you attack all them bunnies, you'll get 3 power sparks from them. And with that, I think you just would need 2 more. And you can just probably go and buy 2 more from the shop. I think that's where we'll do it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and remember, Venturland, there's actually 2. There's 2 you can get in Venturland as well, just by running around the level. I think there's 1 behind you at the start, and there's 1 behind Smee. Power sparks, keep that in mind. Then once you've got 15, of course, you do bog easy. Then when you get back, just make your way through all this ending again. Yeah, so here we're now in Fireworks Control Tower. Getting a bit ahead of myself there. I mean, we will be taking a slightly different path through some of the levels, because we can take a quicker path now through a lot of them, because we don't have to worry about collectibles. So we might try to do actions which get us through a level quicker, like look for a specific gremlin. For the most part, most of the strategies will be similar, but there will be a few areas we're going to do a slightly different strategy, guys, in order to get through that area a little bit quicker. And that's, of course, New Game Plus. Right, so I'm going to be here now. So in this area, yeah, be very careful. What gets the most annoying for me in these areas leading up to the end is the wall, sorry, not the wall, the floor keeps breaking away from you. But a lot of time it doesn't break away until you're standing on it, when you try and get through it fast. And a lot of times you just fall to your death. You have to keep like respawning. Luckily it don't respawn you back too far. But like I say, it's a bit of a nuisance. So along here, you're going to paint these shields to stop the vines coming out, because they will knock you off a platform otherwise. You see that floor just gave way, and any vines, just make sure you paint them like I just did. Right, once in the chandelier, you need to paint that door frame. Once it drops down, yeah, so I missed a bit there. Yeah, once you paint it, so you dash through the doorway and then jump onto this chandelier. We're going to paint that one. Yeah, probably just going a bit too long the ending does, I think. I think they could have trimmed it down a bit. So once in the Sorrow Tower, I think that previous passage, by the way, was called Utilidor 4. So when you're coming up here, be very, very careful. Yeah, the floor likes to break away beneath you, so just take your time. Like I say, paint all the shields on the way up to stop the vines from coming out and knocking you off. Jump on that chandelier to get to the next part of the broken staircase. Yep, and they continue upwards. Of course, you can go up a bit quicker, you know, if you're jumping around the vines rather than painting them. But look at that, look how quick you can fall down. I mean, I was quite lucky I fell on top of the chandelier. But yeah, you've got to be very, very careful. I think you can kind of tell if the floor's going to collapse. It's got like a slightly different shade to it. But it can be hard to see the shade when you try and be fast. So I don't really pay too much attention to it. So once you get to the top of the tower, we now got to paint the gargoyles' heads to activate the crystal. And then spin them around. Once you spin them around enough, they'll lock into place. So make sure you do, otherwise they'll slowly spin back to their default direction. So just keep attacking them until they spin into place and get locked there. That's it. But of course, paint the heads first. You've got to do this 3 times. There's 3 towers we have to climb pretty much. And they project a level between each tower. So last one. So this would be the first tower. Like I say, 3 altogether. Right, it's tower 1. Destroy the crystal and it will scare the shadow blot away. We're going to go across the bridge and go through another projector screen. Again, I'm not going to collect any film reels, so just make our way through it. Yeah, going through the Fantasia. I think all the projector screens going through this last part of the game are Fantasia versions, or modelled around that. That's the theme. And pretty much all of them you have to make your way up to the top, I think. Probably other than that first one where we had to go right. So you can see there's the film reel there if you want it. Just got to jump up here and then go right and drop down into it. And if you go through that path on the right there and up, there'll be a switch. If you hit that switch, it makes a film reel drop out near the exit. I think that's the only 2 I kind of know from these final levels. Because I've not even bothered to even collect any. Just once I get that extra health capacity, I just kind of switch off. You know, we don't need any more for trophies, so I just completely avoided even checking where any of the others were. Right, so this tower, I hate this tower. I did die here once. This tower loves to drop the floor beneath your feet, guys, when you're walking on it. So you might want to try not to move too fast. You know, give the floor a chance to break in front of you so you can see it coming, as opposed to standing on it like it's going to happen to me in a minute. So of course, paint the shields again, and look at that, so you die that quick. Yeah, so my first death. Okay, so like I say, try to take your time a bit if you can, and paint all the shields on the way up. So sometimes when you see the small banners on the wall, if you paint that small banner, it normally automatically paints all the shields that are next to it. I think that's kind of how them banners work. There's not too many, but it's nice when you paint a banner and it kind of paints all the 2 or 3 shields next to it, like it did earlier. So continue upwards. I guess this one is actually a bit quicker to get through than that previous tower, because once you get up this spiral slope, this ramp, you're pretty much at the top of the tower and can spin the gargoyles again and destroy the crystal. So I was quite lucky there. Somehow I reacted quick enough. So here we are. So again, paint the gargoyles, spin them around and destroy the second crystal. There will be some enemies now, but what I like about this bit is when you spin in the gargoyles to spin it around, you are kind of attacking the enemies, knocking them back at the same time. You know that you're spinning the gargoyle. So once you've done this, there'll be another projector screen. Take us to the 3rd and final tower. Right, so one more gargoyle, and that'll be another crystal down. Yeah, once you've done this bit with the crystals, guys, we're pretty much on the final area of the game. Yeah, so we're almost there. I know it's quite long. It's quite a long bit of the game, but yeah, so there it is. The next projector screen. So make way through that, guys, and it'll take you to the 3rd and final tower. Which should be, yeah, so that one's a Grieve Tower, which is done. And we'll be going into the Lost Tower next. And I think this is the final projector, by the way. So at least that's good. Yeah, final projector screen. So again, no need to collect anything. If you want to grab the film reels, you're going to have to look them up yourself. I have no idea where the film reels are in this level. You find that quite a lot of some of my guides. I do a lot of testing myself. You know, I like to understand everything. But pretty much only things which are going to help the platinum in some way. If something's not related to platinum or makes it easier or faster, I basically don't go into it or experiment much. Some things I have to experiment just to find out if it does affect the platinum or speed it up. But film reels, I mean, we can obviously tell that getting any extra is not really going to help, so there's no point getting them. And there it is, last projector level done. Yeah, so once in Lost Tower, again we need to make our way to the top, but the way this one works is you have to make your way around the perimeter of the tower, and there'll be 3 rooms you have to go in on the way up, and you have to defeat all the enemies in the rooms. And then eventually once you get to the top, you'll do the gargoyle thing again, and that'll be the final tower done. Yeah, so paint the shields along the way to get rid of the tentacles. You can paint these like little supporters above you, so I have to jump onto them in a second. I've actually died here quite a few times. I don't know why, but a lot of times I used to miss the supports. So I'll be rotating the camera at the same time, and I think I'm going to land on it, but I just don't, completely miss. So I'm going to take out 3 enemies, just going to paint them all. You probably can thin them if you still need that trophy. I don't think this will affect the trophy. I mean, if you want to play safe, just paint them. But yeah, that's done. 3 enemies done. Once you defeat them either by thinning or painting, the next gate will unlock, allowing you to progress through and make way to the next part of the tower. So again, make way along the perimeter. Just paint these supports. Look at that. So I thought I was on it, but I wasn't. But luckily it respawned me a few steps away, so it wasn't too bad. Could have been a lot worse. Right, so this is the second room. Like I said, 3 rooms all together. The 3rd room is going to have a blot inside it. You know, I could put the New Game Plus video up a lot quicker if I wasn't doing commentary on it. But of course we want commentary, don't we? And I believe I went through a stage where I was releasing videos in a no commentary state and with commentary at the same time. Yeah, I don't think it worked out too well. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing, because I still have my commentary videos up, but I think it was confusing my channel audience a bit, or maybe the algorithm, I don't know. You know, because you see the video pop up, they'd have no commentary, another one pop up with commentary, and yeah, it's a bit confusing. So I think you do have to stick to one or the other. You're either going to do a video with commentary or videos without commentary. I don't think it's a good idea to mix them up. I know it's quite easy to actually add videos with no commentary, because if you added commentary, you've basically got the gameplay already. So I won't really need to do anything. I just delete the my commentary on it and then save the video. But like I say, it confuses the audience. I think that's why I don't like to do both. Not anymore, anyway. So that's the third room. I don't know why I just mentioned that actually. Bit of a random thing to mention, when that was years back when I last done the no commentary video. But anyway, top of this tower. So we're going to complete all these gargoyles, and this will be the final crystal. And no, you do not have to go to the next projector screen. You'll see why in a second. And we're basically going to go back down to Oswald. We can grab any materials on the way down, so find a lot of ammunition around you on the way down. And then back at Oswald, there'll be a cutscene, and we're going to go inside the final area. Yeah, it's the final area. It's a few minutes away actually. So when you approach the projector screen, you'll find out you can't go inside. Go back to Crystal, guys. There'll be a cutscene. You're now going to start dropping down the tower. Bit of a shortcut actually, so should be happy. Yeah, it could have been worse. It could have sent you through the projector level, and you could have been making way all the way back down. But yeah, you're just going to keep dropping down. So as you drop down each floor, there'll be different materials or different ammunition on each floor you drop down to. So I mean, there you got a pin if you want it. Yeah, the floor will break after a few seconds. Yes, so this floor we've got thinner ammunition. Then you'll probably have paint and a few sketches. Yeah, so paint and sketches. Right, and this will be the final passage before it gets back to Oswald. So try not to jump on the floor when they break. So now you need to thin the outer walls, go around the balconies, and you get back onto the passage. Yeah, like so. But this part isn't too long actually. So you've got a very thin bit of flooring there, but I probably should have jumped straight across there from the previous part. Yeah, jump across this next chandelier, drop down. Careful when you're jumping on these toon chandeliers, because the enemies might thin them when you're on them, so be careful. So a vine here, you want to paint this vine, so it's going to make 3 platforms flow along the thinner river, which you can jump across. Right, yeah, watch out for the floor breaking away. But at least you're only going to fall into the swamp here, not to your death. Right, see 2 big chandeliers, so you know what's going to happen. You're going to fall, well not, sorry, you're going to fall into thinner. And here we are. So back to Oswald. So it's going to be a cutscene, guys, and we're going to be in the final area. And now we're just going to get a quick trophy out of the way. Probably should have done this first. So we're going to press options, then we're going to go into options. We're going to open the photo mode and just take any picture, guys, and get a trophy there. Photo op. I don't know why games have that. A trophy for taking a photo. Bit of a weird trophy to put in. But yeah, never mind. Trophy nonetheless, and it's required for platinum. So you have to take any bad photo. Right, so we're going to make our way through the kind of like central area. In here. And then once you get to central area, there'll be kind of like 3 side rooms. You have to make your way through each side room, defeating the vines. And that's kind of how you have to do this final area. Yeah, by the way, guys, just want to say quickly, thank you for watching this whole series. I always like it when a decent plus game comes up on Essential. I don't cover too many plus, is it premium? No, sorry, extra. I don't cover too many extra games just because too many drop on it. And so I think I did start doing extra games, but just too many nowadays, so I just stick to Essential. I think mostly plus Essential games in 2025. Those games I'd already covered. It's nice when a good plus games drops on Essential and I've already got a guide for it. I do like that. But like I say, at the same time, it can be nice to have a guide going up on the channel at the same time when the game drops. Yeah, so as I say, I just want to say thank you for watching this whole series. Yeah, sometimes it is hit and miss. Yeah, I mean, they're old games, you know, essentially. But I do come across some games I probably wouldn't play otherwise. For example, this game, yeah, I have actually quite enjoyed it. Yeah, it's a bit on the easy side. But I know the platinum can be a bit complicated, you know, things to kind of bear in mind. But the thing is, when the platinum's kind of complicated, it makes my guides better, because you know they get more views then. Because when games are very, very simple, a lot of players just generally don't really watch guides. You don't need to. I know we don't really need guides. You know, sometimes players just want to make the path through the game a bit quicker and a bit more optimal, and not having to, you know, keep looking up trophy guides or things like that. And I know it's just nice to have everything in one place, just so you have a more streamlined playthrough. But anyway, yes, enough about that. So I've just done the first vine. Like I was saying, this whole area, you get to a central hub area, which is kind of like here. You have to go through the 3 sub areas and destroy the vines along the way. Then you have to make your way back. Now, when you make your way back after getting that first vine, guys, you're going to have to defeat all these enemies. The path will not open to the next vine until you defeat them all. You can either thin them or paint them. Of course, I'm going to paint them all. The good thing is, if you paint them all, is because when you come back a bit later, there'll be more enemies you've got to defeat. But all these enemies you've painted will still be here, and they'll be getting rid of most of the enemies for you, which is nice. So once you've painted them all, the next passage should open. Make your way along here. Of course, paint all the vines on the way. Yeah, watch out for the tentacles coming out. Yeah, and then the final vine will actually be in that, like, intersection area, the little hub area. Yeah, not far to go. Literally about 5 minutes left, and we've completed the game. Yeah, these enemies, you can't paint them, these black enemies, but you can spin attack them. So if any get in your way, just spin attack them. Yeah, of course, just keep following the Blot calls once they blow up. Yeah, they'll kind of give you a path forward. Right, and it looks like the last one is on that upper ledge over there, but I keep getting knocked off. Yeah, I'm going to take a different route. I probably should have jumped on the vine to get over to it. Right, and there we go. The second vine. So 2 more to go. Like I say, the 4th one will actually be in the same area as the heart. Right, so back to that little hub area. Yeah, I'm not going to defeat them enemies. You don't need to worry about the ones in the sub areas, just the one in the central area. So we're going to have to defeat all the enemies again. There'll be a few new ones, but hopefully the enemies you painted before will be helping you. I think there's still a few hanging around. Yeah, it's a fat enemy up there. Right, and let's paint all these. Yeah, so I don't think all your allies stay. I think some of them do despawn, but a few of them do. For example, I think some of the sweepers stayed, or they're just already painted. They spawned painted for me. Right, so that's the final sub area unlocked. It's going to make our way along it now and do the 3rd vine. Yeah, they're going to come back here and do the final vine around the heart. Yeah, so once you've done this, you should get 2 trophies. You should get the trophy, an epic journey. Use paint to defeat all the bosses and repair all animatronics. Yep, and then escape Wasteland. Escape the inside of the Blot and save Wasteland, which will basically come for completing the game. But yeah, an epic journey trophy. That is the one for completing the game using paint on the bosses and repairing all the animatronics in the same playthrough. Right, almost got his 3rd one. Yeah, got to go through all this again. Yep, New Game Plus. Can you imagine that on the original, you couldn't dash, so you're actually a bit slower. You couldn't dash, and I think that's another new movement. Oh, you couldn't run either, that's it. The running isn't that great in this game, is it? Because a lot of times I can't even tell if I'm running. I know the camera zooms out very slightly when you start running. You know, but it's hard to tell if you're actually running when you press L3. You know, so of course you'll be running. You've seen the camera zoom out slightly, but then you'll drop down and we get hit. And you don't know if you're running again, and sometimes you press it a bit too many times and you probably end up actually jogging rather than running. But I wish they made the running speed a bit quicker than what it is. Right, so this is the final vine. So once you've done this, literally once you pop the final blot call, guys, that'll complete the game. So yeah, it's kind of it's not actually like a proper ending boss. I mean, the last proper boss was that Shadow of the Blot. Yeah, he was the last proper boss. But yeah, this is it. So the final boss of the game, the true boss, is the vines, I guess. The 50 or so vines we have to eradicate and get rid of. So that's it, an epic journey. Yeah, once you get a final boss call, that's it. So you're going to get a bunch of cutscenes. I think there's 3 altogether. And when you do this, you'll unlock New Game Plus. So as I say, New Game Plus allows you to carry across most of the extra content and your collectibles, and I think it lets you carry across tickets. There should only be 2 trophies left at this point. The trophy for completing the game with Thinner Route and of course Platinum. And that'll be it, guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in New Game Plus when the video drops. Hey, welcome back to Epic Mickey Retraced. We're going to New Game Plus, so from the main menu, yes, of course, choose New Game Plus at the top. And gives you a brief overview there of what carries over. The most important thing which carries over is your tickets and your film reels. With the film reels, it will allow us to just get some sketch capacity upgrades and to get a power spark from the usher. And of course with the tickets, it will allow us to buy a bunch of power sparks and a few other things when we need to when we get to Mean Street and the other towns. There's going to be 4 parts in total. So final push to Platinum, guys, it's only 4 parts. This whole New Game Plus, it takes me about 2 hours 10 minutes, I think. Or maybe about 2 hours 13 and 44 seconds. I don't remember exactly, but it's just over 2 hours. So when you first get control, because you've got plenty of tickets already, no need to smash any breakables. Just come up here to this control panel. Smash that with 2 spin attacks. And go to that second one and break that one next. We'll be taking some slightly different routes through some of these areas. And some of the boss battles will be doing differently. Because now we have to thin the bosses. We can't paint them no more. Otherwise you're going to miss out a trophy, and it's going to mean you're going to have to do a 3rd playthrough. Which you don't want to do. I've come across quite a few comments around the net where players have done what they thought they was doing correctly to get a thinner trophy on the 2nd, and they've messed it up for some reason. They've had to do a 3rd. So just be very careful. But if you're following me, we'll be fine. The most important thing, like I say, is to thin the bosses, the main bosses, and do not assemble any animatronics. You'll know if you got the thin boss, you'll know because you'll get a thinner capacity upgrade after it. If you beat a boss and you get a paint upgrade, then that counted as a paint defeat, and that's not what you want. So if you're worried, I guess you could back up your save after every boss, or before every boss, you know, if you just want to play it safe. But it's not like you can accidentally do it the wrong way. You have to kind of like deliberately do it the wrong way, or just do not know what you're doing, basically. I think the main one is the Mad Doctor, because with the Mad Doctor, if you race the tracks, that counts as a paint route. Counts as a paint route, but you know, because you, like I say, you get a paint upgrade after it. To beat the Mad Doctor on the thinner route, you have to smash all the enemy spawners yourself by actually thinning them. If you use a minecart to destroy them, that counts as paint. You have to destroy them with your thinner in order for it to count as a thinner defeat. And then of course you get a thinner upgrade after it. But in this stream, guys, all we're doing, we're coming up this slope first, the stairway first. So you're going to paint some of the platforms on the way so I can make a way up, and you want to hit this first lever. Once you hit that first lever, drop down slightly and jump across to here, and this will take us to the second one. Going to thin that platform to make the rubble fall down, paint it back, and then do the same with this one, guys, and hit that second lever. Once got a second lever, we're just going to jump over the railing to get down to the exit. There you go, that's the second one. Yeah, drop down to the exit, guys, and go in. It's going to be a rough landing. And these side-scroll levels, so because we don't need to collect the film reels anymore, we've already got the trophy for maxing our heart capacity. We're not going to bother collecting any. Most of them we're not going to be able to collect anyway, because we've already got them, due to what carries over to New Game Plus. For example, you see that one there? It's kind of faint. You know, it's got about 26% opacity, indicating that you've already collected it. But yeah, all I'm going to do on these side-scrolling levels is go straight from one way to the other way and go through the exit. The text guide is complete as well. Probably something I should have mentioned at the start, but yeah. if you do want to push on, guys, ahead of this video, because I guess we're going to finish this guide on Friday. Yeah, so part 10 will be on Friday. And then I'm going to crack on with Silksong. That's going to be nice. I'm looking forward to getting back on Silksong and actually getting it finished. Because I really don't like just having guides in the back of my mind that I need to get back to and finish. But I hope those that follow Silksong guides so far didn't mind me doing that. Because all we've got left is the easy thing. You know, a bit of a grind. And it just allowed me to get these guides done. Because getting guides done when they're hot, you know, of course, it's just better for the channel. And then better for the audience as well. So here. There's no need to repair the pipes. Yeah, no need to repair the steam. Just jump on the pipes, make your way along. Thin that cog so you can get past. Because of course to the right of it is steam. And it will burn your pants off. Yeah, continue along here. And if you jump on that middle kind of like shaft, you can jump up to this platform. That's it. Otherwise you can just go up the spinning platforms and make your way that way. So in here, I'm going to defeat these 2 enemies. If you still need one of the trophies for thinning or painting 50 enemies, then work on that as we go through. But as I was saying earlier, painting or thinning mini bosses or enemies will not affect the ending. All that's important is what you do to the main bosses, and I think the Shadow Blot counts. I wasn't sure of the Shadow Blot, so with the Shadow Blot I thin him as well. He doesn't give you like a paint or thinner upgrade, but he's the main boss, so I like to beat him with thinner on the thinner route and with paint on the paint route. There is one thing you could probably do. If you still need the trophy for getting all the animatronics, you could wait until the point of no return, just before the end. Then farm a bunch of tickets and then go and buy all the parts. Sorry, not restore. I was going to say back up your save beforehand. And then once you've brought and assembled all the animatronics, download it back so that you have not assembled any. And that could be one way, guys, if you still need them trophies. But I guess if you still need them trophies, then you probably haven't got the ending for completing the game on the paint route. So you probably got to do a new playthrough anyway. But anyway, in this room, guys, so first paint them enemies. When you paint them 5 enemies, it's going to save that gremlin. I forget his name. Sorry, buddy. You're not important enough to remember. And when you beat them 5 enemies, you rescue him and you'll activate the boat ride. Now we're going to take the boat right into the next area. Of course, I'm not doing anything else. All I want to do is get through this area as quick as we can. I have literally nothing to collect. I don't even need any tickets. The reason I'm smashing a few pots and things along the way, you know, a few pots, a few bottles, a few glasses, things like that, is because sometimes I need some health. Yeah, sometimes I get damaged and I just need to get my health back. Or sometimes it's nice to build up some of your paint again because you've only got 1 bar left. So in this room, paint the 3 hippos. Yeah, paint the 3 hungry hippos. And once you paint the 3rd one, there'll be a brief cutscene. That's I'm just standing on the thinner there. Like a man. Yeah, I'm just taking the pain. So once you paint the 3 hippos, I'm going to carry on forward into the next area. So on our first playthrough, we rescued about 55 gremlins in this room. But now we're not going to rescue any because there's no need. I mean, all they do is they just activate some of the valves for you. But you can just do them yourself. 4 valves, which are going to spin attack them. So here, if you jump and of course double jump and spin attack, you can get past that swamp. But if you hit the swamp 4 times in a row, it will kill you. You can only hit it 3 times in a row and then you need to land on something solid. If you hit it 4 times in a row, it'll basically kill you, even if you've got plenty of health. So keep that in mind. So along the way, I'm smashing pots, get a bit of health back. And once we get down here, so we're going to have to hit all the 4 valves because we've got no gremlin helping us. Most of the areas, we're taking the same route as new game. Yeah, most of them. We'll be getting a few power sparks a little bit differently. Because there are probably some things in new game I probably didn't need to do. For example, you know when we gave the ice cream to Clarabelle, we didn't really need to do that. So we're going to do it a different way now. Now, I know that messed up a few players. For some reason, players are not finding that second ice cream. I don't know why. You know, if I've always had that second ice cream there. Maybe it's the order you do things, I don't quite know. Or some kind of bug. But it's only for power spark anyway. So all I'm doing, I spin attack the 4 valves myself. And that's valve number 4. Once you've hit all 4 valves, the fire door will open, guys, and we can head inside. in here, we need to quickly hit all 3 valves. Step on the plate first. Once you've depressed it, jump up, pop, and jump up, and crackle again. So this is Small Pete. We've caught him cross-dressing again. Right, we're going to come in here, be another brief cutscene. I don't know why it makes you watch all this again on your second playthrough. And I don't think there's an option to turn it off, like, you know, tutorials again. But yeah, you want to go left and jump across the thinner to get beyond these pink walls here. That's it. Oh, I almost got caught out. I almost hit it 4th time. Right, you want to hit that lever to make this wall fall down. And you'll find a gremlin inside. We're going to rescue him. He's going to activate the magic carpets. Yeah, Gremlin Sam. Right, until next time, buddies. We're not going to see him again. So once you've triggered that gremlin, he'll stop at a platform. You can jump up to the platform above. I'm going to paint that enemy, because if you don't paint him, he likes to thin these magic carpets you're on. And somehow I missed that. But luckily I didn't die. And I got on the second one. So yeah, paint the guy at the top. Like I say, if you don't, he likes to thin the carpets and you'll just fall down to the swamp. Then you want to thin that float. Or sorry, paint it. Then jump on the top. And then let it go up to the clouds. Jump on the clouds and then jump up with 2 platforms above the exit. They act as a switch. Step on that first one and the second one, and that will open the purple door. Head inside and do your next side-scrolling level. I didn't mind going through this again. There is one part of this I find really repetitive, and that's the ending. You know when you have to pop all them vines? It gets really repetitive. I mean, I've done it about 5 or 6 times now. Of course, you know, one of the bad things about making guides is you have to go through a game a lot. You know, if you want to make an optimal guide, of course, you've got to play it and proper optimise it. But yeah, just doing all them vines again, yeah, it gets very, very repetitive. I think there's too many vines at the end of the game. If there was probably about, I don't know, if you didn't have that last sequence around the heart, or maybe climbing the tower, I don't know. Just one of them, it's just a bit too much. But yeah, in this area, guys, so we're going to paint all the pipes around this big cog in the middle. Just because we want to take it away. I know you can get a book in here, and it makes it so you don't have to fight Pete's minions. But trying to get that book and then get back across, it can take a few minutes, so I'm just going to do it the way we did before. So paint all the broken pipes, then hit the valve in the middle. That's it. Then once you've done so, we're going to paint Gus's house. This one here. That will activate this ride and also unlock that gate there. I'm going to go over there now and take that exit at the top there. Like I say, that exit is a bit quicker than taking the other exit in this room. So up here, up the elevator. I'm not going to defeat the enemies up here. All I'm going to do is free the gremlin, because it will activate the projector for me, and then we're going to head inside. I don't know why I've done that. They've basically put like a key right next to the thing it unlocks. What's the point? But yeah, rescue him and then come into the clock cleaners. So another side-scrolling level. Yeah, I'm just going to make way to the top. It's nice not having to collect all the film reels though, at least, I bet. But you enjoy that, you can just go straight to the end, because some of these are very, very quick to do. And I think these are quite nice. They break up the gameplay quite nicely, I think, these. You know, as you go from 3D to a little 2D level. But I think the 2D levels could have been a bit more interesting. I like that they break up the gameplay a bit, you know, you got, like I say, 3D and then 2D. But they should have made them a bit more interesting. You know, maybe a little bit more to do on them, or maybe certain abilities you could do only in 2D levels, because they are very basic. I know there's some at the end where you have to like hit a switch or stuff, but there's not many of them. They're all pretty much the same, aren't they? Just been kind of rearranged slightly, and different themes. Right, so here we're going to dash out there above the swamp, double jump over here and then spin. On the sledge, going to follow it into the Colosseum. Remember, make sure you grab some breakables along the way. And be very careful this floor. I had the bright idea to thin the floor and kill the enemies a bit quicker. But all I did is I ended up killing myself quicker. Completely backfired on me. You'll see in a minute. I can't even get out because somehow I managed to get stuck underneath the floor. So I kind of bounced up about 3 times in about a second. And just died pretty much insane. Look at this. There's nothing I could do. Camera was against me. And yes, be very careful if you try to thin the platform. If you do it right, you could kill the enemies quicker. But yeah, if you do it wrong, it's going to kill yourself quicker. So it'll be 9 enemies in total. Just thin them or paint them. Yeah, whichever works for you. And when they do spawn, they normally spawn in the small alcoves around the area. There you go. One spawned on the left there. Sometimes it can be quite hard to tell which one is actually painted. Because there'll be like 4 attacking each other. And you'll be like, which one is not painted? Because sometimes they're about 99% painted. And they're pretty much all light blue. And you can't quite tell which one it is. But yeah, it's got them all. He's still wearing that maid's outfit. He loves it. Right, going to come up here next. And enter the next side-scrolling level. And she'll take us to the boss. So this boss coming up. So this is where you're going to see how you have to fight them differently. So we're going to thin him. Or her. Is it she? Do clocks have a gender? I don't really know. Something I need to look into. I'll go and ask my clock later on. Or check. I'll take the back off and check what gender it is. Maybe it'll give me some insight. But yeah, this clock coming up. So when we fought it on the paint route, you had to try to paint both arms similar times. Because if you left one painted for too long, it would recover eventually before you painted the second one. And they both have to be painted at the same time. But when you're thinning them, it doesn't matter. Once it's thinned, they just remain broken, which is good. So you can just work on one, once that one's broken, and then work on the other. And then once you've thinned both arms, that's pretty much game over for the clock. He's not going to be telling anybody the time no more. And it does take a bit longer. There are some breakables. These breakables should respawn in boss areas. And I don't know why capacity doesn't carry over. You know, we took all that time getting all that paint capacity upgrades on the first playthrough. And they do not carry over. And I think that's not fair. Or heart capacity either. Yeah, heart capacity should carry over. So yeah, they do take quite a while. I've been breaking the breakables to get some more ammo. So see that one on the left? I've destroyed the hand, but now I need to do the forearm. Yeah, this guy doesn't really have much use for his right hand, so I don't think it's that bothered. This right hand is just completely broken. And when you have completely thinned part of the arm, like say the arm, the hand or the forearm, it'll normally ram it down in the middle and break it. Right, so just got the forearms left. Yes, that's one on the right. Don't that's how I look at it. Just got to do the other arm now. And that's it, we for one. So we just defeated a clock. Yeah, the clock face should pretty much just fall off and just give up. The clock cannot do much without its hands, can it? Right, it's going to head into Main Street. It's nice we've got to Main Street on about 18 minutes, because on the first playthrough we got to Main Street about 30 minutes, weren't it? So about 12 minutes ahead so far. But not having to paint whole of Main Street is going to save about 10 minutes. Right, there you go, thinner capacity. So if you do not get thinner capacity, you've messed it up. But I don't think you messed up that fight, especially not when you listen to my awesome commentary, let you know what to do. So we're in here next, and make our way to Main Street. Yeah, that's a bit sarcasm there. So cutscene when you first come in. We're going to go straight over to Pete on the left. I don't think this Pete has come out yet. That's why you don't really catch him cross-dressing yet. Maybe in Epic Mickey Rebrushed 3. There is a second game, ain't there? Pretty sure there's... I've not played the second game. But I don't think there's a 3, or even if there's a 3 being worked on. Who knows? But I wonder if we'll get 2 in the future down the line. Maybe this year we'll get number 2. Right, so you talk to Pete first. Then he'll point you over to, of course, Gilda. It's nice to see her again. Talk to Gilda. Now you need to do her first race. This is the only race we have to do. We don't have to do it anymore. Only the first race. This is because you get a gear from it, and we need to give 2 gears to Marcus so he can repair the power spark machine. So let's make our way through all the checkpoints. You can't fail this. If you do fail this, please don't let us know in the comments. Keep it to yourself. Right, and there we go, finish line. I think the time that race took, I could platinum code Violet quicker than that race. Right, so we're in next into Horace. He's going to want you to track down this a book, got all these dirty pictures inside it. Yeah, whatever you do, when you do get it, do not open it. Probably going to give you nightmares. You'll be traumatized for life if you open that thing. So yeah, come in here, talk to Casey. And he's going to direct you to the ice cream parlour. So we're going to come to the ice cream parlour. We're going to get the book from, what's Paulie Gossett. Trying to remember a name before I came in. Yeah, Paulie. So talk to Paulie, get the book, and also buy the ice cream. We're only going to buy 1 ice cream. I didn't want to do the other ice cream quest, just in case it's not in there again the second time for some of you guys. So just buy 1 ice cream, and do not use that until later. We want to save the ice cream until the pirate area. So do not give the ice cream to Clarabelle. That's it. You've been warned. So moving on. Yeah, so give Horace this book back. And now we're going to head over to Marcus. Give him the 2 gears. Yeah, Clarabelle don't need any more ice creams, guys. She's on a bit of a diet. So we don't want to encourage her. So yeah, talk to Marcus. Give him the 2 gears. Now we need to get a power spark. So we're going to thin this manhole. Get a key below it. But we're not going to give it to Casey yet. We'll do it later when we buy power sparks. We're going to get a power spark from the usher. So once got the key, you're going to come in there next into the museum. Talk to Lara Lee. Get her quest for getting the museum power spark. Once got that quest, you can get the cutlass from the usher now. And we're going to grab that when we get a power spark. So now remember, we've got all the film reels carried over from New Game. So we're going to talk to the usher, get all the rewards. So I don't know if it's the 3rd or 4th reward, but yeah, I think you'll get a power spark after he gives you the reward for getting 16. I think it's 16. Yeah, there you go. So 1 power spark, and I've also got a cutlass. So the main things we wanted are the cutlass and the power spark. But you may as well just keep talking and get all the rewards. I know you've got a sketch capacity, but it's not unlocked yet. So when we do unlock the sketches, you have your capacity at 5 for most of them. So just keep talking. You'll get health capacity upgrade as well. And a fireman's hat. So ready to go if you come across any burning, any fires or flames anywhere. Right, and I think that's it. I think that's all the rewards. Oh no, the health capacity. I guess an extra heart ain't too bad. 6 is better than 5. So once got a power spark, come and talk to Gremlin Marcus next. And he'll repair the Ostown projector for you. And once you're done, so we're going to head into projector. Big cutscene on the way. Make way through the soul scrolling level and into Ostown. So with the key we got and the cutlass, when we come back after Mickey Junk Mountain, is it Mickey Junk or Mickey Spunk? Yeah, when you come back from Mickey Spunk Mountain, we'll be able to go and see the museum, and we're also going to get another item to give to Lara Lee. So when we go to the museum, she'll give us two power sparks, you know, and it just prevents us having to go in there twice. And when we go and talk to Casey, we're going to give him the key, get another power spark, but then we're also going to buy some power sparks. And the reason I'm just giving him the key later, so we don't have to go into a shop twice. So yeah, when we come back from Mickey Junk Mountain, pretty much we've got 1 power spark already. We're going to get 2 in this area now. Then we'll get 4 or 5 more when we get back to Mean Street later. So once we get to Ostown, big cutscene when you come near the square. Yeah, so there's Clarabelle. She can probably sniff the ice cream. Do not give it to her, guys. No matter what she tempts you with, trust me. She's quite tempting. But yeah, resist it. Do not give her the ice cream. Right, we're going to get a power spark on top of the factory. Once got a power spark, thin this wood to make the safe drop. Don't worry about a guy underneath, we don't need him. Yeah, he's not important. Yeah, so once you thin the frame, you'll rescue the gremlin. Now when you come to Mickey's house, jump on the top. And the power spark is in this, above that window. You have to thin it, and that'll be another power spark. There we go. So power spark number 3. Then come into Mickey's house next, talk to the telephone. Once you chat to the telephone, go outside and Prescott will stop you. Let him go inside, say yes, crack on mate, go and break the phone, I don't need it no more. Got a mobile phone nowadays. Now once he's done that and he's got a wrench, come back in and get the gear which is dropped from the phone. That gear will allow us to get another spark from Laura Lee later in the museum. So very important. You go in, just talk to the phone, come back out, let Prescott go in and just dismantle it. Go back in yourself afterwards, grab the gear, come back out and talk to Prescott by the bridge. He will repair the bridge for you. Once he's repaired it, head along and make way into the next area. There you go, Mickey Spunk Mountain. We're not going to be able to get this area completed in this video, but I'm going to get a few of the areas completed in. I think I get... I'm trying to think now which comes first. I can't even think what the first area is. I know where I stop. I stop in the area where you first see them hoppers. You know, the first Beetleworks enemy. Oh, you've got the area with the digger. Yeah, the area with the digger. You head over to the digger, then we go over to the gremlin, come back, and then we can go into the lunchbox, that exit. I think that might be the one actually, the first one. Right, there we go. That's that objective done. Oh yeah, it's this one. Yeah, so the digger one is the first area you come to in the mountain. So head over to the digger. You get a little cutscene with the pack of cards. Decker is his name, I believe. Surprised I remember these names. I normally forget names in games. So I go through so many so quick. Yeah, I kind of lose my memory quite quick when it comes to what I've learnt, you know, in time I've made the platinum. So once you chat to Decker, come left, come through here. We're making our way over here to rescue a gremlin. Yeah, still doing it this way. Still the quickest way to do it. There you go, Kip. Kip's gonna repair the digger for you. And I think when we get into the second area, guys, that'll be it for this video. So yeah, prepare. We are coming towards the end of this vid. Yeah, second part 8 will be about 30 minutes long as well. But part 9 and 10 are about 36 minutes each. Yeah, because the ending part, the speed we went at in New Game, pretty much the same speed in New Game Plus. Because you still got to take the same route. I mean, all these other areas we're going through now, for example, Mickey Junk Mountain, you know, pirate area, the jungle, the space area, and the haunted manor. We can go through them areas a bit different, because we can take some quicker routes now that we don't have to get all the collectibles. But yeah, the ending sequence pretty much just exactly the same, other than killing the shadow Blot with thinner instead of paint. That's all we're pretty much doing differently. Yes, like I say, it does get quite repetitive, but at least this is the second time for you. I took one for the team and went through it a lot more. Right, so we're here now. It's going to make our way to the top. Again, not collecting any film reels on the way up. Yeah, that's the wrong way. Yeah, watch out for them guys, you almost bloody kill me. Yeah, them guys with horns, they can ram you, and it hurts. Yeah, I've been rammed a few times by these. And there's the exit. So once come in, I'm just going to rotate the camera so you know I'm about to call it a day. Yeah, that'll be me for today, guys. So that'll be it for part 7. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on part 8 tomorrow. Hey up all, welcome back to part 8. So we're still making our way up to the mountain of Mickey Spunk. I'm going to head over here to begin with and get rid of this first enemy. You have to kill him. He is unavoidable, because if you don't kill him, these two do not bash through the gate. Yes, Buddy's coming, quite upset. So yeah, you beat him, then they'll come to rescue, but they're a bit too late. But you can just run straight past him, make way through the pipe, and carry on to the top. Make sure you paint this guitar, because it's quite a long jump. I don't think you'd make that without painting the guitar. So you have to paint at least a little bit. And at the top here, so when you get into the big square room, you can either paint or thin the machine. Whichever one you do, it takes you along a different route, because it will unlock a different door. If you want to check the thinner route, you can do, just thin it. This does not affect your ending, by the way. If you want to paint these machines or thin them, it doesn't matter. And remember, the ending is only decided by how you defeat the main bosses. For me, I've just gone the paint route, because we already know this route. We took it in our first playthrough. So if you take this one, you know what you're doing and where you're going along. Whereas thinner route, you might stumble a little bit, because you've not done it before. But you might enjoy just doing something a bit different. It's up to you guys, but it don't really make any difference. Eventually, they both lead to the same place. That room at the end with a telephone keypad in it. This route's kind of easy, because it's like a linear path, but, you know, you can't fall off. But these events get a bit annoying with all the steam coming out. The keypad at the end. On playthrough 1, we rescue the gremlin, and the gremlin input the code for us. But in this one, we're going to do it ourselves. The code will be 512. Yeah, do not press 999 unless you have a genuine emergency, guys. 512. You can actually figure out all these codes. I know they are right down nearby, but you can actually figure all these out by just jumping on the keypad. If it lights up, that means it leads to a combination. Then from a process of elimination, you can work them all out. But yes, 512. That's what you want to type in and make claws come down and make way across and through the projector screen at the end. The next side-scrolling level is Alpine Climbers Part 2. It's going to make way to the end, as always, and go through the exit. Yeah, process of elimination. I actually go by that and stand by it quite a lot when it comes to working out on my guides, because I have to eliminate a lot of things in order to work out the optimal route. So yeah, process of elimination, something I apply to pretty much every guide I have to do. So it's going to make way to the top of this slope and go through the exit screen. Watch out for the barrels that the dog is rolling at you. For some reason he seems to have an infinite stash inside his kennel. And this will take us to Mount Osmore Slopes, which is the final part of the mountain. We've got to do them 3 side-scrolling levels, and we can meet Oswald and head back to Main Street. So here, yeah, talk to the card in front. Sorry for getting anybody. And then defeat these enemies. So there is 10 enemies in total, and you have to defeat them all. Thinner or paint, the choice is all up to you. Choice is yours. You have to take out 2 hoppers, and of course all the Blot links. If you can get them on these little boards, it's like one of them little game boards. I know it's a jigsaw, but it reminds me more of them boards where you have to slide the bits along. You know, you've only got one gap, you have to slide more along. I forget what them games are called now. But yeah, you can thin that floor when the enemies are on it, and they'll just fall to the death. And then once defeated all the enemies, go through the open passage and go through the tunnel at the end to get to the stairwell. Now in Mount Osmore Caverns. Make way to the top here, and then there'll be that card. Talk to him. Then we're going to do the 3 projector screens. Yeah, so we're going to finish this video in, I'll let you know what area. We get all the way up to, right now I'm just going through all the text guides. We get to the jungle area. So we get into Tortuga. So I guess that means we get Tomorrow City done here as well. That's nice. So yeah, we're going to get Tomorrow City done. We're going to beat Petronic. And then get a bit of the jungle done in this video. It's not too bad. So we'll be over halfway through the normal areas. You know, the 4 areas you have to go to after you first get to Main Street. This first side scrolling level. So it's again, just make way to the end. No need to collect anything here. Or press anything. Yeah, that one's a big jump, so make sure you're dashing and then jumping off the edge. Yeah, next up will be great guns. Again, just run to the end. Some of these cannons, you can attack him to make him change direction. Just so they don't blow a cannonball up your ass. But I think the only one you have to turn around is one at the end. Because it blows a hole in the building and allows you to reach the exit. Yeah, this one here. There you go, another one done. Pretty quick. I wonder what the fastest side scroll level is. And then this one, oh what a night. It's the one on the right. Yep, head inside there. So once back at Ostown, we are not going to do anything. So on first playthrough we did Gilda's, we had a chat with Gilda. We did a quest for her, but you're going to avoid it, it's no need. You have to do a race on the first area because you have to get the gear. But all the other races, they just give you a power spark. So you can completely avoid them. You know, there's quicker ways to get power sparks than doing Gilda's race. And there you go, third and final one. Go and talk to Oswald and walk back to Ostown. But back in Main Street, we're going to go to Laura Lee in the museum. She's going to give us 2 power sparks. One will be for giving her the cutlass. And one will be for giving her the gear, which we found in Mickey's house from the broken telephone. And we're going to buy 2 more power sparks from Casey. And then we'll get another power spark from giving him his key back. So that'll be 5 in total. And I think we have 3 already. Because we've got 1 from the Usher. And we've got 2 in this area. Remember, we've got 1 on the factory and 1 on top of Mickey's house. So yeah, you should have 3 power sparks at the moment. You need 5 for the next area. But by the time we've done it, we're going to have 8. Because you need 1, 5, 10 and 15. And I like it as well that it depends on how many you have in total. It's not like you have to get 5, then it's back to 0 again. You have to get another 10, then back to 0, and you have to get another 15. It's just how much you have in total, which is nice. You always keep them. So yeah, once back here, make way to the museum. Pop in and see Laura Lee. So you give her the cutlass, there we go. Get a power spark. And chat with her again. And you'll give her the gear. Get another power spark. But yeah, pleasure doing business with you. Right, over to the Emporium next. The gift shop. Remember, make sure you've got an ice cream as well. Yeah, give Casey's key back. He'll give you a power spark. Now we're going to buy 2 more. Just for 50 and 100. There you go. I got plenty of tickets left. I think I probably did go a bit over the top with tickets on the first playthrough. So like I say, make sure you got the ice cream. What I don't like is I have really tried hard to find a way to check how many power sparks you've got, but I can't seem to find out how many. The only way you can see how many you've got is by actually obtaining one, because then it flashes up on screen for a moment how many you have. And then when you've got 5, go and talk to Marcus. It will unlock Tomorrow City for you, and then head inside Plutopia. So I've got 8 power sparks at the moment. When we come back, we're going to need 10 to unlock Venturland, you know, the pirate area. But we're going to get the other 2 from Marcus and from Oswald once we get back. So that put us at 10. So yeah, pretty much This second playthrough, guys, we're going to have exactly enough sparks that we need. So if you miss any sparks from following me, you're not going to be able to unlock a new area. If that happens, just go into the Emporium and just buy one. Just buy a power spark, no need to mess about trying to figure out which one you missed. You know, the OCD might kick in, you might want the one which you did miss. But yeah, all you need to go do and go talk to Casey and buy another one. If you do just randomly miss one for some reason. Now here, for some reason the game lets you jump onto the side of the building, if you remember from the first playthrough. You can't grab anywhere else, but on that right side, the game lets you grab onto the side. And then on the top there, just attack the gremlin, it will lower the cranes for you. And it will raise the boat, and you come to the objective screen. I think that's the quickest way. I think on the first game, you could actually jump up one crane, and you could paint them both from one. But in this, I find it a bit tricky to do. So you've got to climb both cranes at the same time. Not at the same time, but you have to climb at one. Paint the cock, then climb the other, and paint the cock. But like I say, yeah, you could paint them both at once, like I say on the original, from one side. On this one, I just can't manage to reach the second crane, so I have to climb at one, go back and climb the other. But that gremlin's so quick to do, I think. You know, just climbing up into that building, or sorry, the little room. Grab the gremlin, it brings up the boat for you, then just quickly go into the objective screen. Found that really quick. It took us a bit longer on the first playthrough because we had to get the goofy part. Yeah, we are avoiding all parts now, by the way. So, we are going to be going a bit quicker. Because we're taking a slightly different route and because we're avoiding collecting all the parts. So once through that projector level. Yeah, Mickey's Mechanical Man Part 1. We should be in the Tomorrow City Lagoon. All you need to do here is attack the 4 valves that unlock the way forward. They're going to decide. I think there's actually 6 valves in here, but you only have to hit 4 of them. If you hit all 6, I think it opens a different exit below you. So at the bottom, the not waterfall, the thinner fall. So you can see the first valve straight ahead of you. Just whack it one time. Then second valve will be to the left, beneath the floor. That's it. So once you've done the first 2 valves, make your way across here and you'll find another 2. I like to do these 4 because they're all on the bottom level. Yeah, so third one is beneath this floor. There she is. And then the 4th one will be on the wall at the end. And then to climb up, you know that platform we just raced? You can actually jump on one of the arms connected to it. Here we are. And then jump on the top of the platform, guys, and up to the top. And then from there, you can make your way around to the exit through this tunnel. There's a little mini boss coming up. So it's up to you how you want to beat this guy. It won't make a difference if you beat him with thinner or paint. But I believe I just beat him with thinner. Why not? Yeah, so you want to wait until he breathes, tries to suck you in. So otherwise you're just going to waste most of your thinner. As it's wait until he sucks you in, guys, and then start attacking him. If you paint him or thin him, it leads to a different reward. But I think he might be able to jump over. You know, before you turn on the power with the TV. Yeah, the side of the screen, you might be able to jump over the gap and still get a part. But like I say, we don't need to get the parts anyway. But yeah, normally thinning him is supposed to lead to a pin, and painting him leads to the part. Normally, there'll be a cutscene after getting a TV sketch. Just going to lob it on that power pad. To be honest, I don't even think you can because of the electric at the side. Yeah, so once you place the TV, come and talk to Mr. Rover. He'll spin it around again. And then we can make our way along this path and enter the projector screen at the end. Yeah, Plutopia Part 2. Tomorrow Square will be a lot quicker. Because before we actually rescued all the gremlins. But now we're just going to be placing 3 TVs down. On the 3 power pads. Yeah, watch out for the bones, they're all over the place. Right, so here we are. Yeah, so you're going to come and slope. Like I say, we're going to place the TVs on the 3 power pads. So near each power pad will be a breakable, which will have 1 TV sketch. So that's power pad number 1. Now, I thought that wasn't going to work, but luckily it did. Maybe I was too quick. But yeah, make sure you put it in the right place and the icon kind of turns green. You'll see what I mean in a second. Yeah, so make sure it kind of turns green. There you go, that's power pad number 2. Like I say, smash the breakables nearby to get another sketch. And then for the third one, it's just over here. When you do jump on the track, watch out for the electric. And there we go, power pad number 3. And that will unlock this fire door. The trams will start low, so make sure they don't knock you off. They'll make our way to the end and into Mickey's Mechanical Man Part 2. And that should take us to the final area of tomorrow's city. Then we can make our way up to the boss. Beating Petronic with thinner. We need to make sure we do that, of course. The fight goes on slightly longer because he doesn't be defeated straight away like on the paint. He has like a last stand attack. He'll just come back to life for a moment and try and hit you with the boomerang one more time. Sorry, the spinning disc. That's the only difference really. I guess opposed to a cutscene afterwards. Right, this way is going to be very quick. All we have to do is get to the elevator, paint the switch on the side of it to unlock it, and then go inside. That's all you have to do to reach the boss. Yeah, we'll be back here later to get rid of the vines, unfortunately. We are going to go right. Yep, thin that side of that big capsule, the pod. Get inside, jump on the pressure plate, and it'll move you up to another platform. You can talk to some of the gremlins below. There's 2 gremlins you can rescue in that bottom area. And I think one of them will stop either the trams or electric on the lower track. And one of them will kind of like activate 3 platforms, which you can use to reach its upper part. But I took that normal route, because of course we know it. So yeah, go to the elevator guys near the rocket, paint a switch on the side, come inside it, and talk to Gus and say yes, we're ready to confront Petronic. So make sure you defeat him with thinner. Very important, he's the main boss, so we need to make sure we do that. You know if you've done it correctly because at the end of it, you'll get a thinner capacity upgrade. Right, let's do it. Yeah, one of the longest bosses in the game. Yeah, this boss and Shadow Blot. This one's probably the longest, would you say? Then maybe Shadow Blot second. Try and think other ones. I think Clock Tower can take a while, just because you got such low capacity on your painter thinner. It just takes it a long time to get rid of his arms, because you run out of ammo. You have to keep waiting for it to restock. Yeah, so again, remember, after his attacks, he'll have a spinning disc at you, and once you've knocked it back at him enough times, he'll become staggered. Then run up to him and either paint or thin. Make sure you thin him, very important. So use the green stuff. Right, so that's 1 done. Go do that 2 more times, but each time you do it, he's going to do more attacks. So we'll do 1 set of attacks on the first part, 2 set of attacks on the second, and 3 set of attacks on the third. Yeah, try not to fall down the middle. What you can do sometimes is, when he's lobbing the thinner at you, if you jump above the pit in the middle, sometimes the thinner will go down the pit, and so it will not even hit any platforms. When he jumps in the air, just jump yourself to avoid the ground pound, and spin a disc, of course, deflect it back at him, guys, by just doing a spin attack. Spin attack into the spinning disc, and it just kind of works for some reason. There you go, staggered him again. So I'm going to run up to him and put some thinner on him, on the back of him. There you go. So 1 more time, and that'll be Petronic done. Yeah, probably the most complicated fights, or the ones which are most changed compared to paint, will be Hook and the Mad Doctor. Hook is almost completely different how you beat him on the thinner route, and the Mad Doctor a little bit different. Yeah, but I'll probably say Hook is the most changed between a paint and a thinner, because with Hook on the paint route you have to go all the way to the top, don't you? Climb up the masts and rescue those sprites. But on the thinner route, there's actually 2 ways to beat him on the thinner route, but you have to do them all on the bottom deck, where you first jump up from the boats. But it's quite cool the way you beat him on the thinner route. Yeah, it probably seems like it's more canon. Defeat him on the thinner route, actually. Right, so I'm almost there. Got to do this 3 times. Right, there we go. So we have like a last stand attack after this, so be ready to deflect it one more time. So that's thinner. 3 lots of thinner. Filled up his gauge. Now it's going to try to lob that spinning disc one more time at me, guys. Just going to deflect it back at him. Yeah, for some reason it seems slower on that last attack. Right, and that's it. We defeated Petronic on the thinner route. Got a thinner capacity upgrade to confirm you defeated him in the same way. If you've got a paint upgrade after beating him the exact same way, then the game might have glitched. I don't know. But it won't happen anyway. I'm not trying to make you worry, but yeah, that will not happen. Right, so once you're back in Mean Street, so we need 2 more power sparks to unlock the next area. Oswald's going to tell you that Marcus has been captured. Now you want to make sure you paint these 3 bottlings. If you don't paint them, Oswald will not give you a power spark, so make sure you paint them with the blue stuff. That's it. Use Mickey Spunk. That's it. Paint all 3 of them. Then attack the cage to rescue Marcus. Right, he's going to meet you at the Penny Arcade. So we're going to talk to Oswald first. Get a power spark from him for painting them 3 enemies. And then rescuing Marcus, he'll give us 1 as well. And that'll make us 10. Yep, 8 plus 2 equals 10. I had to work that one out. Yes, come and talk to Marcus, there we go. Yeah, process of elimination allowed me to get to 10 a lot quicker. And into Venturland. So yeah, the pirate area. So this kind of like town area, you've quite a few things you have to do here compared to some of the other ones. We're going to get 2 power sparks, then we need to get all the items and give them to Smee in order for him to unlock the exit for us. We need to get a compass, we need to get the ship's wheel, and what's the other one? Is it the figurehead? I think that was it. Yeah, we need to get those 3 items and then talk to Smee, it will unlock the exit. And we're also going to get 2 more power sparks. So once we get these 2, that's going to give us 12. And all we're going to need is 3 more to get 15 and unlock the final area, which will be Bog EC. And those 3 will come from defeating the rabbits when we get back from the pirate area. So nice, easy 3 power sparks to get. Right, so as soon as you get control, spin around and grab that power spark on the ledge behind us. Yeah, that's a clue. So that cutscene gives you a clue to what everything is you need to collect. Make sure you take notice. If you wasn't following a guide. To be honest, you still forget. Out of all those things the game just shows you, I think I remembered 1 on my first playthrough. Definitely remembered Smee just sitting there, being lazy. Yeah, so that's the first power spark. Grab that one, that'll put us at 11. Then when you come and talk to Smee, he'll give you a little quest for finding all the items. Yeah, probably should have brought a napkin with us. And yeah, you should have the ice cream as well. So that's power spark number 2 behind Smee. So make sure you get that power spark behind the big tree, guys, which is also behind Smee. That should put us at power spark 12. Then make way to Topper's treehouse near Smee. Get a tiki mask at the top. That's tiki mask 1 of 3. Then the next tiki mask is over here. That's on top of that house. So get tiki mask number 2. And the third one is at the top of that water wheel. Now, I should have timed my jumps a bit better. But when trying to get back up if you did fall down, make sure you come up on the other side. There we go. It's a lot easier. And that's tiki mask number 3. Once got all 3 tiki masks and the 2 power sparks, come down and talk to Curvy Pat next. Yep, tell Curvy Pat you're going to give him some tickets for the compass. I think it costs 25. Once got a compass, come and talk to Damien Salt next. Exhaust his dialogue and then give him the ice cream when he asks for it. Trigger a cutscene, he'll get rejected. And you want to buy the figurehead for 50 tickets, I think it costs. Yeah, there you go. So buy a figurehead from him. And then for all 3 tiki masks, come to a shop. And the tiki shop owner, is it Sam? Yes. Talk to Sam. He'll be mega happy you got all the masks for him and he'll give you them ship's wheel. So you've got all 3 items, return to me and he'll unlock the exit for you. So ship's wheel, figurehead and the compass, that's all you need. Right, then we're going to make our way into Tortuga. Going to have to go through Castaway Part 1, that's side-scrolling level. Yeah, it's going to get Tortuga done. We'll do the next side-scrolling level, then we'll end this video, guys, in the jungle. When we do the jungle, on the first playthrough, we actually killed the 9 enemies in order to get Star Key to unlock the exit for us. On this playthrough, we're going to thin the 3 jungle symbols. It's a little bit quicker, I think, because you don't have to bother defeating any enemies. You just have to thin 3 plants, and you touch Star Key, and he unlocks the exit for you, basically. I think it's a slightly quicker way. But yeah, and then part 10, the last thing we do in part 10 is we defeat the Shadow Blot. So yeah, part 9, sorry. Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself there. Yeah, part 9, the last thing we do is we defeat the Shadow Blot, then we get back to Ostown, and that's where I end the video. And then part 10, we're going to start from Ostown, just have to go and clear out all the vines. Yeah, so unfortunately, the last 36 minutes of the game is purely getting rid of vines. So once at Tortuga, you get our first cutscene with a Beluga Billy. Come up here first, afterwards, and on top of the jail, thin the window on the top, get the key inside it, drop down, thin the door frame, so make the door fall off and head inside. Yeah, very, very secure door frame that one is. Yeah, come and talk to the first cell, the first cellmate or prisoner. Yeah, Ruffin Branderson. Unlock him. So yeah, free Ruffin by using the key to unlock his cell. Then once you freed him, it will unlock this passage for you. You need to come down here because you have to get the cutlass to give to Beluga Billy later. I don't know why I was calling him a cellmate, he's a prisoner. Right, so once you get control after that brief scene, quickly attack the 4 cranks in order to spin the treasure at the end. No need to kill the 2 enemies. Yes, grab the cutlass, that's all you needed. Once got that, make your way back outside. Now we need to go and get his handbag. Yes, a Beluga Billy's handbag is on this far small island. You on that balcony. So there you go, once got his handbag, he's going to make a way over to him now. That's it, give him the cutlass and the handbag, and then it'll unlock the exit for you. I think this is pretty much the same how we did it in the first playthrough. All we did differently was we got Daisy, that's it. We've got Daisy's part in that house beside us. I think that's all we did differently. Right, we're going to go and find Star Key in the jungle. Oh yeah, you got Watch Getch as well. So after getting Watch Getch, yeah, make way to the far right corner now and go through the exit. No need to kill any enemies along the way. Yes, this will take us into the next area, which would be Jungle Rhythm Part 2. Is it Part 2? Oh yeah, I think it is. So I think there's oh yeah, we did Part 1 when we went from Main Street to Venturland. Yeah, I was just trying to think when we did it. Yeah, so just make way to the end. Quite an easy one to get through, because you're kind of always on the ground level. Jump as elephant, then jump up to the exit. And there we go, take us into the jungle. Yes, that'll be it for part 8, guys. So 2 more parts to go, Part 9 and Part 10. 1 hour, 10 minutes left, and we should have a platinum. So I'll leave it there. Be a brief cutscene when you first come in. And that will be us. yeah, that's us done for the day. So thanks for watching, guys. Not far to go now, and I'll see you on part 9 tomorrow. Hey, welcome back to part 9, guys. So we're going to jump straight into this one. So when you come in, headed to that raised platform over there, and go in a small archway below it, and you want to thin out that plant. Thin that plant and you'll find jungle symbol number 1. Once you've got symbol number 1, come over here next, thin that platform so you can reach it. You can just reach it if you, paint it. And then up to this upper ledge, jump across to this ledge, and there's jungle symbol number 2 beneath that plant. Once you've got symbol number 2, next up come behind this tree. Behind here, you'll find the third and final plant, which will have the last symbol underneath it. Once found all 3 symbols, make your way over to Star Key, and it'll basically unlock a platform for you, which will unlock the door when you stand on it. It's a little bit quicker than defeating the 9 enemies, so I just want to do it that way on this pass through this area. So 3 symbols, there's one near where we came in, one on a upper platform near the well, and there's one at the back of the tree. They're behind them 3 plants. So he's going to activate that platform for you. Once you speak to him after thinning them 3 symbols and discovering them. Once he's got a platform working, make your way to the top of the tree house. Stand on the platform, this one here. It'll be like a pulley, and when you stand on it, it's going to open the door below. You've got about 15 seconds to get in, plenty of time, so all you have to do is drop down and jump inside. So once inside the tree house, make your way to the top and to the next side scrolling level. I'm going to make your way through the way this, and that takes us back to Tortuga. So part 9, yes, one more to go, and we've got platinum. Very, very close to the end. This one's about 37 minutes long, and the next final video will be about a similar time. It's either that or make this on 30 minutes and the last one about 46 again. Similar to the last video off New Game, which was a bit longer. But this one we should get a shadow Blot defeated at the end, instead of at the start of the next video. So it just shares the time a bit better. So at the end of this one, remember, you need to wait for the whale to come up, and he's going to open his mouth, we're going to jump inside and go through the exit. Once back in Tortuga, so Starkey won't be here because we did not defeat all the enemies, but Beluga Billy will be. So we're going to go and chat to Beluga Billy. You're going to make your way to top door, to the school gate, and talk to Billy on the roof beside it, and he'll unlock it for you, and you just go inside to the next objective level, which will be Castaway Part 2. So there he is, Beluga Billy. Talk to her, and then come into the Castaway Part 2. Make your way through there, and it will take you to the Pirate Voyage area. We are going to have to fight Hook, quite a bit different, but you'll see when we get there in a few minutes. Yeah, I've been making quite a bit of ground with Silksong as well, by the way. I spent a lot of time yesterday on Silksong, and I'm getting very, very close to finishing the journal. Well, finishing the text guide part for it anyway, because I'm having to... I've got all the enemies wrote down on a document. I've got all the images, I've got like a box around them saying what area they can be found in, the enemy name, and like any extra comments, and how many times you have to kill them. That's all done, but what I'm doing now is I've been going through basically every room in the game, and writing down every room they can be found in, which has taken quite a while. So where I've put like in the box around the enemy, I've put down what areas could be found in, for example Mosslands or Wormways. But I'm going through it and I'm putting in brackets exactly what room when you relate it to my map. So for example, it's room 3, room 6, just going to make it easy to track them all down. So that's something what a lot of the other guides have not done. So I'm quite proud that I'm doing that. So you know exactly where to find the enemy in the area, and not just have a rough idea of the location. You'll know exactly what room they can spawn in. But yeah, it's almost done, guys. Hopefully this weekend, at the latest. I think it's going to be early next week when my final Silksong videos go up. But anyway, back onto Mickey. So Pirate Voyage. This is quite a linear and easy area to get through. As you remember, all you need to do is make your way through the end, but along the way you need to thin or paint these machines. I'm just going to paint them again, it doesn't matter, you'll still get the ending. To be honest, I don't really know what happens if you do thin them, because I was going to thin them on this route, just because we're doing it differently, but on my practice run, I wanted to check to see if you still get the thinner trophy at the end, even if you paint some machines, and you do. It doesn't affect it. So just paint them, because we know that what that does. It opens this gate and allows you to go forward on the boats. So paint the 3 machines. Once you've done so, that gate will open. Head on through. Thin this bar at the end. And yes, I did die on my first time you saw. I jumped into the swamp. But it's only a few deaths I've had for this playthrough. They're quite quick to, you know, reload after you die. So I don't really feel the need to cut them out. So once in the next side-scrolling level, yeah, this will be Shanghai. This is going to take us to Skull Island. We've got one more area, and then we're on the boss. Like I say, in this video, we're going to get 3 bosses done. We're going to get Hook, the Mad Doctor, and Shadow Blot. So all we're going to be doing tomorrow is destroying vines. Yeah, for 37 minutes. We're going to be popping a load of vines. It's going to be quite a bit boring. But you'll probably have the encouragement to go through it, because you know it's the final one before Platinum. Right, so once here, Skull Island. So we did quite a lot here on our first playthrough, but all we're going to do now is thin the 3 anchors. All we want to do is spawn the Jolly Roger, Smee's ship, and if you still need a trophy for distracting 5 enemies with a TV, so I know there's a few players which still need to do that, then just remember there's some 5 enemies here on that island. You're going to lob a TV down in front of them, distract them all at once, and you get a trophy for distracting 5 enemies. If there's any other kill related enemy trophies as well, this could be a good space to do it. For example, knock 10 enemies into thinner. You could do that one here as well, probably. You know, knock them into the thinner, and then maybe quit and reload to respawn, and then do it again. So that's anchor number 1. So you just go make your way to the top of that island. You thin the big rock on the top. Thin the anchor, hiding inside the big rock, and that's the first one done. Next up, heading over to the second anchor. And if you do want to do the enemies, by the way, they're going to be near the 3rd anchor. So just hold on a minute, and we're basically going to be running past them in a second. Yeah, no need to like detour for me. We'll basically be running past them very shortly. So drop in here by thinning that big piece of tune on the top. All you need to do is thin the anchor, and then hit that cog to unlock the gate. Then we're going to make our way to the final anchor. If I can get Silksong done soon enough, I've been thinking I might be able to get Resident Evil 7 DLC done before Code Vein 2 releases. And there's some 5 enemies, by the way. So if you need to use them for anything, do so now, and then just crack on follow me into this final anchor. Yeah, so this one you need to thin the rocks on the top, and then attack the cogs to rotate the track and line it up, and hit the final cog to open the gates. What I like here, I like it when you jump on the cog and hit it, because at the end Mickey's just spinning around like nuts. I don't know why, but I just like doing that. Yeah, so once the gates open, drop down below, do the final anchor. So yeah, just head over to Jolly Roger afterwards, paint the wheel, and then interact with it, and tell him you are ready to make a move. Make way to the boss, Hook. Yeah, if I can get Silksong done early enough, I'm going to jump on Resident Evil 7 DLC, guys, and try to get one done before Code Vein 2. If I can get Silksong done this weekend, I think I can get a DLC done before Code Vein 2 releases, at least one of them. I'm not quite sure yet. I'm not doing the card game, so I know that one takes a while, and it's a lot of RNG. I have done the DLCs, by the way, myself, so I kind of know what I'm in for. I might do the Not Hero first. I'm going to look at the order of them all. I might try and do them in order. I can't remember which one's first, if I'm honest. Right, so once you come in, I'm going to hit that valve to lower the first lifeboat. Jump on it, paint the second one, and then make your way up to the deck. So there's 2 ways to beat him now, via the thinner route. One of them, you can keep knocking him along the tracks, and if you knock him to the end of the track, he'll kind of like fall off and hurt himself, or he'll go into a pole. That'll damage him. If you do that enough times, it'll kill him. I think you have to do it about 8 times. But a quicker way is to make him go on a plank and get a crocodile to eat him. That's a bit quicker. So we're going to do it the crocodile way. And of course, that's what happens to Hook anyway in the movies and the books. So you're going to rotate that track. So it's like so. And you're going to thin the barrel, guys, then you can hit him. Yeah, so rotate the track so it's going to send him down to that middle bit like this. Because we need him to go there down in a second anyway. So yeah, all you do is thin the barrel and then you can hit him. Now this next one, there's no need to hit that second one. You need to send him to that middle cog on the floor. That's it, like so. So thin the barrel and then attack him. I didn't really need to hit that one on the right. So that's all you need to do. The second one, send him into that middle cog. Because it's a cog, he'll be spinning around and he'll make the tracks line up, like so. And then in the barrel on the left, make sure he's going to go down to that bottom cog. He's already lined up. So just thin the barrel and send him down to it. That's it. That's going to make the plank move off the ship or extend off the ship. That's it. Then he's going to go back up the top. And now send him down the middle track. That's going to send him off a plank and it's going to defeat him. Like I say, this is one way to defeat him on the thinner route. The other way is to try to avoid doing this and just keep knocking him to the end of the tracks. You know, like we did on the very first barrel, he fell over and lost a heart. Yeah, that will eventually kill him. And there you go. Got a thinner capacity upgrade. So you know if you've got a capacity upgrade for thinner, that you defeated him the right way. As long as you don't rescue the sprite at the top, it should be a thinner route. So afterwards, get that rocket part. Rocket part number 2. Looks like a old 3D stick for the arcade machines. So it's going to make our way to the end and then back to Venturland. Once back here, there'll be a brief cutscene with Smee. And then all we're going to do, we're going to go straight to the initial projector and make our way back to the main street. Yeah, back there. Once you get there, I believe we need 3 more power sparks to get 15. We've got 12 at the moment. There's them 3 rabbits which will be running around the garden area. We're just going to go and paint them and they'll all drop a spark each and it'll put us at 15 and allow Marcus to activate the final projector screen. There they are running away. So chase after the rabbits. Do not let them get away. If you're not quick enough, they will bore a hole in the garden. That's it, just paint them. Or it's been attack. Yeah, one of them. There you go. 1, 2, and I've got them all. So 15 power sparks now. If you do need any more for whatever reason, maybe you dropped one fell out your pocket, just go into the Emporium and buy some more from Casey Jones. He'll sell you a unlimited amount, I believe. I think on the original he only sold you so many, but now you can buy like a unlimited amount. So yeah, after Marcus has activated the Lonesome Manor to book the screen to book easy, head inside. Yeah, this should be Lonesome Ghosts Part 1. I'm not getting any film reels, so I'm just going to skip my way to the end. When you reach that door, just hit the light switch and then make a small ball, and yes, the door fell on me and it flattened me. That is the thing that does happen. I'm going to go straight through the exit. Yeah, somehow I knocked down the door, but the door somehow managed to fall on me. Okay, so bog easy. We're going to do this exactly the same as we did on the new game video. We're going to make our way around to Gilbert. Not Gilbert, sorry, Louis. We're going to make our way around to Louis. We're going to thin the lamps around him, 3 lamps, and that will allow Gilbert to scare him. Then Gilbert will unlock the exit for us. Just trying to think if we do any areas in the manor differently. Don't think we do. I think I do it all the same. We do the Mad Doctor a bit differently, of course. I mean, even in the library do that the same. I do free a gremlin in the library, because there's actually 2 gremlins which can help you for the boss fights. But you rescue them in rooms before the boss. So I'm going to rescue them 2 gremlins, just to make the boss fight go a bit quicker. I mean, even the organ area, I do the organ still. Because if you don't do the organ quest, then it's a bit of a nuisance trying to climb up the organs, because they keep like lobbing out that blue gas and it'll knock you off. So it's just easier to do the organ puzzle, so you can jump at the top a lot easier. So once you've thinned 3 lamps, Gilbert's going to scare Louis out of his socks, and he's going to open the fire gates. So once you're ready, guys, and you've scared him, make your way into the manor house area. Yes, it's all done the same pretty much, except for, like I say, rescuing them 2 gremlins. We rescue one in the library, and the other one we rescue in the ballroom. And of course, the Mad Doctor fight's going to be done a bit differently. This Mad Doctor fight is what a lot of players get tripped up on. I have read a lot of comments about it. I did mention this a few videos back. There's quite so many comments where players, they don't know why they've got to the end and not got the thinner trophy, and then once people have replied, they've realised it because they didn't defeat the Mad Doctor in the correct manner. I don't really know how it happened anyway, because you know if you defeat the boss the right way, because you'll get a paint upgrade or a thin upgrade, you should know. So all I can think, if someone's done it the wrong way and they don't realise, then maybe it's a guide you're following. Because the guides, they should tell you, you know, you'll know if you've done it the right way because you'll get paint capacity or thinner capacity. That's a key thing to know, you know exactly how you defeat the boss on what route. Then of course, after that, all it depends on is if you do all the animatronics or if you don't do any. That's the main things you need to watch out for when you're going for any specific completion route. So once they're on the manor house, make way to the top. You'll scare the Mad Doctor away, and then once you do that, you'll find the anvil sketch in the chest at the top. There is another way to find the sketch, by the way. If you thin the wall or the window beside the chest, there'll be a gremlin behind it, and that gremlin can also give the sketch. But normally when you come straight up here, the Mad Doctor will be there. You scare him away and you'll find it in this chest. Yeah, see that window on the right? You thin it, gremlin behind it, he can also give the sketch. Yes, and then you just climb up the pillars to reach his balcony, and there we go. So after the cutscene and you've got a sketch, what we need to do is drop down back to the base. Yeah, behind that window there, which I just thinned. Yeah, drop an anvil on this pressure plate. That's it, unlock the door. And head into this next side-scrolling level, the Mad Doctor Part 1. Can't wait to do the Vine bit again, to commentate that, so fun to do. So I'm leaving all the film reels as always. In the foyer, we're going to do that exactly the same as we did on New Game. So we're going to thin the large painting. We're going to make our way up to that alcove behind it, that hidden alcove. We're going to rescue the gremlin, step on pressure plate, and then quickly make our way through the exit gate before it locks down. If you don't make it in time, it just means you've got to make your way back to pressure plate and then press it again. There are other ways to do this, of course, but that's the quickest way. Yeah, I think it's a portrait of the shadow Blot or something. So you're going to make your way up to these floating platforms, thin the big painting, guys, and then jump across. You can also jump from the railing going along the stairs if you plan it right. You can jump on them gargoyles above the fireplace and then use one of them to reach this alcove. You do slide down if you land on the gargoyle incorrectly, but you can do it. I've done it before. Right, so once the gremlin fixes the pressure plate, stand on it, then quickly make your way across. Don't stay on the floating platforms because one of them side enemies will probably thin it and make you fall down. Just go around the left or right, jump over it, guys, and there we go. And then go straight inside side-scrolling level. No need to defeat the enemies. This will be Haunted House Part 1. After this will be in the stretching room, which again we're going to do exactly the same as we did on New Game. Once in the Haunted House, fall down the hole and then make your way to the right. Yeah, make sure you jump over that scary figure at the end. Yeah, stretching room. So you want to head over to the cog in the middle. You want to hit it once to lower the portraits just one time. Just lower them one time, and you go into the one on your left, the TNT portrait, thin it, and then thin the underpants picture behind it, and you'll find the gremlin. You free that gremlin and he basically solves this puzzle for you. Did I say before about these gremlins being like, they're like little assist options? You free the gremlins and it's kind of like an assist. I think it's a good way to do it. You know, they've added assist options, but they've done it in the form of gremlins. Pretty cool way to do it. I think I mentioned it a few videos back. Yeah, so once you've rescued him, yeah, that'll line them all up. So then you make your way back to middle, hit the cog again, guys, and that'll complete the room for you. Then just make your way through the exit. The library is done exactly the same. Like I say, we're going to rescue one gremlin during the library. There's one gremlin in the attic space above the library. There'll be some platforms at the top, and that gremlin you rescue at the top there actually helps you during the boss fight at the end. You can actually rescue 2 gremlins and still do the paint route, and of course we're not doing that. We're going to do the thinner route. But a lot of guys will tell you that if you rescue 2 gremlins, you can't do the paint. You can, because I've done it before on previous playthroughs. Because for the thinner route, you have to destroy all 3 machines, but one of them the last one has to be destroyed by thinner for the thinner route. And of course, for the paint route, you have to destroy the last machine by using the minecart of the track. That's what kind of differentiates the different endings. So once on that medical bed, you get warped here. Guess it's all a dream. Mickey's imagination. Yes, mice do dream. Of course, Mickey Mouse is proof of that. And they even sleepwalk. I've spotted one sleepwalking before. One of the strangest things you're going to see. Okay, so once you spawn in here, into the library, going to make our way to the end and paint that first school emblem. This one here. So paint that. And we're going to head up the steps and talk to, what's her name? Leona, is it? Oh, wow, it is. Remembered. So, Madame Leona. So, Madame Leona, she'll want you to go and do a few other things. All you have to do to progress is to paint the remaining 2 school emblems. So, it's going to make way along this path first. I'm going to thin that wall. Make way along this hidden passage and paint that one at the end here. So, paint that. That's it. That'll be number 2 done. I'm going to use this bookcase to spin around back to the main part of the library. Remember, we want to make way up to the attic next because we want to rescue a gremlin. This gremlin is going to help us for the boss fight. So head over, press triangle, spin around. Now if you jump on the nearby light, you can just land on it like so. That's it, jump on top of the bookcase and jump up to the platforms at the top. That's it, once at the top you need to make way to the far side. And there it is, that gremlin. So you want to rescue that gremlin. There she is. So Gremlin Jarvis. Or Jarvis. So once you've rescued him, drop down to the platform below you. Make way to this hidden room at the end. And stand on that pressure plate to reveal the final emblem. We're going to head over to that and paint it. Then talk to Leona and she'll unlock the exit for us. There it is, the final one. You've got 8 seconds to go. We have exorcised the demons. And the slobber, it's up to you how you want to beat him. Thinner or paint, it won't matter. I don't know if I defeated him with paint, just show you that it doesn't really matter. You know how you defeat him. Or did he use thinner because I've got 2 thinner spirits. Yeah, I guess I used thinner. Yeah, I think if you use thinner as well, you get more tickets from him. I don't even know if these tickets, so they're kind of random. You know, because sometimes I seem to get them, sometimes I don't. You see that? I got a golden ticket then. 100. So once defeated the slobber, head through into the next side-scrolling level. So this will be the Haunted House Part 2. We've got one more area and then we're on the boss. So we're going into the ballroom next. So again, no need to collect anything. Let's make our way to the far right. Watch out for the holes to the spider web, so they normally hurt you when you drop inside them. Yeah, when you get to that bit there, you need to jump up and go above the clock. And there's the exit. It's quite a short level, this one. Very, very short compared to some of the others. So we're going to do the ballroom, the pipe organ quest. Like I say, if you don't do this, it's quite annoying to climb the pipe organs because the gas will keep coming out and it'll be knocking you off. Yeah, so just do the pipe organ. It doesn't take long. So what, about 30 seconds to complete it? Probably a minute in total with all the dialogue. And then that gremlin we saw on that little intro cutscene when we first came in, we're going to rescue that gremlin in a second. So yeah, stand on the chair, trigger this quest, guys, and then jump on all the keypad tones in the correct order. Yeah, jump on all the keys. Remember, when you need to go from that one on the bottom left to the far right, it's quite a big distance, just drop off the keypad, run across and jump back on it. And there you go, once completed it, that'll stop the gas coming out. So see that gremlin there on the right, we're going to rescue him. That is Gremlin Stuffus. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember where you need to jump from. But yeah, you can jump from that one there. There you go. So once you rescued him, so him and the other one from the library are going to help us during the boss fights. It probably doesn't save a massive amount of time, even if it does, but just saves you having to do it yourself, I guess. Because there's normally 3 Beetleworks generators you have to destroy in order to beat the boss during the thinner route. But these 2 gremlins we rescued will destroy 2 of them for us. So then we just have to focus on one of them. So another side-scrolling level, let's make our way to the end. So once done this boss, we'll be back in Bog Easy. Make our way to Mean Street, guys, back to Ostown, and then back to Mickey Spunk Mountain. And we're going to do the Shadow Blot. Right, so make sure you do this exact same way as I do. Do not activate the tracks. If you activate the tracks, they're going to beat him on the paint route, and we do not want to do that. So in a minute, you're going to see the 2 gremlins destroy 2 of the Beetleworks machines. If for any reason you didn't rescue one when I advised to, it just means you're going to have to get rid of all the machines yourself. In order to do so, what you normally have to do is defeat the enemies nearby. Then when the machine opens up, when the door opens to spawn another enemy, you see that big red eye in the middle of the machine, you have to thin it. And that's how you basically disable the machines. So yeah, you see they spawn enemies. And they always spawn the same enemy as well. So you only have to kill the enemy which that machine spawns. You don't have to kill like every enemy outside it, just when it spawns. I think the one on the left spawns a pirate enemy. I'm not quite sure which one on the right spawns, but that far one, that spawns the you see that one on that middle rock, it spawns that type, but not that one. It'll be this one at the far end here. So yeah, we only need to do this one. So see this guy, you can kill him instantly, by the way, if you drop an anvil on his head. There you go, kills him instantly, which is nice. And once you killed him, that should trigger this to open. There it is, it's spawned in another one. So quickly head over to it, guys, and thin the red eye. That's all you got to do. And that defeats him on the thinner route. Like I say, all you got to do is defeat the enemy which that Beetleworks spawns. I think that's the way to do it. So like I say, it's that kind of one with like an alien head. It's got a big green head. Big green head, but it's actually got a small brain inside there. That's it. Drop an anvil on him, kill him instantly, and then quickly thin the machine. I've got thinner capacity, so I know I've done it correctly. And that's the final rocket part. So now let's go and defeat the Shadow Blot. So through the projector, get back to Bog Easy, and then we're going to make our way over to the start projector and make our way back to Mean Street. So that's all the bosses defeated with thinner, and then all we're going to do, you know, when we come to Shadow Blot, we're going to defeat him with thinner as well, just be on the safe side. I'm not entirely sure if he counts. I know the trophy actually says to defeat all main bosses. And I guess he's the main boss, but because he doesn't actually give you any upgrades, that's why I'm not too sure if he counts or not. But I've not personally tested it myself. So, just defeat him with thinner. It doesn't make any difference. The boss fight is exactly the same whether you defeat him with thinner or paint. All it changes is what, obviously, type you use on him when he's weak. So once back on Main Street, you head over to Oswald for a brief cutscene. Then after that cutscene and the quest begins, make way into the mountain of Mickey Spunk. That's it. Give Gus 10 e-tickets, guys, to skip the projector screen. Then once at Ostown, make way to the end, and we are going to have to go through this one again, unfortunately. But it's a quick one. It's just going to be ye olden days. Let's make way to the end. Sorry, it's not ye olden days. That'll be the next one. Yeah, this one is Mickey Steamroller. Yes, 2 more levels we have to go through actually. Ye olden days will be a new one. Yeah, this one you already have the film reels for it. Apparently if you get every film reel in the game, it makes it so a popcorn machine in the cinema drops tickets for you. I'm not entirely sure how it works. Is it unlimited? Does it just drop you like one every 10 seconds? Or does it drop you more than that? I'm not entirely sure. I've not actually tested it myself, but I have read it in other information online. Of course, we don't really need to do it. We've got plenty of tickets. Tickets come by so easy. I mean, if you're using tickets to buy parts, you're going to need a lot because it's 1,000 per part. But it's just quicker to find the parts yourself as opposed to farming the tickets in order to buy them. So once you're here, yeah, you'll go straight from Ostown to here. Once you get through that objective level, just make your way up to Oswald's lair, his base, his place of operation. Chat with him and then go through his projector screen nearby. So this is it, last boss, and then we've got a final video tomorrow, guys, and that'll be platinum. I guess at this point you can't really do anything wrong after this video, so if you want to crack on after this, guys, and just get platinum yourself, you can do. I'm quite confident that anything you do in the final part, the final video, is not really going to affect anything. All you got to do is go through all the levels and pop all the vines, destroy them all. You can use thinner on the block, what do you call them again? Is it blotchlings? You know, the green bulbs on the vines which you have to pop. I think they're called blotchlings or something. Not blotlings, blotch. Can't even remember. But if you use thinner on them, they kind of like explode and they can actually damage you. But if you use paint on them, they kind of implode, so it doesn't do any damage outwards. So it's up to you what you want to do, but it doesn't make any difference. I have gone through the game painting and thinning them both, and I've still got the trophy for completing the game with a thinner route. So yeah, I'm confident it's not going to mess anything up. So after defeating this guy, if you want to crack on, guys, and just push on a bit further, get platinum, do so. All you got to do is do all them vines. Nothing complicated to go. You can't really mess anything up. Just make sure you do not collect any animatronic parts when you go through the areas again to get the vines, because you will see some parts floating about. Not many. For example, when you go into the Tomorrow City place, you'll see on the left, you'll see one of the goofy parts floating, so just leave it. But yeah, everything else is going to be exactly the same. So remember this guy, you need to dodge his first batch of attacks. Watch out for that one, he likes to fly past you, and if you're in this way he will damage you. So just dodge to the sides. And once he's above you and starts dropping down the bombs, he'll drop down shortly after, and that's when you can damage him. Just wait until your cursor turns red and you know that you can damage him, okay. And yes, defeat this guy with thinner. I'm not quite sure if this does affect the ending, but just do it with thinner just in case. Yeah, so wait for your cursor to turn red and go. Good to go once it turns red. So just thin him, jump away as you thin him so you don't get sucked up. Got to do that 3 times and that'll defeat him. So it's the final boss basically. All you have to do after this, you do encounter him again, but it's going up in the towers where you have to rotate the gargoyles and direct the laser at the crystals. And of course the final area, all you have to do is pop all the vines again. Yeah, the final boss of this game is not an actual enemy, it's vines. They are the final boss. So when he spawns little minions, you can thin or paint them, it's up to you. Maybe I'm just going to thin them, just be safe. So I'm about to do them a second time now. So again, just wait for the red cursor. That's it, and then start thinning him. So we've got to do it one more time, and that'll be it. Yes, a bunch more enemies. On the third time, if you leave him, he normally shines a laser, and that will defeat most of the enemies if you haven't done so already. Yeah, like so. Right, here she comes. It's not been too bad, has it, guys, watching this whole series and getting the platinum. I think it's been quite a fun one and a nice start to the year before all those difficult games drop. I'm sure Code Vein 2 is going to be a bit of a difficult platinum. We've got Neo 3, Resident Evil 9. Can't wait for that one. You know what I'm going to do for Resident Evil 9? I've been trying to do things, I might try and do things a bit differently. So where normally I get the game and I work on platinum, and it normally takes a while for my videos to come out, and by the time my S Plus videos come out, there's so many others out by others, and I think it knocks down my viewership a little bit on that video. So what I might try and do first from Resident Evil 9 is I might first do the S Plus video and then come back and do platinum afterwards. That's why I might do it. But anyway, that's Shadow Blot done. I'll probably come back to that about Resident Evil 9 on the final part when we get a quiet moment. But yes, that's that part done, guys. So one more video tomorrow, part 10, and hope to see you then. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Hey up, guys, welcome back to part 10. This is the final part of my epic Mickey Rebrushed complete platinum walkthrough. Yeah, we're going to get the final 2 trophies in this one. The trophy for completing the game on the thinner route, and of course platinum should pop shortly after, provided it doesn't glitch, because I've read a few reports of the platinum not popping. No, I'm kidding about there. No, platinum will pop. So yeah, 10 videos. It's not been too bad a run, has it? Platinum in 10 vids, about 6 or 7 hours, which is not a bad time really. I think when most guys estimate it at about 20 hours plus. So it's been quite a good route, and of course all we're doing now is we've got to go through all the areas, pop in all the vines. Yeah, a very, very fun thing to do. I couldn't wait to do all this again. So once you're those ones in Ostown, come over to Gus, who'll give you the health capacity upgrade. I think that's story related. Then talk to Gus again, and of course slide him some tickets on the down low. 10 tickets, and he'll skip you over to Main Street. Cutscene when you first come in, and of course my favourite thing I love to do is we're going to have to get rid of all the vines again. We've got to do the vines here in Main Street, then go to all the side areas. I think you have to do them in order. I think we're going to have to do Venturland next, and then Bog Easy, and then make our way to Tomorrow City. Then after that, we make our way to the castle area, and then inside the Shadow Blot. You know what they should have done? I think the Shadow Blot, you know when you fought him as a boss, I think that boss should have been at the end, like the very last thing. Because it's just better when you end, you know, when the game ends on a boss fight. It just feels more like a fit-in end or conclusion, doesn't it, to the whole game when it's a boss fight. But the way this ends, it kind of feels like there's a fight still to come. So it could have been nice. I know maybe there's story reasons why they did it, but they could have just rejuggled the story slightly. And of course, it would have been nice if they made more parts, so there's more vines to destroy. Yeah, I wish there's more parts of the vines, because I really love doing that bit. Yeah, if there's probably like 20 more vines to pop, I would have been a very happy gamer. But we're on Venturland next. So this one, I think I did get a bit mixed up, and because I normally do this in a slightly different route. But you will see me kind of get lost for seconds when I couldn't find the green bubbles. But you can either paint them or thin them, by the way. You don't have to always paint or always thin. It's up to you. I have been using both and I still got a thin trophy with no problems. Just keep in mind, if you thin them, they will explode, which can damage you if you're nearby. But it can also be useful, and it can damage enemies if they're nearby. And of course, when you paint them, they kind of like retract. But if your paint gets too low at any point, instead of waiting for it to recharge, you can just swap to thinner, and it keeps switching back, guys. You know, so when one is topping up, switch to the other, because you'll always recharge one small capsule of each when they basically run empty. And we just keep doing this. So did anybody watch the Resident Evil showcase yesterday? Well, I'm sure a lot of you did, or you read about it afterwards. Yeah, it wasn't too great. Anybody agree that you think it wasn't that great? Yeah, I was a bit let down by it. I know it's mainly talking about Requiem, but you always hope that it's going to mention a new game coming up in the series. But everything else which wasn't announced, I didn't really care too much. What did they announce? Like a Porsche? Oh yeah, I'm going to buy the game. I'm also going to go and buy a Porsche as well, by the way, when the game releases. Yeah, I'm just going to go and fork out tens of thousands of pounds to get a Porsche Resident Evil themed. But yeah, it would have been nice if they announced the next game. I'm hoping it's going to be another remake, and that's going to be next year. We'll see. But I'd love to see either 0, 1 or Code Veronica X remade. I'd love to see any of those. I'd be a happy man. I know technically they've remade 0 and 1, but I don't really look at them in the remakes in my eyes. Not in the same way as 2 and 3 have been remade. Basically, they have remade them, but not in the Resident Evil engine. And that's a massive difference, I think. I think Resident Evil 1 in the engine is going to be awesome. So will 0. So I reckon in 0, they're going to get rid of the item management in that. So it's just normal item management. They get rid of that mechanic where there's no item box and you basically have to keep grabbing things off the floor. Well, I don't know actually, because I think it's going to change the game quite a lot. We could always switch between two characters. I think add that dynamic. So it'll be funny. It'll be interesting to see what they're going to do with 0. But anyway, that's enough for Resident Evil, guys. But yeah, I didn't really like the showcase that much. But I'm still very, very much looking forward to when showcase comes out. All the Requiem information they gave us, you know, about the game, is stuff we kind of gathered already. You know, it's kind of expected. But yeah, bog easy. Gonna pop all these fights. Just got 2 more bubbles to pop, and I almost killed myself there. Just gonna avoid that fat guy. Just remember, before you go into Tomorrow City, that's going to be the point of no return. So if you want to make one more trip to Gilda the Milf's house, because she might be expecting you, it's that time of the week again. You know, 8 o'clock on a Friday night. Yeah, she'll be in there in a nice lingerie waiting for you. Don't know if she's going to go nice on you, because you beat her time trial races. She might cuff you up to the bedpost. But whatever happens, just keep it to yourself, guys. You don't need to give us all the details. So we're going to go into Tomorrow City and pop more vines. Once Tomorrow City's done, we'll make our way to the castle. Got to make our way at the top, do the 3 lots of fireworks or 3 crystals, and then we'll make our way inside the shadow blot. I wonder if Epic Mickey Rebrushed 2 will come to PS Plus this year. Essential. I've heard that on Epic Mickey Rebrushed 2 you have to get everything on that one. Like you have to get all the pins. I'm not entirely sure if it's every single collectible you have to get, but I have heard you have to get all the pins. That's already going to be a lot longer than this one. If you had to get the pins on this, I reckon Platinum would be a good few hours longer. I know there is a 100% speedrun for this, where it basically collects everything in about 4 hours, I think. Something like that. But it might be a quicker game anyway, because it might have some other quality of life features, just allow you to get through a game a bit quicker. I mean, I hope there's lots of vines to pop at the end of Epic Mickey Rebrushed 2. So I'll really enjoy it then. But I don't know. maybe the ending in number 2 will be a bit shorter. I wonder if many players complain about this. I don't know. Epic Mickey Rebrushed 1 came out quite early, didn't it? Before the internet got really big and players were just complaining about everything online. So who knows. I've not played, and this is my first time playing Rebrushed. And I'll only cover Rebrushed 2, by the way, if it comes to Essential. I don't really cover extra games now. I mean, most of you probably realise that. The thing with extra games, there's just too many. And normally when extra games drop, I've got something else to be working on. Yeah, that's why I don't really go near extra games too much anymore, fortunately. I like to do Essential because they come once a month. And with the Essential games, there's only normally, one which would be good to drop. Good to cover, sorry. Right, so make my way through this boxing level next. Yeah, make our way to Space Voyage level. Just replying to a few comments, hold on. Yeah, so once this video is done, that's of course Mickey completed, I'll release a full video with every video combined. So it's going to be a full platinum vid. Probably going to be about 6 hours 30 maybe. I'm not entirely sure yet. But I always look forward to combining every video and just see how long the platinum did take properly, all in one. It's always nice to see that, I think. I know some players do enjoy the single video. I like that I also made a text guide for this. When I don't do a text guide for a game, you know, sometimes when I don't have enough time, I do normally regret it afterwards. And I almost didn't do one for this, so I'm glad I did. But Silk Song, I've almost gotten final 2 videos ready. I'm just finishing up the text route a bit more. I've got all the enemies listed where they appear. I've wrote down all the enemies I need for my actual save. And I've wrote down what rooms they appear in. So now I just need to optimise a route through them rooms. Yeah, I've kind of wrote down rooms where it's going to be kind of like more optimal to defeat that enemy type. Of course, some enemies appear in multiple rooms, but I'm trying to keep the path to get my remaining enemies optimal. So now I've just got to work out my route through them all, and I'm ready to record. So hopefully this weekend, guys, the final Silk Song videos will go up. I'm hoping to. And then between now and Code Vein 2, I'm either going to work on my Silk Song text guide, so I might try put it up on PSN profiles. That was my initial intention to do that, but I'm not entirely sure now. But because the text guide is quite well done, and I've got most of the maps already for me, and the Hunter's Journal is all done, it won't be much work. So I might quickly do that. All I need to do really is add some images and some art, and of course make it look a bit nicer. I know we need to add an intro and a few other things, but I don't think it's going to take much work. And then of course Code Vein 2. Or if I don't put Silk Song onto PSN profiles, I might get Resident Evil 7 DLC done, just one of them. I'll see. I'll see what I decide to do. Like I say, I did originally plan to put my text guide for Silk Song on PSN, so I would like to still do that. But I've just been spending so much time on Silk Song. It's been going on for like a few months now, hasn't it? But yeah, we'll see. But back onto Epic Mickey. So we're here in the Mad Doctor's lab. You need to hit all these valves. That's valve number 4. Of course, you've got to hit them as you go down the area. As a swamp kind of resides, you've got to follow it down and hit the next valve. And that's the final valve there. And then once got that one, the slobber is going to come from the far door. It's up to you how you want to defeat him. You can either paint or thin. It doesn't matter. Yes, it looks like I'm going to thin him. I think if you thin him, you get a golden ticket. I think this is... No, actually, it's not the last one. I was about to say, I think this is the last time we have to fight one of these. But no, there's one more on your way up to the final crystal when we're climbing the tower. Yes, I got him. Yes, I think I did get a gold ticket there. Right, let's make our way to the throne room. I think that's the next area. Throne room is that one we have to go through where we have to, well, where I thinned the 4 weights. You can either thin the weights or paint the pictures and then rotate the gargoyles. But I think the weight route is a little bit quicker. When you go through a Sleeping Beauty level, don't try to jump through past the dragons. You might be able to make it if you're very, very fast, though I can never make it, so I always have to wait. Yeah, I mean, I tried there, but I knew the dragon was going to knock me off, so I just jumped back, held on for a moment, guys, and continued past him. Yes, let's make our way to the throne room. So you rotate that first gargoyle. Yeah, this one down here, that unlock the door. So the first weight, you need to thin the wall directly on your left after passing through this door. Thin that wall and then thin the weight behind it. I'm walking through all this, but I know I don't need to. I know you guys, you know what you're doing. Just habit. This is how I do my walkthroughs. This is a problem when sometimes there's a new game plus. When it's a straightforward game like this, there's only so much I can guide you through because you already know what you're doing. Yeah, so thin that first weight. Just going to avoid that slobber. Then you want to come through this far right passage. The ball is going to roll down. So thin the wall on the left, hide behind it. Once the ball's gone past, carrying up the ramp. And thin that second weight on your left. Come on this top balcony. Thin that purple window opposite. And weight number 3 will be behind it on the left. There's a vine there. You might be obsessed and you might want to paint that vine just because you enjoy it so much, but I'm going to leave it. And then weight number 4 is at the end there. When it's done all 4 weights, the chandelier will swing down and break the exit for you. Now we're going to head into Fantasia. This will take us to Oswald's tower. We'll do the 3 crystals to activate all the fireworks. If you attack that hat here, by the way, yeah, that hat, it activates all the objects. For example, these 2 buckets, they'll start moving around. Yeah, because if you don't attack the hat, then buckets don't move until you get to here. These buckets will always be moving, but it seems to affect that room directly afterwards. And watch out for the butterflies, because they will damage you. You can't jump on them. I found out the hard way. Can't believe we've still got like 20 minutes worth of popping vines. Right, Oswald. A hand would be nice, mate, helping me pop all these vines. Right, so let's make our way through this tower next. Yeah, this door should open. Remember that the floor will keep breaking below you, so try not to stay on the floor for too long. As soon as you can jump on this first bunch of chandeliers, make way over to them. And I did die here a few times. Yeah, unfortunately. I cut out one of the deaths just because it happened about 2 minutes from now, and it spawned me right back at the start here. So yeah, you're going to see one death, but another death I did cut out, guys. Yeah, so that's my first death. Yeah, it's very, very embarrassing. Because I did not raise that platform, I think you can make that jump, but yeah, you're supposed to paint the cog on the wall, and that will kind of raise one chandelier and lower the other one. You can jump across, and of course, make sure you remember to paint the shields to stop the vines coming out. And you can pop that vine as well, on the left there. Yes, see my tickets at the bottom there? I fell down. Because of course, yes, the floor broke beneath my very feet. Yeah, my little tiny mouse feet, the floor broke. So here, you need to thin this fire door, or thin the frame around it at least, to make the door fall down. And then you can dash, jump, double jump, and then spin attack to land on the chandelier. Paint the next one, jump across to it, and try not to fall down. Yeah, if there's one tip I can give throughout this whole area, that's it. try not to fall down. So at the top here, the floor will break quite a lot. Yes, and that can happen. You think you're going to land on it, but you're nowhere near it, and you just fall to your death. So yeah, but that's a quick one. I'll leave it in. I'll leave it in. I'm always worried about these parts which are not painted, so I'm worried about them collapsing the minute I walk on them. And this is only the first tower. We've got 2 more to go yet. But I think this first tower, I think it's the longest one. I think the other 2 towers go a bit quicker, you know, in order to climb to the top and reach the gargoyles. Right, there we are. We're at the top. So going to do this first bunch of gargoyles, destroy the crystal, and make our way through the next side-scrolling level. Under 20 minutes left, and we should have a platinum. So remember, you need to paint the heads and then spin attack them to rotate them, but I'm sure you remember that. It's not something you can forget that easily. As long as you're not doing kind of like the first playthrough 1 year and then the second playthrough 5 years later. Yeah, I should remember what to do with these gargoyles. We did it on the way to the throne room anyway. So once done all 4, yes, that will destroy a crystal and damage the huge blot. That's it, repel the darkness. And then once done, we're going to head across the bridge and into the next side projector level. Fantasia again. Just spin attack them mops and you'll knock him out. And no, you cannot grab onto that step. I was trying to. My plan was to grab onto the side of that step, climb up, and the quicker jump onto upper book, get up a bit quicker, but obviously it didn't work out. Yeah, mops are not very strong, by the way. Normally just one hit will kill them. Yeah, mops are built for cleaning, not for attacking, luckily. And there we go, final exit. So, tower number 2. For this one, you need to make your way up that spiral ramp. It'll keep falling down. This one is a bit quicker to reach the top. But yeah, it's going to keep falling down. And this one loves to fall down beneath your feet. So try not to move forward too quick. Stopping sometimes to paint the shields can actually help, because you give the floor time to collapse in front of you. Yes, there's another one near that basically wall on the right there. You know at least that the toon is not going to collapse, you know, like the toon floor. That's not going to collapse. And we're almost there. Oh yes, I knew it. I knew I died there once. Well, I didn't die actually, did I? I just got knocked down. Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. But yeah, luckily I didn't die, so I think it would have started me right at the start of this again. Right, so once at the top, I'm going to do these 4 gargoyles. Yes, just paint them. Enemies will be attacking you, but when you spin attack the gargoyle, hopefully you'll knock the enemies back at the same time. Right, there we go. Imagine this game was as hard as like a Souls game. Do you think it'd still be enjoyable if a game like this was really, really hard? I don't know. I can't imagine having to keep retry them vine parts because you keep dying. Right, so I think this is the final side-scrolling level in the game. Yeah, unless we play Epic Mickey Rebrushed 2 in the future, there's going to be a final side-scrolling level we're ever going to do. in one of these games. Pretty sure it's the last one. Yeah, because when you do the final tower, you don't go through the next level, do you? You fall down the bottom and then meet Oswald and they get warped inside the Blot and you have to rescue Mickey's heart. Yeah, so this is the final one. So you need to make your way to the very top. Of course, I did spot a few film reels on the way up. But I'm not going to bother collecting them. There's no need. Right, there we go. Final one, goodbye. Yeah, good riddance. Now, like I said, I didn't mind doing them. I much prefer them than popping the vines. So final tower, now we need to make our way around the outside. And you have to go into little rooms on the way up, defeat the enemies in the 3 rooms. Then you eventually reach the tower and you do a firework. And luckily this one, the floor doesn't keep breaking below you. So at least that's one less thing to worry about. The game's just taking the floor away from beneath your feet. Yes, you need to turn around here and kind of go back on yourself. Paint these little supports. Come to this room. Yeah, so this one you've got 2 normal enemies and 1 of the Shrieper types. So you can either thin or paint them, it doesn't matter. As you can see, I'm painting them here. And I still get a trophy at the end for thinning the main bosses. What you do to normal enemies does not impact anything at all. So once in that first room, come outside once the gate unlocks. You have to defeat the enemies, otherwise the gate does not unlock. Just reminding you. Right, again, paint the supports, make our way up to the next room. Yes, I was very lucky there. So the tentacles knocked me back, but luckily they knocked me towards the next platform I wanted to go on, and not kind of outwards. You know, so I'd have nowhere to jump to. So I'm going to take out these 3 enemies next, 2 sweepers and 1 of the normal types. And then the third room will be a slobber. So yeah, these, take them all out. And then the third room. Paint that support. So you've got 1 slobber. If you're going to use your spirits, by the way, in the slobber, wait until he opens his mouth. I'm sure I have painted this guy immediately before by lobbing all my spirits at him, but I don't think it quite works here. Yeah, so I did try there. It almost did, not far off. Maybe one of them missed, or one of them hit the other enemies, I don't know. But yes, got him. Just got to do this normal enemies. Right, let's do it. So top of the tower. Almost on the final ending sequence. I bet it's going to be a nice feeling to get this done. Yeah, 1 platinum done, and then on to the next. And the game's not been too bad anyway. So once in that final crystal, try to make a way to a side-scrolling level. We'll see the bridge collapse. And then once it collapses, make our way back to crystal, guys, and then you start falling through the floor. Remember, on the way down, try to collect any of the basically consumables or resources you need in order to refill your paint or thinner and also your sketch capacities. Just because they can come useful during that final area, you know, because there will be some parts we have to defeat a lot of normal enemies. And you've got like some anvil or your watch or TV can distract them or get rid of them all a bit quicker. We're not quite finished the platforming yet. Yeah, I think on the way to Oswald, there's just a little bit more platforming left to do once we reach the bottom here. Yes, there's a watch sketch, a TV sketch, and some paint. Remember here, the floor's going to collapse, you need to go through that tomb wall on the left, go around the outer balcony, and then pop back into the passage. You can just make that, I believe. I think on the outer wall there were some cogs. I think you're supposed to paint them, but as you see, you don't really need to. Right, let's make our way to Oswald, come on. Past these sweepers. Yeah, we're going to have to do that vine. Yay, another vine to do. So this one's going to make the rafts appear. I don't actually think you have to get rid of that one, because you could technically probably reach that vine, get on top of it, and then jump across to this bit. But of course, I just always pop them once. So make our way around this thin wall. The floor will break here, but it will not just drop you to your death. You'll just drop into a swamp of thinner. And there's Oswald's. So cutscene, and now we're on the final area. Finally. So we've got to make our way to that middle room, and then go through the side rooms, pop all the vines, then finally make our way back to middle, and do the final vine. There's going to be 3 side rooms you have to do, and after coming back, is it 3 or is it 2? I think it's 3, but when you come back from the first and second side room, you have to defeat all the enemies in the central area when you get back, and then when you come back after the third vine, you just have to get rid of the vine in the middle area, and that's basically it. Platinum. Yes, there it is. There's my height again. They probably could have changed it for the paint and thinner route. You know, depending if you thinned or paint all the bosses, they could have made this last bit slightly different maybe. Maybe that could have been nice. But yeah, to begin with, you know, paint these, well, get rid of the green bubbles, and that will unlock this door. That's it. Make your way through it, guys, and then follow the bubbles to the end, and we'll do this first vine. So that's that vine done. Make our way back to the hub area. Like I say, when you get back to the central area after the first and second, you're going to have to defeat all the enemies. And this is where a lot of your sketches might come in handy. Because you can put TV down, just distract them all, and you can very, very easily paint them all when they're all distracted. So I guess at least that's good. Yeah, of course, your watch will slow them down, and your anvil will just outright kill them all. Yeah, so I've got 4 TVs. I should be using them now. It'd make it a lot easier. But another thing you can do is you can actually knock them off. You see that edge on my right? You can knock them into the thinner, and that gets rid of them quite easy. Yeah, like this. But yeah, I should be using my TV to just distract them all. That's it. But that was quite effective. Right, I think he's the last one. Right, so now the next door's opened up. Going to make our way through it. Enter a second vine. 1 down and 3 to go. Yes, I am counting down how many are left. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to be playing a Disney game next. I think I have had Kingdom Hearts games mentioned to me a few times about playing them. I've never actually played a Kingdom Hearts game. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's... I know some Disney games can be quite fun, but sometimes when I think about Disney, I think it's going to be too... you know, too much created around children. I don't know. Of course, they can still be fun, like I've enjoyed this game somewhat, other than breaking the vines at the end. But yeah, like I say, I don't know why I've never played a Kingdom Hearts game. I mean, I've got my... I think reasons I think it might be, as I just mentioned. Maybe I will in the future, I don't know. I've also read they can be quite grindy. Maybe that's a reason as well. Yeah, maybe they can be a grind. I don't really know. We'll see. Maybe when the next one releases, when they bring out a new one, We'll see. So I know there's not been a new one for quite a while. I don't think anyway. I wouldn't say I know a lot about them games, but we'll see. Never say never. There's always a future. And I'm getting a bit of lag there. Don't know if that's just my PC or the actual game. So again, gonna have to defeat all the enemies. So I should put TV down here. It'd make this bit really easy. Lob down the TV, distract them, and then they will stop attacking you. I think sometimes you forget about your sketches. Am I the only one that forgets about your sketches? Yeah, the only time I remember about them is when I have to use them on like a power pad or something. Other times I just forget. Right, so let's make way to the third vine. One more to go after this. I don't even know if your sketches work on them black enemies. You know, these ones here. They're like metal, look like metal ones. I know they're not metal, but I just mean how they look. Remind me of Metal Mario. So yeah, third vine, one more to go after this, guys. Come on, almost there. So I think this is that vine where when you pop, I think like the 5th or 6th bubble, the next one is, you can't even see it. It's around the other side of like a platform. Or is that the final vine? It might be a final vine actually. Right, there we are. One more to go. 3 down, 1 left. That vine isn't even touching it. The heart is now... I mean, technically the heart is now free. Yeah, it wasn't quick enough. Gonna have to wait for it to go back up. Right, last one, let's do it. I don't mind this vine at all because it's the last one. This is my favourite vine in the game actually. Through the whole platinum, this was my best vine to eradicate. So I don't need to defeat the enemies. I should probably put down a TV to distract. Why am I not using my sketches? So this is that one. When you pop that vine, you can't even see the next one, the next bubble, because it's behind here. And here we go. Come on, last one. And that's it. So out of my way. That's using thinner to defeat all the bosses and leaving all the animatronics disassembled. And of course, Mouse-tastic. Collect all the trophies. So of course, got a few endings again. And that's going to be it, guys. So I hope you've enjoyed it. Like I say, it's not been too long. But some of the parts were quite repetitive, but we had to do 2 playthroughs. There's no way around that because you have to do the paint and thinner out. So minimum 2. Thank you for watching, guys, and the next main series will be Code Vein 2, so hopefully I'll see you on that one.